This regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order. We will begin with our roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
All right. President Taylor,
I'm here.
Vice President Cottle. I am here. Trustee Calvert. Here. Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette. Here. Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Trustee Victoria Gomez.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as we open our meeting for our first item of agenda on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. We do have a guest at our meeting on today who's appearing virtually. I did not ask him this in advance, but I hope he is willing to oblige us. I'm going to ask Governor Sisolak if he wouldn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I would be honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. And again, excuse my seat, everyone. Many of you know I'm recovering from knee surgery, and it takes a whole lot to get set up here. And so to have to stand and do it over, we'd have to call a recess. All right, as the president, I'm going to take a point of privilege because we do have the governor who is joining us on today. And so before we make an action, I receive an action to approve the agenda, I'm going to open it up to Governor Sisolak to share some comments with us, and then we'll get back to our agenda. Mr. Governor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, to be here with us. We are honored to have you here today, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board, and Superintendent McNeil for including me and allowing me to be part of today's meeting. I also want to take this opportunity to thank State Superintendent Joan Ebert and the Nevada Department of Education for their work in coordination with WCSD during this challenging period. In my State of the State address, I gave a shout out to those who educate and support our young people in childcare, higher education, and our K-12 schools. When our schools shifted from in-person learning to online learning last spring, our business appreciation for the valuable role schools play in helping keep our economy humming. And I know countless parents who have new appreciation for the patience, dedication, and generosity teachers show day in and day out after having listened in on their child's virtual classrooms. I want to recognize the Washoe County School District Board, Superintendent McNeil, and the school leaders, teachers, and staff across the county who put in countless hours of planning and preparation into reopening school buildings safely last August. We are proud of how the district has worked closely with families and students to design innovative hybrid learning models. As the second largest district in our state, you have been a local and national model for how a community can come together to make tough decisions that are the best for the health and safety of all our students. We know that when our students have access to reliable support and caring adults, they feel safe and welcome to learn and can continue to grow. Thank you for your continued leadership in providing the safest possible in-person education opportunities for your students. I know that going into school buildings each day is not without its risks shared by all of our essential workers, and indeed, any of us who need to leave our homes to support our families. I want to say how grateful I am to the teachers and school staff in Washoe County who continue to go above and beyond the call in their commitment and care for Nevada's children. Our children are our greatest asset, and your investment in them is an investment in Nevada's long-term success. I want to close by saying just how incredibly proud I am of all of you, of President Taylor, of members of the board, Superintendent McNeil, State Superintendent Joan Ebert, all of your education workers in the school district, all of the parents who've taken such an active role in the kids' education, and the students who are also very flexible in terms of adapting to our new situation. You make Nevada proud, and on behalf of a grateful state, I just want to say thank you all very much. We appreciate you, and we're very, very proud of you. Have a great day, and thank you again for allowing me to be here.
Thank you very much, Governor Sisolak. What an honor it is to have you here. We appreciate those words, and we would be remiss, the former board, which began this process, and those of us on the board continually that have continued this process, we would be remiss if we didn't thank all of the instructional leaders in our schools. Our teachers are doing an amazing job. Those who are keeping the schools clean, the support staff, bus drivers, nutrition services. That's the reason why we can do education as we've done it over these past very, very, very challenging months. So Superintendent McNeil, thank you and your staff. And again, we just really appreciate that the governor would take time from out of his busy schedule to join us and to share his appreciation for the work of everybody in this district. Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And just once again, Governor Sisolak, truly, just thank you for the partnership. Thank you for State Superintendent Joan Ebert and for all of her efforts. And then just a huge, huge, shout out to all of our teachers, principals, support staff, everyone that has made this happen for our 62,000 students, our 62,000 reasons why we do what we do every day. So thank you, sir.
We appreciate that. Been on the board 6 years. It's the first time we've gotten a shout out from the governor.
Thank you, and I just want to echo that you're absolutely right. It takes everyone, every single employee, and every single student, and every single parent, and we are grateful for everyone's contribution, because if everybody does their part, we can get anything done in the state of Nevada. With all that, thank you. God bless. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and we couldn't agree more. We all do this thing together. We can get a whole lot done. Thank you, Mr. Governor. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Okay, and now we'll move on to agenda item 1.04. This is an action to adopt the agenda, and as a point of privilege, if necessary, agenda items may be taken out of order such as just occurred, but we will move accordingly. I'm asking my colleagues if there's a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second? Second, a motion by Trustee Thigpen, seconded by Clerk Minetto. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Now we're going to go to agenda item 2.0. This is our consent agenda item, and all the items listed under consent are deemed to be routine in nature, but we do have them listed here, and want to see if any of my trustees, any colleagues would like to pull any consent agenda item for further consideration. So before we get to a motion, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment.
The board received an email from Roberto Bejarano.
Thank you very much, JJ. And just a reminder, there were several questions submitted by my colleagues, and those responses were already submitted by staff, and those questions and responses, as usual, are included as part of the meeting materials and attached, for those of you who may be watching or may be looking, attached to agenda item 2.01 in board docs. That being said, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I motion.
There's a motion by Trustee Thigpen. Is there a second? Second by, Jackie's like, it's me. Second by Trustee Calvert to approve agenda items 2.02 through 2.06. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. We will move down to public comment. This is agenda item 3.01, and JJ will read. I'll ask her to read, as usual, the first person up, the next person, and the person in the hole, if you will, on deck and in the hole, to use some baseball terms. And then, as a reminder, in order to ensure a fair process and to allow everyone equal opportunity to share to share their voices and for their concerns to be heard, the Board of Trustees only accepts one public comment per agenda item. Again, one public comment per agenda item. This is not new. These are just reminders. Okay, and so if you have previously submitted an agenda item to public comments an email to publiccomments@washouschools.net regarding a particular agenda item, then that email will be included with our public comment. Additionally, board members are asked, and I know we take it very seriously, to go through and make sure we read those public comments. Some do come in during the meetings, and there are certain times when JJ will release those. to us. So if you have public comments you'd like to share along the way, you're certainly welcome to do so. And the board requests that you do not provide additional comments at the meeting if you've already submitted one in email, as other members of the community are unable to comment more than once while in person, and we certainly want to keep things equitable again. So if you submitted your public comment to publiccomment@washoeschools.net, then please do not comment in person on the same agenda item, because we only accept one public comment per agenda item. Again, these are just reminders. JJ, if you would, and then in between, if you would, read the names of those if some have been submitted. Thank you.
In person, I have the following: Paul White, Ann Sweeter, James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. White. Thank you for being here, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have your mic is not on. We want to make sure you're heard.
Soup.
Let's test that.
Thank you.
Thank you very
There
much.
we go. The board needs to delay their vote tonight on approving item 502 because the district has not fully shared with you the nature of the social studies curriculum materials they want you to approve. The board website gives only deceptive generalities about the materials they want to inflict on our children. The curriculum department has denied 5 separate requests of mine to simply identify the specific sources and creators of the actual materials they want to place in our classrooms. Here's what the district's hiding from you. Do you, the board, want students to be taught that all whites are racist? Do you want students to be taught that skin color and sexual preference, rather than moral values and character, are what really matter? Do you want all students to be taught a racist, distorted view of America's history that claims our Declaration of Independence and Constitution are a sham, and that Marxist socialist values are superior to what we now have? Do you want curriculum that advocates against law enforcement, identifies religion as a negative influence, and lobbies against maintaining traditional families with moms and dads? Most of all, do you want a curriculum that teaches children to have no personal accountability for their actions? Do you want students to be taught that any failure on their part to successfully learn or behave is not their fault, but a result of systemic racism and cultural bias? The district wants you to approve teaching materials that will do nothing to help our students improve their worst in the nation academic achievement, nor will it correct the present situation of dangerously out of control behavior. None of the board, none of the presenters, or the superintendent would have had the accomplished careers you've personally had if you'd been taught the extremist, racist, nationally discredited curriculum that the district wants you, the board, to inflict on our students. If this type of teaching is not what you believe your constituents elected you to promote, then the board needs to postpone a vote tonight until you have time to pick a community ad hoc committee who knows about these things and can honestly inform the board about the heavily politicized content of the materials that the superintendent is trying to shove down your throats and our children's. For the sake of 62,000 students, as was said earlier, vote to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Ann Sweeter, James Bentham, then Roger Edwards. The board also received emails from Robin Sackerson, John Patton, Jennifer Garcia, Carolyn Dolan, and Anita Marquez Niemeyer.
Thank you, JJ. I'm sorry, ma'am, what was your last name?
Swader.
Swader. Welcome, Ms. Swader.
Thank you. I am here also to urge you to hold off voting on item 50.02 until it is fully understood and presented possibly by a committee formed by you. Our kids need to be taught U.S. history, not racism, U.S. history will give them the full range of racism and how the U.S. overcame it to be the greatest country in the world. They need to be taught respect for each other, the teachers, their parents, and their country. Martin Luther King said it best, don't judge a person by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Let's keep communism out of our school. The school agenda is mind-altering and not in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swader.
James Bentham, Roger Edwards, John Eppolito.
Is it Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
For the record, James M. Bentham. I'm here to discuss academic and financial issues for the school district. I'm sure student parents and businesses want the graduates to be as well educated as possible, even during this economic times. We have a revolving door of yearly unacceptable ACT scores. I have handouts for every trustees. On the back, 2016, 89% of state graduates not college ready. And then it continues up to 2020. Taxpayers want better financial accountability and better academic accountability. Academic and economic recovery are our goals that need to be outlined and publicized. Now's the time to develop goals for a few years down the road to see how the students are doing and to make needed changes to improve academic success. Academic success can be achieved. Other states are doing it by creating committees. If the board these committees would be able to use their expertise to tackle these problems. Advantages of having committees: you can enlist experts, leverage resources, use networking, engage strategic planning, increase the likeliness of success. Sometimes you have to say no in order to say yes to better things. The better things are academic improvement. We could have an emergency financial advisory committee to evaluate the loss of possible taxes, then develop a plan to deal with these in a tiered manner, depending on the amount of decreases in taxes for the school district. Quality of education committee could be used to analyze lack of academic progress and to make and offer suggestions to increase academic achievement by our students. Other states are doing this. We, the taxpayers, would like Nevada to do this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Roger Edwards, John Eppolito, MJ Umbando.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards. Thank you for being here, sir.
Good evening. Roger Edwards, 50-year resident of Washoe County. I've seen a lot of you guys. I still can't believe, looking over the agenda, that you only have one or two items that even deal with how to teach children, not like my buddy Jim just talked about, the terrible results you're getting. Come on, folks. Anyway, I'm here to talk about a different item, although I just went to the county commission meeting this morning and the numbers came up about that what's going on with our children's not going to school. Our children need to go to school. And besides it's an established habit, they're dying more without going to school than they did with. The numbers of children dying now are from suicide and drug abuse and so forth are higher than great white shark bites. Now, come on, put them back to school. Also, I need to talk about a statement that the school district made on February 4th. And very nice, all nice and organized and everything, except it said, you know, to us, but not by whom. You know, just general, my professor would have flunked me out of public speaking if I didn't finish my statements by, to, with something. And also, I watched the Channel 4 interview with Dr. Chris Turner, and I couldn't believe it. I had to play it 2 or 3 times, and I still didn't understand what he was talking about. Now, if this is the school district's public information officer, somebody needs to be fired. Come on, you guys got the ability. And it said doctor in front, so I know he's been to school, but who's overseeing him? That's you guys. And it just one thing after another, you know, is made by whom, because like I said, they didn't put a name on the bottom of it. And there's just all kinds of integrity, academic integrity incident. An incident in the real world would be called a breach. And I'm sorry, you talk about who has access to it. It says users only, and you control the users, and you still have a breach. How's that possible? Come on, I know you got a bunch of people in your IT department. We've seen them up here before talking about all kinds of problems. You need to hold them to a standard. They have to be able to provide you with the product you hired them for. Come on, folks. You work for the citizens of this county. Let's get with it. I'd fire you if you worked for me.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. There's some clarification from the superintendent, Dr. McNeil?
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Actually, Dr. Chris Turner is not a public information officer. He is actually our chief information officer, and I actually oversee him. Thank you very much, sir.
JJ, who's next?
John Eppolito, MJ Umbando, Bruce Parks.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former teacher. I have 2 kids still in Washoe County School District, and you can find over 1,000 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. Why do I keep coming to these meetings and speaking? In case you don't know, it's because we are collecting, storing, and sharing more student data than at any time in human history, and no one really knows how this will affect the future of our children. Starting in 2014, Politico, the New York Times, American Thinkers, and others starting writing about, quote, how will the profiles all these free ed tech vendors create on our children affect their future? I have a handout for you guys. Then we had to start worrying about the content of these apps. A year ago, My News 4 ran a story titled, Reno Mom Says App Used in School Contributed to Her Son's Suicide. I have that for you guys also. Then, of course, we have to worry about the student data breaches. The district comes up with creative ways not to say data breach. You can call them whatever you want, but you've proven 4 times you cannot keep our children's data safe. The most recent was last week. The Edmodo data breach in 2017 may have been the worst. Protect Nevada Children begged this board to tell the children's parents their personally identifiable information was placed for sale on the dark web. The board refused. Then in 2018, Edmodo sold the entire company to the Chinese. Again, PNC begged this board to tell parents, and again, this board refused. A year later, 2019, Edmodo was finally removed from the district's approved vendor list. Just the other day, Washoe County School District CIO had difficulty with the words, but he told My News 4 with a smile, you really have to watch this to see how incompetent this person must be. It's the pinned post on our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. Here's exactly what the CIO said, quote, "I don't know the particulars on how this may work out with the individuals involved. I'm trying to, we're running reports to learn, you know, the extent of over-permission, documents, and we're handling it, the IT department, and we're leaving to, departmental leadership to handle the other part," end quote. You guys are in charge for the safety of 64,000 students, and that's the best you can do. It's an embarrassment. You can find us on Protect Nevada Children on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. I'll give the handouts to JJ.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. And if you will, I'm going to remind people, when you come to the mic, you still must wear your face mask correctly. You see, we're all speaking through our face mask. We're going to ask you to do the same. That means it's covering both your nose and your mouth. Thank you very much. JJ?
MJ Umbando, Bruce Parks, Anish Buchanan, and Cassandra Buchanan.
Ma'am, is it, please say your last name, please?
Ubando?
Ubanda. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here today to comment on agenda items 502 and 505, and I thank Dr. McNeil for including information about these items in yesterday's update. I commend all of those involved in 502's action plan to denounce discrimination and harassment and to foster a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education. This movement is vital as the entire world reawakens to the true dangers of injustice. But to be clear, this change has always been needed in Washoe County. I applaud the acknowledgement that there are no simple fixes to address social injustice, and I hope today is the first of many steps toward change. I respect your focus on accountability and remind you that we will also focus on holding you accountable, always and today. One of your anti-racist action steps under governance and leadership is to, quote, review associated policies and practices that may be barriers for students and families. Board members, as our leaders, I implore you to review agenda item 505 and the recommendation to further transition to the English Language Development Site Facilitator model. The proposed changes to the English language program create, as your anti-discrimination plan states, quote, inequities regarding access to basic educational programming that will affect certain segments of our community disproportionately. We all know the students and communities who will be most damaged by the loss of 16 ELL positions by the 23-24 school year. They are the schools I've attended, the schools I've spent my career in, the schools that offer the most diverse populations and who most need an equitable education. I am an English teacher, and I agree that all teachers must be teachers of English learners. But you must realize that no one is a teacher of anyone when we stuff 35 students in a classroom. By eliminating these EL positions, you will put more on overworked teachers who already lack the resources needed to teach their own content. You will stretch our already limited staffing, especially during testing season, since all EL students must be assessed annually. You will rob some of our most vulnerable students of their student voice and brave spaces, taking from them environments where they will be the most seen and heard. We all know that Nevada's funding is deplorable, and if this next round of cuts goes through, unimaginable. No one envies the decisions you have to make under these circumstances, but action against discrimination and harassment takes honesty and the courage to stand up for those who do not have the privilege to stand up for themselves. Through the grapevine, I heard hours before today's meeting that you have begun reconsidering this ELD proposal. While I want to be optimistic, as usual, none of us knows what that means, nor how it will affect our teaching, our students, or our livelihoods. So I once again remind you that whatever secretive decisions you make will have very real public consequences, all of which we will continue to hold you accountable for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banda.
Bruce Parks, Anish Bea, and Cassandra Buchanan.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Parks. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. For the record, Bruce Parks, founder of Nevada Patriot. Three things I'd like to, if I have time, cover. One, we have a policy here where if a formal complaint is made against the superintendent of schools, guess who investigates it? A person that reports directly to the superintendent of schools. If the bank manager is accused of embezzlement, you don't get the vice president of the bank to do the investigation. Ridiculous, but that's the policy. I also want to caution the school board here about adopting a curriculum from a train of thought that teaches skin color determines everything. It teaches that racism is everywhere. The West was founded by white supremacists, for white supremacists, and it must be dismantled. It teaches that dialogue is evil, no dialectic. If you disagree, you are the enemy. It is totalitarian in nature and teaches that science, math, reason, and empiricism are all instruments of white supremacism. What is that policy? It's called critical race theory. In a nutshell, it's nothing more than the pile of stuff you'd find at the south end of a northbound horse. And it does not belong in our schools. Finally, I want to leave you with a quote from the Fordham Institute. You can research them for yourselves. And this goes to a policy, a failed policy. Everywhere it's been implemented, it has failed miserably, but yet it's still one that this body endorses for our students. It is very sad that the so-called evidence-based policy-making community has rendered itself immune to the intellectual breakthrough that enabled the scientific revolution, accepting the falsification of a hypothesis. I'm sure you're all aware of the scientific method. When it comes to studies of ideologically preferred policies, here it comes, like restorative justice, the policy that you advocate, the logic all too often is, heads I win, tails I win, if it had been implemented properly. It's a failed policy, does not belong in our schools. I don't know how you can continue to try to convince me that you have the best interests of our students at heart when you still adhere to these failed policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I would clarify that there's any investigation into any complaints are not performed by someone who directly reports to the person being investigated. JJ?
Anish Bea and Cassandra Buchanan.
So your last name, I'm sorry, say your last name?
I'm Anish Baya.
Baya? Very nice to meet you. Thank you for being here, both of you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, Washoe County School Board. We, the Worcester Sophomore Council, would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. Worcester is a very diverse high school that holds many important programs, such as the International Baccalaureate Newcomers for Students and our Deaf and Hard Hearing program. Our school has provided education for over 1,600 students each year and has been doing so for over 50 years. But right now, we're facing a major problem. Worcester High School is drowning in a technology crisis. The computers that our teachers are using range between the ages of 7 to 12 years old. Day by day, our teachers struggle to teach us the material that we require to know to succeed in our life past high school. As a student body, we saw this issue and decided to take action. Our goal is to replace all of our teacher computers with updated workstations. As you are aware, Washoe County currently uses the Microsoft Office suite to run all school activities. Although Microsoft Suite is a wonderful resource for many students, it has been a disaster for our computers. The minimum PC requirements needed to run Microsoft Office Suite are much higher than the capabilities our computers can handle. To put this into context, the pure minimum processing power Microsoft recommends a computer to have is a processor with at least 1.6 GHz. The computers we use only have half of the minimum processing power recommended. On top of Teams, teachers also need to simultaneously use programs like Word, OneNote, and even Infinite Campus, all of these which take up more power from our already struggling computers. Just yesterday in my math class, my teacher's computer crashed multiple times. Our lesson plan for the day was to start a unit test for the class. My teacher planned a 45-minute lesson to go over 15 simple questions and give us the rest of the day to work on our test. But due to massive latency issues and OneNote crashing multiple times, the lesson was delayed so much that we weren't able to go over 15 questions.
Mr. Vega, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna slow you down a little bit because the next person can also have 3 minutes, okay? So I know you're trying to get it all in, but this way we can follow you and hear you, and that you're two separate people, so we can have two different public comments, okay?
No, we're going together.
Okay, then please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. We weren't able to go over 15 questions, this being a 1.5-hour class. OneNote wasn't the only issue too. During the lesson, our teacher was kicked out of his own call multiple times. Productivity in this class is less than 50%. And this wasn't the first time class had to be canceled due to technical difficulties. At this rate, we would need 16 hours a day in order to meet our graduation criteria. When we heard that the board meeting could possibly include a proposal to replace workstations, we went heads over heels in excitement. We are so grateful for your support and couldn't be happier to be in a perfect school district like this. A district where you guys step into action the second a problem arises. Right now, we need new computers. This isn't a matter of when anymore. We don't have the time to wait 1 month or 1 year from now. This is a problem we should have solved 6 years ago. As the Worcester Sophomore Council, we would like to thank the board for taking the time to listen to us, and our amazing admin for working right next to us from day one. We'd also like to thank Dr. Taylor, the board president, for inspiring us to write a grant and present our case in front of you today. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be as far as we have made it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the time to come. As you said, we have agenda item 5.04, which will talk about a longer-term sustainability plan, but I hear your concern for what happens in the meantime. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your concerns with the board. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on from agenda item 1.
Hold on, you got another member of the public who wants to speak.
We have someone else who's speaking? Did you?
He didn't turn in a card.
Would you mind, Mr. Gallimore, is that you? We can get a card from you after you speak, sir?
You should have a card.
Okay, we'll clarify that. We'll get that straight after you speak, okay? Thank you for being here, Mr. Gallimore.
You're welcome. Glad to be here. All right, thank you. Good evening, folks. I'm Don Gallimore, Senior, board member of Protect Nevada Children, quite a few other organizations, and see a lot of new faces, some faces that are still here, but that's good to see. I basically am concerned about pretty much everything everybody said here today. Our data collection and secrecy, prison, education to prison pipeline is alive and well. We're the last in the country for a reason, because we don't care. It's just about like our last administration. It took me 6 years to figure out what was wrong, and it's because people are obstinate and they want to be contrarian, so they want things to go wrong, which is fine with me. That's a segment that has to be. But when you talk about data collection, this is something that the world is starting to change, and I think you better change with them, because it's going to affect our children in the near future. When we have 4 to 6 data breaches, we've probably lost count when you consider all the different programs that we've been talking about, John Eppolito and myself, and several of the other Protect Nevada Children collective. We're concerned that all that information is going to turn around and bite our children in the butt when they get older.
And that's our main concern because we already know that we're old enough where we can withstand that. But the collecting is tremendous. It's the largest that ever been in the history of man. Sharing, we share with free, and I think that we've tried to get the pay for share out of the data collection system, but I'm not sure if that's happened yet. And the storing, I'm working with storage, well, a company to deal with Switch right now as we speak. The other thing that I was going to speak longer on that, but some of the other testimony brought in the fact that we didn't have, or we're looking at the possibility of not having a balanced curriculum, racism. I don't know what folks are thinking about. Reality is reality. Black people came here because we were slaves, got paid, didn't get paid for working, building the country. I instituted with Harvey Mumford AB 234, which is a multicultural curriculum, and I'm sorry that it hasn't been funded, but it's in our books, and you guys, I wish you would look at it again. We need that in our schools because it will balance out our curriculum. When you kick the dog in the butt long enough, it's going to bite you, and that's what's happening right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore.
Elizabeth Cadigan.
I'm sorry, we have another? Ms. Cadigan? Welcome, Ms. Cadigan. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. There was confusion on which item, so
No
I
problem.
appreciate it.
You're here, so thank you.
Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil, throughout this school year, I've taken an active interest in the work done by the Boards of Trustees. My purpose in doing so has been to develop a better understanding of the role the board plays in supporting our schools and how this role interacts with the community. During this time, I have learned quite a bit about the types of decisions the board can and cannot make, the rules members of the board must follow while interacting with both each other as well as the community, and the rules the community must follow while interacting with the board. In sharing these findings with others, I have come across a multitude of students, staff, families, and community members who have expressed an interest in wanting to know more about the board themselves, but do not know where to begin. I would like to take this moment to ask the Board of Trustees to consider holding a town hall meeting or question and answer session about how the Board of Trustees functions and the roles the board plays in supporting our schools. I believe that there are many within our community who would be interested in attending such an event, as it would help clarify some of the misunderstandings about how the board serves our community. In addition, such an event would also provide our community members with a chance to learn how to communicate with board members and participate in board meetings in general. I sincerely hope you will consider my request and strengthen our community's understanding and connection with our school district's Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan. Is anyone else, JJ?
No, I don't have any cards.
Okay, it looks like we're all set, and we have the cards set with Mr. Gallimore. Okay, fantastic. Thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts and concerns. We really do appreciate it. We really do. We're going to go on to agenda item 4.01. That is a presentation and possible action to provide direction related to current and proposed legislation during this legislative session. And we have before us Lindsay Anderson, our Director of Governmental Relations. Thank you for being here. I know it's such a busy time.
Thank you, President Taylor, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil, Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs for the Washoe County School District. Happy to be here with a short report today. We can be excited that the legislative session officially kicked off on February 1st. So we're a mere 9 days in, 112 days left, definitely not counting. I'm here just to provide a brief update to the board. Happy to talk about any pieces of legislation in particular that you'd like to talk about. The district is currently tracking 245 bills. There's probably only about 300 out there, so a lot of sifting through right now. These bills cover things from education-specific related issues like curriculum standards, robotics, assessment, but also keep in mind that we cover a lot of broader issues like unemployment insurance, open meeting law, procurement, things that impact large employers like the Washoe County School District. I'd like to thank Dr. McNeil. She's testified already in both the Senate and the Assembly Education Committees, providing an overview to those committees about our COVID response process. It's so difficult because she's given a mere 5 or 10 minutes to provide information about things that this Board of Trustees has spent countless hours considering in terms of making decisions for students. So it's so hard to convey all the information that's been considered in that short period of time, but I think she did a great job. It was well received, and I think the committee appreciates the fact that our superintendent has made herself available to both of their committees. Just a brief update on a couple of specific pieces of legislation. I can't say for sure, but we're hoping to have a hearing on the Washoe County School District Bill AB 57 in the next 2 weeks. So once that's been officially scheduled, I'll be happy to share that information out with the board and the public. And we've been working with a broad group of stakeholders to secure additional support and address any concerns that may be out there about that piece of legislation we've sponsored. Just quickly, yesterday, Senate Bill 27 was heard, which is a bill from the Department of Ed that deals with a lot of different areas around licensure. Changes were made to that bill right up until the hearing, changes that were requested by our district and others, which allowed us ultimately to support that legislation. So you'll see a lot of new language coming in that bill that will leave us in a place of support. And then tomorrow we're expecting Senate Bill 2, which is a bill from the Clark County School District, which addressed several unfunded mandates that they were hoping to see removed from Nevada law. I do expect several amendments to that bill also, which are not ready or have not been published at this point. So we'll withhold judgment until we can see some of that language in writing. But obviously our platform strongly supports the removal of unfunded mandates on our schools. There's a lot of bigger, broader issues coming up. We know the first hearing for the major K-12 budgets is going to be on February 16th. That will be the first hearing since the session started on the K-12 budgets. We know that will include information about the governor's proposed phased implementation of the funding formula, which obviously is a top priority of our district and something we'll be watching very closely. So I think, President Taylor, I'll leave it at that. I usually am pretty good about bill numbers, but I do have my computer. It's not quite ingrained in me yet. If there's something specific you'd like to talk about, I'm happy to address that at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'll leave it open to my colleagues. I know it's early in the session, and so many of us, like I haven't even set up my track the bill thing that I set up yet, so it's pretty early. But if there are comments or questions from our colleagues at this time for Ms. Anderson. Vice President Caudill?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Lindsay. I think the bill is SB 83 on standardized testing. I'm just curious if that has gotten off the ground yet, or if there's any support, or is that dead in arrival?
Senate Bill 83 is a bill sponsored by the Committee on Education, which means that Senator Dennis is taking the lead on it. Ultimately, the language allows the state of Nevada to follow federal guidance around mandatory assessments. So it aligns Nevada state law with any waivers the federal government might give us in the future. I know we're not sure about exactly what the guidance from the federal government is at this point, but this enabling legislation would allow Nevada to take advantage of any federal waiver. It received a hearing in the Senate Education Committee and uncharacteristically was actually voted unanimously out of that committee the same day of the hearing. So it's currently waiting for action on the Senate floor before it will move over to the Assembly for their consideration. So I would say there was a lot of support, certainly from us and others, and I would expect to see it move relatively quickly.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just had a follow-up on the bill that from Clark County School District about the unfunded mandates. Are there any in particular that they're going for, or is it just a widespread, we want you to take a look at all of them?
I'll see if I can list them off by memory, and if I can't, then I may refer to some help. But there are changes to the required testing for kindergartners with the Brigance testing, so changes to that statutory language. removal of the requirement that our staff conduct the BMI screening for height and weight data that's then given to the health department for their use. It modifies the requirements around dates for the tentative budget from April until June. And let's see, there was one more and I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think there's 5 total. And like I said, there are many stakeholders engaged in each of those different issues, and so there's been a lot of negotiation happening with the Clark County School District between now and when the hearing will be, so I expect to see some changes to that, but I think those are the big ones.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thanks, Madam President. I just had a quick question for you, Lindsay. I've heard from many constituents and different teaching groups that they want to help as much as possible. If you had advice for those, like including like where they can find our approved legislative agenda, what would you recommend to those constituents who want to lend a hand to the school district in our lobbying efforts?
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I have a couple of recommendations. One, on the Government Affairs Department website that's currently posted, you can get access to our board-approved legislative platform, which is a guiding document. You'll also be able to see the superintendent's, the INVEST document that also provides some guidance for our supporters. And there are links on that page to the legislative website, which again, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, you can sign up to track a certain number of bills. I think to do it for free, I think you only get 5 or 10, something in that nature. But I would recommend they find the bills that they care about the most and participate in those bills. It's a great system. It will notify someone when there's a hearing scheduled. And then I'm just getting used to the requirements myself for how to participate in a meeting since it's so different this legislative session. But the instructions are pretty self-explanatory, so you can participate, you can register to participate in a hearing, and then it provides a call-in number for you in order to be able to make public comment in support of a piece of legislation. There's also the option to just provide your opinion on a bill in writing that has nothing to do with the hearing, so that's a good way to weigh in. And you can also provide any written feedback to the committee, like at the Board of Trustees, similar at the legislature, anything in writing. So there's a lot of different ways to engage. It's a little technical at first, but we're happy to help anybody walk through that process.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. And thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other input, questions at this point? Well, thank you so much. We know it's a busy time, and we're all learning to do this a little differently, and you as most of us. So if there are things that you need from us, I know as a board, we're certainly willing to help in any way that we can for those things that help our district. We do have public comment on this issue. JJ?
Edgar Cruz.
Mr. Cruz? Oh, here he is. Come on forward, sir. Thank you so much. I'll have you right over here.
How you guys doing? I want to speak on the 505 subject.
Sir, if you wait, we'll have to have that at when that agenda item comes up.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was the next topic.
No, we're going to be on 5.01 right after this.
No problem, I can wait.
Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the confusion. We'll call you up then. Thank you. Okay, I think that's it for Lindsay, thank you so much. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 5.02. Actually, this is about our vaccines. No, 5.01 is about our vaccines. That's what I meant. This is presentation and update on their school district's COVID-19 vaccine distribution plan, their own pods and all of that. Tier 1 and Tier 2 eligible employees. And again, before us, we see our Chief Operations Officer and our Chief Human Resources Officer who have spearheaded this effort for us that we're so excited about because it helps our staff. Thank you. I'm not sure who's taking the lead on this tonight. Ms. Ellison, please.
As long as I don't break the microphones again. All right. Good evening. Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, for the record. Pete and I were betting that this might be the shortest board item in the history of the universe because we are really close to done. To date, 9,822 employees have received invitations to schedule a vaccine. We will work with the health district to have our last pod at the Livestock Event Center on Saturday, this coming Saturday, February 13th. One of the questions that comes up a lot, and I think it's important to kind of answer on the record, is what percentage of our staff have been vaccinated? And while we know from our 2 interest surveys that about 80% of staff were interested in receiving the vaccine, the actual number is protected healthcare information. And so in particular, given the number of employees who went to the health district to receive their vaccine, the health district is not able to provide that information back to us because of HIPAA rules. And so we have a good feel for how many folks went through district-operated pods at our campuses, because obviously we sent out those invites and then checked everyone in as they arrived. But we don't in total have that number, and we never will, given the number of employees that went through the health district. So based on what we saw at our district-operated pods and those interest surveys, we still feel really confident in that 80% number. That was consistent with our experience as well. And Pete's going to talk a little bit about what round 2 looks like, because every vaccine has a second dose for a booster for full immunity. And so, sir.
Thank you, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So going forward, this is the last call, as Emily said, for this coming weekend for our school district employees. Then we're going to be going to the second dose. So we'll be doing our 2 pods again. The first one on Saturday, February 20th at North Valleys High School, along with Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. And then Saturday, February 27th at Reed High School with the Sparks Fire Department. I just want to take this opportunity really quick just to thank our fire department partners. They have been amazing. And there's also one other, I should say, on Friday, February 26th at Station 11 with the Reno Fire Department. Reno, Sparks, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection, they have been absolutely amazing. And I can tell you that every time I hear comments from any of these pods, they're all positive. Everybody's been so professional. The volunteers have been amazing. And a lot of the volunteers are saying, I wish we could do it again. I mean, they really saw the benefit. They saw the life-saving drug that they're giving to these people, and everybody is so thankful. And so I just want to thank all the volunteers, their school district staff, the community, the fire departments. It's really been an amazing team effort, and we could not be more thrilled. And thank you, Washoe County and Washoe County Health District, just for all the assistance. We're glad to be at the end of our first dose and looking forward to dose number 2.
So on a move forward basis, we have a process in place for new hires joining our organization. They'll get information shortly after they attend orientation in order to schedule their vaccine. And so new hires and any employee who maybe changes their mind, or maybe they weren't able to participate before and now they are, will be able to access a vaccine through the health district. They'll contact Human Resources to get the link. We'll send the link to new hires automatically, and then the individual will work through the scheduling system with the health department in order to access that vaccine. And with that, we'll open for questions.
Thank you very much. Just before I certainly turn it over, I just want to thank you. I mean, the more I see and get a chance to speak to some team members in our district that are excited about it and very grateful for it, I just can't thank you enough for the work, the great work that you've done in making this happen and expediting it and making sure people are protected for those that want to get that vaccine. So thank you. I thought you were reaching Trustee Caldwell and then Trustee Thigpen, Vice President Caldwell, then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank you both for your efforts. I spent some time at Reed a few Saturdays ago, and it was impressive on the work that was done to get people in and out very fast. It was a great friendly environment because there were some nerves around getting the vaccine. So I really appreciate your efforts, all the volunteers. If a staff member doesn't get vaccinated through our pods and they go through the health district, do they still maintain their Tier 2 status, or do they fall back into Tier 4?
So they still maintain their Tier 2 status, but if you think about each tier, as the criteria widens, then there's that many more people going through that system to schedule. So they're definitely still part of the Tier 2 designation as K-12 educators, but versus the opportunity that we've had with our pods to schedule relatively quickly and have very condensed time frame in which that occurs, they would just be going through the larger scheduling system that whoever was eligible at that time was scheduling through.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Trustee Thigpen?
Yes, thank you for the update. And I had the opportunity to visit Reed as well with Vice President Cottle, and then went last Saturday with Superintendent McNeil. We had a great time, and I want to give a shout out to the Nevada National Guard for everything they did to help. And it's very, very smooth. And I've heard nothing but great things from our staff and how appreciative they were that some of them got through in 17 minutes versus an hour, 2 hours. So I think things went very smoothly, and I'd like to thank all the staff members who did not run me or Superintendent McNeil over as we were moving cones.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. So dose number 2, we've started those rounds?
Yeah, actually, we had healthcare providers and sworn law enforcement officers that were eligible in Tier 1. And so we had folks that started to receive vaccines back in December, and those folks have received their second dose at this point.
So I get,
pull your mic down, if you would. Pull your mic down. Yes,
sorry,
please.
more clarification. So the next 3 Februaries, 20, 27, and 26, are those all first round doses? No, the second. Thank you.
Yeah, those are all follow-up clinics from the first round clinics that we did before.
All set, Dr. Nicolette? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Looks like we're good. Dr. McNeil?
Well, I just say it all the time, but I can't thank Emily and Pete enough and their entire team. I mean, Emily's entire office has now changed over to a vaccination station. But, the Nevada National Guard, our fire departments, our school police who help us out, our nurses who volunteer on those Saturdays, our nurses volunteer their time. And many of the people in this room volunteer their time for the right reasons for our employees. So just thank you again to your leadership in this. And there were a lot of times where we weren't sure if this was going to happen, but, we are tenacious and we go out there and we get things done. So thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciate your work. Thank you so much, and please thank your teams for us. Okay, now we're going to go to agenda item 5.02. This is discussion, update, and possible action to provide direction on the draft action plan developed in support of the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011. This was a resolution stating discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated, and resolving to create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education, as adopted on October 27th, 2020. And I see a huge cast of characters before us, and as they get prepared, I will just share for the members of the public that the previous board voted, as stated in the agenda item, to adopt the anti-racism resolution as recommended by our superintendent. And a part of that, the board asked if there would be associated action steps, which I think were already being planned, but just made it clear that the associated action steps were really just as important to us as a board as the resolution in and of itself, and asked that the team come back, go out, get input, and then come back to us with the plan. And this is part 2 of that plan. And if I remember correctly, I think I saw her earlier, our director of our equity and diversity and equity department is on. Yeah, I saw her earlier, so I know Tiffany Young is joining us as well. And so I will turn this over. Dr. Lamarca, are you the lead on this, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As you just noted, I think, but I was distracted, we have quite a team that will be providing this presentation. Tiffany Young should be with us on Zoom. I'm hoping that she is.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Tiffany. Tony Montgomery, who works in our Equity and Diversity Department, is here. Ms. Fox, Kendra Fox, you know Kendra, she'll be part of our presentation. Mr. Rombardo, Dr. Parks, and I believe Dina Charamella is here in case we have questions.
She's in the back waving her hand, so she's
Hi,
there.
Dina. We're going to jump right into it, and I think Tiffany's going to take our first substantive slide.
Yes, so thank you again, and for the record, I am Tiffany Young, the Director of Equity and Diversity. So thank you to the board for allowing me to be here via Zoom. I, like President Taylor, are recovering from knee surgery. So as you'll see, slide 2 talks about really the board action that had taken place on the 27th of October. And at that time, the board was presented with the resolution, being the anti-racism resolution. That draft was presented and approved, and we had conversation about what next steps would take place. So as you move through the next couple of slides, what you'll see is not only the conversation that elicited the beginning of the presentation of that resolution, but also the approval. We'll talk about today several key points around this particular anti-racism resolution draft. So you can go ahead and move to the next 2 slides. The key points that we'll focus on for today will be around the reviewing of relevant data with the Board of Trustees being a foundational part that our Equity and Diversity Task Force pushes for, hopes for, and is seeking. Also, the intentionality around building capacity for staff, because we by no means want to present information, but not have the skills necessary for our staff to be successful to do this work. And then the last key point that we'll cover in this presentation will be really around instructional and curricular changes that are needed and additions that we're seeking. I'll turn it over to Paul.
Thank you, Tiffany. This will be very quick, and you know this, but we're going to go ahead and say it. The disparities that we're really trying to address, that you're trying to address through this resolution and we're trying to address through this action plan, are longstanding. And it requires a systems approach to remedy it. There are no silver bullets. There are no quick fixes. This is going to take a lot of effort. For a systems approach, this requires institutional support, administrative support, support from every member of our educational community. It will involve the reviewing of policy, procedure, regulation, practice, and so we thank you in advance for all the work that you will be helping us with. We wanted to walk you through a little bit of where we have been and where we are going. So while we very much appreciated the adoption of the resolution in October of 2020, the district has been on this journey for some period of time, perhaps always, but in terms of my history with the district, it really kind of got kicked off in 2010. With Envision 2015. Within that strategic plan, there was a lot of emphasis placed on equity and diversity and inclusionary practices. Soon after the strategic plan of 2010, we had what we called the Diversity Education Leadership Team. It was kind of this very loose body that was addressing equity issues. And while that was very important and worthwhile, it was felt by administration that we needed a dedicated office of equity and diversity, and that was created. Ms. Young was selected as the leader of that office. Sometime after that, through her leadership, we created the Equity and Diversity Task Force. Takes us roughly to about 2015 when we extended Envision 2015 to 2020. You can probably remember the moniker 90 by 20, which was kind of the calling card of that extension. During that time frame, we also passed a very key policy, our equity and diversity policy. It was a big piece of that work. The extension of Envision 2015 had a very ambitious capacity building plan around equity and diversity, where we set out to train all employees in all schools over a period of time. A couple of years later, we began the creation through the leadership of Debbie Beiersdorf, our deputy superintendent, many lessons, grade level lessons, and all of our core content areas in our Teams platform. And you will see kind of weaved throughout that content equity and diversity lessons, as well as social emotional learning lessons. Ms. Beiersdorf and Dr. McNeil also were instrumental in the creation of our Equitable Access Task Force, which was kind of an arm to the Equity and Diversity Task Force, as sort of more practical. Very definitely has had a focus on secondary education, high schools in particular. This is a very practical body that has worked on things such as applications to some of our schools, which may have had barriers to access, prerequisite coursework that may have created barriers to being able to take, for example, an AP course, fees that might have been associated with courses that were just out of balance and created barriers for certain students. That group at this point is now taking on a big issue, and that is grading consistency across the school district. More recently, and in your tenure or most of your tenures, we had the bridge document to the strategic plan. We're just kind of re-upped the bridge. In October, as I noted, you adopted the anti-racism resolution. Part of the implementation of this action plan is the continuation of some things that are already in place. So we are actually doing the work as we speak, but we do need your support and direction. And kind of off in the future, and Ms. Fox will talk about that in some detail, we will be getting to those pieces around curriculum, audit, and alignment of standards. I think I am now turning it over to Kendra.
Thanks, Paul. Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, members of the board, I'm Kendra Fox, Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction. And as you know, the state often drives our efforts, and so some key things have happened in the legislature in the recent years. So SB 107 in the 2017 legislative session allowed for bullets 1 and 3 on that slide. They allowed for multicultural standards to be developed within the social studies standards, and also the development of an ethnic studies course. Originally, the bill said that the ethnic studies course was a requirement, and then by the time the bill was signed, it turned into a may offer. And so we're still kind of working through that, what may offer may be, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. Additionally, SB 41 of the 2019 legislative session required that all teachers licensed after 2019 receive or enroll in multicultural coursework as part of their licensure. It also specified that teachers who renewed their license between 2015 and 2019 also take a course in multicultural education. So, and then to just kind of next in line, the new standards were adopted by the State Board of Education for Social Studies in 2018, and I'll talk more about those later in the presentation.
So again, what we were trying to accomplish with some of these initial slides is just to situate what we're doing right now in a historical context. This slide and two others that you'll see really tie back to the actual draft action plan, which was also an attachment to your materials. So these are simply bullets regarding some of the governance action plan items that you will also see in the action plan. We wanted you to have that kind of tether so you're not trying to search for things as we go. So here we're talking about aligning the action plan with the approved district strategic plan. We do want to talk about reviewing relevant data on a cyclical basis, really with a focus on disproportionality, the cycle within which you would look at that information, which we look at that information, and that also might guide some of the decisions you would make over time. And then, of course, the ongoing review of policies and practices that could be barriers. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Young.
Thank you, Paul, Dr. LaMarca. As Dr. LaMarca mentioned, when we talk about the governance processes in the strategic plan and the monitoring of policies, if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is the detailed expectations around the objectives that we have within our strategic plan. So even looking at objective 1, 2, and 5 in particular, where we talk about pieces around closing the achievement gaps, where we look at attracting, recruiting, hiring, and retaining highly effective staff, Also about intentionally providing and continuously improving a climate of belonging and self-worth. And so even as we look at these three pieces of this strategic plan, and we have climate data and we have resources and information, we've done some intentional work about focusing on how we create equity throughout. The next slide, what you'll see is a continuance of this conversation around governance. So the key current district policy 9210 is the policy that Dr. Lamarca mentioned that we brought about when we launched and relaunched the Equity and Diversity Department. It was first adopted in March of 2015, but then we revised it in March of 2019. As we look at the data related to the objectives that I just spoke about earlier, and you connect that to the concept of what we're pushing forward for our action plan, we want to be intentional that we consider that our Board of Trustees review every 6 months on a quarterly basis what is happening through our objectives and our strategic plan. And then the last piece is the data related to the objectives 1 and 5. We're asking that there is regular review of this work by our school administrators. We don't want to be in a space of doing things to schools and to students, but it needs to be a partnership. So as we lead this task, as we lead this charge, we want to ask you to consider quarterly reviews with expectations that our schools are in mind to review information with all teaching staff and a similar regularity. The next slide that you'll see is our slide on capacity building. So when we talk about this work that's happening across Washoe County School District, we cannot have the conversation without ensuring that we have an intentional focus on capacity building. We want to ensure that we have not only the skill, but the will and ability for our staff to be successful in the district. Our goal through the capacity building is an opportunity for us to articulate our expectations as we look at things around our brave space, as we look at conversations about continuing mandatory equity, diversity, and inclusion training. We know that there's debate around whether training should be mandatory or not, but we know that we're in very public and present times, and we want to provide the tools necessary to meet the needs and respond to the student voices that have been shared by our students in this district. The last part of the action plan and the capacity building focus is really to engage in some opportunity for cross-office and cross-department efforts to coordinate capacity building across our district. Tony Montgomery will share a little bit more about that later, but this is some of the area key focuses that we want you to look at as we talk about the action plan. I'll now turn it over to Neil Rombardo, who will talk about the next slide around capacity building.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Board, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. Today is the first day that you probably formally heard, at least in public, about Brave Space, and we're excited to introduce this. It came apparent to us at the Office of the General Counsel that when we analyzed some of the things surrounding Board Policy 1310 and the events of last year, that really our community, our students needed a brave space. And thanks to the help of Tiffany and her team and Catherine Loudon and her team and Dr. Lamarca, we've come up with this. And it's in its infancy. This is somewhat of a skeleton idea, but we're very excited about bringing this to you today. The purpose of Brave Space is supporting students who may need a little extra support and building the capacity of staff to meet those needs. And when we say building the capacity of staff to meet those needs, they're going to attend specific trainings in order to become a support person in the Brave Space. And we think that's really important for us. So it's an opportunity to welcome and celebrate the differences of all of our students by creating locations at schools in which students are welcome and encouraged to share what's going on in their lives and to find the support that they need. We're going to specifically train staff members who will provide supports to those who are traditionally marginalized students, but all students, on a variety of issues, including suicide, bullying, discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, and other indicators that may be out there, as well as those who are being harassed. And we will also have visual cues located in our teachers' classrooms or our staff members' offices, which will indicate this is a brave space for you to go. And so the message really in Brave Space is all are welcome, and it's an opportunity to celebrate all of our students. And I'm sorry, I don't know who I'm turning it over to, Paul.
Thanks, Neil. We're going to turn it over to Tony Montgomery, I think.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, trustee members. So as we're talking about this, we're going to look at some of the things that we're currently doing within the district around capacity building. The first one is Equity 101. It's a 16-hour course that covers the basic tenets of equity and cultural competency. It's something that's offered several times throughout the year, so that way our staff isn't feeling like they only get one chance to be able to take it. So it's offered multiple times, and you also earn credit for it towards license renewal. The second one is the alternative route to licensure. And this is an 8-hour boot camp that covers the basic tenets, just like Equity 101 of equity and cultural competency. And this is offered twice a year to our alternative route to licensure cohorts. So we have one in the fall and also one in the springtime. We also look at providing annual supports for area superintendents at our LTLs. And the way this works and what this looks like is Tiffany Young, who provides area superintendents, supports around language and align key pieces of equity and inclusion work with our district SMART goals and our professional learning communities. We as specialists are assigned to area superintendents during the LTLs, and what we do is co-facilitate discussion around the work in which her and Tiffany and the other superintendents have talked about prior to. We look at, we're currently doing book studies right now, and we're actually in the middle of 2 different book studies. The first book study is a cross-department book study that we're doing with our social-emotional learning department, and that's around the Leader's Guide to Unconscious Bias. So as we take steps around these conversations around acknowledging unconscious bias, we want to make sure that we're actually doing the work around that also. The next one we're doing, and we're leading this book study, and this is a cross-department book study with our family school partnership. This is, participants earn half a credit for participating in this one. And again, this is a bias book also. So right now we're really aligned in the work of addressing implicit and unconscious bias. We've also done some external cross-department book studies with the equity and social-emotional learning team out of Minneapolis public schools. So not only are we doing work within this around equity and cultural competency with our own school district, we're also extending ourselves to have these conversations with districts around the country. And lastly, we look at cross-training for departments upon request. So we collaborate and provide professional learning to ensure that the work of equity is aligned with the departments as well as the district around equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as identifying that common language. So one of the things that we try to focus on is as we are having this conversation, that we're aligning the work, but we're also showing the common language that is being used and recognized within the district. And I think I am turning it back over to Paul. Oh, Kendra.
Thank you. Really quick before you start, the thing I want to add to that, thank you, Tony Montgomery, for sharing that information, is the point is that there is continuous professional learning happening from the Equity and Diversity Department. So it is not a one-off. We are continually providing capacity building on an ongoing basis.
Okay, I'm back. This slide talks really about the action items from the action plan that are related to curriculum. I'll talk more about bullet number 3 later on, but I just wanted to point out a couple things about bullet 2. So as you know, I was here, I think the last meeting or the meeting before, asking about you to approve the science adoption. Some things we did recently in the science adoption to address this bullet was we had increased stakeholder input, we had student voice. We've always had student voice at the grade level, but this time we had students actually on the committee to offer voice. We've always bought for all schools, so all students have access to the materials we purchase. We don't say this school gets it and this school doesn't. So those are some things that are really apparent in our adoption process, and we will continue to review that to make sure we are doing the best process for our students. In terms of a curriculum audit, so the first thing I want to point out is that our our current social studies curriculum, those scope and sequences are available on our district website under the curriculum instruction department. They have alignment to showing the alignment to standards, but it also shows the lessons that are recommended to be taught. So it's very transparent in terms of anyone can look at it, see where they are in the curriculum, and see how it addresses which standards are addressed. One of the things that's important to also know about our social studies curriculum is much of it is homegrown. So at least about 15 years ago, we received a Teach American History grant, and that grant provided us the ability to train and work with social studies teachers on a long-term effort. And so with that grant, we started building resources and lessons, and this was a kind of a regional effort. So teachers in Douglas and Carson participated and created lessons that we now need to revise and look at, but they're lessons available to our teachers to use. We also use, quite often, we use something called the DBQ project, which stands for document-based questions. And really, the important thing about that program is it's all based on primary and secondary resources. So they're looking at the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and pictures from actual events. So it's not someone's perception of how it happened, it's actually the document that occurred at that time. So that's a really great resource to show that our social studies curriculum is definitely grounded in sources. Because we've homegrown this curriculum and are kind of pulling from different places, we do realize that there probably are gaps with the new standards in 2018. So we will participate in an audit, and I'll talk a little bit about how we'll do that in a little bit, but we'll look through all our lessons and make sure they're aligned to our standards and make sure that they're teaching the students the most up-to-date and accurate information. At the state level right now, there is a multicultural task force. Currently, we only have one member from Washoe on that task force, but we just received notice from the state that we can add 2 additional staff. Tiffany is going to participate, and someone from our equity task force will also participate. This is a statewide effort to really look at the multicultural standards for social studies. They'll create rubrics to help us evaluate resources that are out there. They'll create lessons and resources for our teachers to utilize, and they'll also really examine the Nevada academic content standards to make sure they are the most accurate and how we implement them in our district. So using those resources that are created by the NDE, we plan to then use that rubric to funnel through our resources and to see how they align and to see where they're at, to see where there might be gaps and holes. And just recently, Sarah Brown, who is the social studies facilitator for our district, she went through all of the lessons K through 12 and looked for alignment for that new multicultural strand that was recently added to the social studies standards. We haven't really got a chance to look in and dig in to see where there's holes or gaps, but because that was just finished, I think, last week. But that's something we plan to start working on. The little chart there that is probably really hard to see on your slide is a picture from the social studies standards. There are 6 domains. They call them content themes. And you'll see the yellow one is the multicultural standards. The really great thing about the social studies standards is they're similar K through 12. So that multicultural content theme really builds all the way up from K through 12. So an example, under respectful engagement with diverse people, at the kindergarten level, you share stories that illustrate honesty, courage, friendship, respect, and responsibility. And then that builds and grows all the way up to like high school, where they're investigating ways that citizens can use civic actions to create communities of respect, equity, diversity at the local, state, and national level. So you can see how that builds all the way from kindergarten to the high school level. So here's some things that we are currently doing in curriculum instruction that either align directly to this action plan or tangentially align in various ways. So the first bullet is that the K-5 ELA benchmark curriculum, the benchmark curriculum did put out some lessons to that are focused on social justice. And I know Trustee Caldwell, you had some questions about that, so hold on, my watch is buzzing on me. There we go. And so what Benchmark is proposing is that they'll add lessons or items to 3 units. So in Unit 1, and Benchmark does the same thing kind of that our social studies curriculum. All the units are the same focus, K through 5. And so Unit 1 is about community, rules, and government. And so they'll add some things to those, and I'll talk more about specifically what is added. Unit 4 is about perspective and people's stories. And Unit 6 is about obstacles, challenges, survival, and mistakes. So K through 12, those are all like the general unit topics for each grade level. And so then each of these units, Benchmark will or is planning on adding a social justice guiding question, weekly discussion topics, suggested trade books, and then a culminating activity. We haven't received access to these lessons yet because they're still in development. They've just given us this bit of information on what they're doing. So that will be coming soon, and we will review those with the Equity and Diversity Department carefully to see if they align with what we believe in Washoe, and then we'll roll them out as needed. In collaboration with the Indian Education Specialist, Fawn Hunter, we created a tips on teaching Native American topics in the fall. There's typically some complaints or things that show up around teaching Native American topics, such as students creating a headdress with feathers and things like that, and that typically causes a little bit of problems in the Native community. So we've created a guide, sort of a guidebook on how to, on what you can do and what you really shouldn't do for that. Just recently, we're getting ready to purchase library books for each of our schools, about 20 to 25 books. These include the most recent award winners, the Newbery Award winners, the Coretta Scott King Award winners. Different families have award winners out there. And so we've looked at those, and the goal of this money to be spent is to increase the library's students' access in the library to diverse authors. It's not only diverse in terms of race, but also increasing books around disability. And I was looking at some of the books today. There's a book about a student who stutters. There's a book about a student who's deaf. So all of those kinds of things we're also adding on. We've added some books around Latino culture and Native American culture and African American culture. And so all of those books will be provided to our school libraries. We're also working with the students, Washoe County Students for Change group, to increase the number of diverse authors on our 612 supplemental novel list. So we have a approved supplemental novel list that the teachers, and I said that too fast, novel list, that the teachers can choose from when they're teaching a novel in English language arts. And those have been reviewed by various people in the districts over the years. The list is very long, and it's not very diverse. And so we're working to add some more contemporary and diverse authors to that list. And so also so that students might enjoy the reading a little bit more. There's also, as I talked about earlier, a proposed ethnic studies course. Several years ago, Reno High School offered they called it Studies in Ethnicity course. They're not offering it anymore, as far as I know, but then Reed High School is also asked to revitalize the course, and they're preparing a scope and sequence right now for us to be approved also by curriculum instruction and the Equity and Diversity Department. This will be an elective course for students to take. The Social Studies Conference is one of the longest running local conferences we've had. This year, it has a focus on financial literacy, partly because we have a grant to help us pay for the speakers. We'll have 3 speakers, and actually the one I'm most excited about is a longtime friend of mine from UNR. His name is Merton Runningwolf. He works in the journalism department at UNR, and we're working with him to finalize his contract right now. We have 2 other speakers that are nationally known speakers, Maria Hinojosa and Van Newkirk. Lastly, and I kind of already talked about this, the social studies professional development that's been going on for 15 years. There's a group, we call them the Vanguard Group. They've worked together for this entire 15 years. Many of them are the same teachers that have participated in professional development ongoing this whole time. There are new teachers that have added on, and some teachers have retired, but really the group has stayed very consistent over the years. They've really dug into the standards, and they've done book studies, and they've worked with historians from both TMCC and UNR over the years to increase their knowledge. And so they become more knowledgeable about historical events and teaching. The real focus on social studies really is about using credible resources and multiple perspectives. We never ask teachers to just use one perspective or one resource. We like them to use multiple resources to really have the students engage in their own development of their historical thinking. I think that is all I have on that slide. Sorry about that.
Should we, I'm going to.
You have some questions?
Yeah, just as along the way, I want to encourage my colleagues, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I'm very excited about this whole presentation. A lot of good foundation being laid, a lot of good work is going into it, and so I really want to applaud the district for rolling up your sleeves and jumping into this and putting some action steps behind the resolution that was approved. I just want a little point of clarity. You talked about collaborating with the Indian education specialists, right, and talked about some of those challenges. And so my question is on the other pieces, is there also collaboration with equity and diversity, whether it's the novel list, whether it's any of the other things that we talked about, purchasing more books? You mentioned certainly the student group, but is there some collaboration with, because, you know, of course, those are folks that work in it, and thinking about the Indian education specialists made me think about, we want to have the experts in all of these areas, right, as you look at those. Is that part of it? It just wasn't part of the conversation?
Yeah, it's definitely been part of it. I just didn't mention it. So with the
Okay.
library book purchase, we reached out to both Tiffany Young and Catherine Loudon for input on the list. We sent them kind of the idea of the list and said, could you review this? One of the pieces of feedback we got from Tiffany specifically was that there wasn't enough Latino topics or books on the list, and so we added some more as a result. In addition, the diverse authors on the supplemental novel list, I ran the students' suggestions by the Equity and Diversity Department before I sent them on to be reviewed. We're just getting ready to start the review now to see if they can be added, but
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I just wanted to, because it wasn't mentioned, I'm like, we want to continue that, because this is quite a collaborative presentation, and it seems like there's a lot of good work being done together, and I want to make sure that we continue that across the board, right? Because I mean, this is a heavy lift. And I'm really proud of our district for taking on the challenge, because it is certainly a challenge, and it really is a heavy lift, and there's some great resources being provided, I think, for our educators to help them. Hey, there's no people on the list. We need more books in the library, and those things. Just want to make sure that we continue that department that has done such a great job, frankly, you know, in this for our district, that they continue to be a part of those conversations and that collaboration.
absolutely, because myself and anyone in my department, none of us are experts on this, so we rely heavily on learning from Tiffany and her department.
Awesome. I think that's fantastic. Thank you. Vice President Caldwell, see question two.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to wait till the end, but you opened the door. Kendra, thank you for clarifying. That was really helpful for me. I know I talked to the superintendent about this a few times. And it's helpful for me to know that the lessons aren't necessarily available yet, and what we would like to do, we just don't have them. So I appreciate that clarification. What I would like to propose is that when the lessons are available, that they come back so that we could take a look at them, not just for us, but to the community. Because one thing that I've learned in the 2 years on the board is elementary parents and families are very involved. And so I want to make sure that it's a very open and transparent process so that elementary parents can see these lessons and see what is going to go into them for their elementary age students. So I just would like to make that request, and thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank the staff for all of the work they put into this. I was reading it over the weekend, and it was like, my goodness, the work that this has taken, and I just commend you all. I'm in full support of this action. I agree with Vice President Cottle that curriculum will hopefully come back to us for approval and review, and the community. I see this as a long-term commitment to combating racism in both our schools and communities we serve. Our motto is every child by name and face to graduation for a reason. This action plan helps solidify that promise to our students and community that all are welcome no matter their race, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, zip code, income level, or background. We know that when students have barriers removed, that they will do better in school. For too long, Black and brown students have been subjected to racism, both overt, subtle, and institutional in this country. When you feel like the world is against you based on something that you can't change about yourself, such as the color of your skin, it's no wonder that some of these kids give up on their education when they're being bullied or treated as second-class citizens for so long in this country. Not only that, but across America, we're seeing Black people being killed in the streets, Latinx people being categorized as illegal, and Asian people getting harassed, attacked, and blamed for the pandemic that we are in right now. Our students are watching this, and some are also experiencing this firsthand. It is up to us to set the tone in our schools so that they feel welcome and accepted for who they are, and we must not settle for less than that. I grew up in the rural South, and I saw racism up close. My best friend since 6th grade was of mixed race, and kids at school would ask me, why would I hang out with him? Wasn't I worried what people would think? I had family that would tell me, it's a shame he's of mixed race because neither the Black nor white community will ever accept him. Some didn't want me to even go to his house for sleepovers. I was in 2nd grade. It was horrible. I remember ELL students being bullied on the school bus rides and being told to go back to Mexico because their English wasn't so good yet. Those kids were bullied every day, just like me, for being different. And I saw as a result, they started fighting back and defending themselves. But instead of school administration doing something to stop the bullying, they instead punished the Mexican kids for causing trouble. It's worth noting that I'm only 30 years old, so these experiences I'm sharing are not that long ago and still occur to this day all over the country and likely even in Washoe County. I implore my colleagues to support this action and let us move forward and not backward. We have a duty to both protect and uplift every student no matter what, and it's a duty I take very seriously. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. The powerful personal statements, and I think one of the key things is that we want all students to feel like they're welcome here, and that's a big part of what you're saying. That I didn't want to open up to everybody, but I had to ask that curriculum question right there because it was right there on my mind. So please go ahead and continue. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the comments, and of course we'll take as many questions as you may have. We are going to move to the next slide, and I believe Tony and Tiffany are going to kind of tag team on this slide.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lamarca. So the last slide that we have is just to share some conversation around curriculum and instruction and some conversation around the current and planned practices. So we are intentionally working closely with our social emotional learning department, and in those efforts are really about building some common language. Our social emotional learning department has participated with a lot of national pieces through CASEL, and we also are part of the social emotional learning and equity work group. So for several years now, we have been engaged in dialogue, not just collectively internally in Washoe County School District, but across the country with other social emotional learning and equity and diversity departments and other school districts. In those efforts, this intentional work around equity and inclusion lessons have been embedded directly within the Sanford Harmony elementary age SEL curriculum. And I'd just like to add to Trustee Cottle's comment about our elementary families being engaged. I think all of our families have high levels of engagement. It just looks a little different. And some of our little babies, there's thicker engagement. And then as our families get older, the engagement changes a bit. But the last bullet under there is really talking about equity lessons and that they are being broadly covered in our secondary SEL curriculum. And so our social emotional learning department and equity and diversity department have done a better job over the last, I would say, year or two of intentionally focusing on language, looking at curriculum, looking at opportunities for collaboration, and finding out where we may have gaps. And so in those efforts, we've also launched into the pieces of work that we've done around the civil rights and me piece. And Tony will talk to you about what those efforts have been.
Yes, thank you, Tiffany. So when we're talking about the Civil Rights and Me lesson, this is led by our Civil Rights Department and Gina Sessions, as well as a cross-department effort that we use to develop a civil rights curriculum. And this curriculum is based on understanding and addressing different forms of harassment and bullying. When we did this, we first implemented this for the middle school levels in 2019, 2020. And once we did it, in that conversation that you all were having about making sure that the curriculum is fitting, we looked at our high school levels and we went back and we rewrote. So we kind of changed the language a little bit so that way it was specific for our ninth graders. And this is what, and we're going to implement that this upcoming school year, as well as look at expanding it to additional grade levels in the subsequent years. So just making sure that when we're having this conversation around civil rights and me and addressing that harassment and bullying, that we're being able to have that conversation not only for our students, but for our teachers to be engaged in that conversation and be willing. So this looks at different curriculum pieces, different activities that they can do as far as, and this is throughout the school year.
So I believe our next steps are for Troy Parks or you, Dr. Lamarca.
I drew the short straw, so I'll do the next steps. Troy gets a night off, except for he may have to answer some questions. We don't know yet. So in terms of the next steps, really, as you know, the action plan came to you as a draft document. In some ways, it'll always be a draft. Really, it should just say dynamic. This thing is going to need to change as we make progress, as we do some things that don't work and we have to make adjustments. Really, though, a very important step is to review it again with our Equity Diversity Task Force. We also need to put some specific measurements to some of the action steps so that we can monitor how we're doing. We will continue with the capacity building efforts that have been laid out by Mr. Montgomery and Tiffany, as well as Mr. Rombardo. Some of the curriculum work that Kendra Fox has talked about, that will be ongoing. We are very anxious about the curriculum audit. We do have to wait for the State Department of Education to do some of its work. We rely on them, and they're a partner, and they're helping pave the way, and it bodes well for us to be a bit patient with that. So with that, we'll open it up to any additional questions you may have. And again, Mr. Parks is here, or Dr. Parks is here, Ms. Charamello is here, and we're all here for questions if you have them.
And Dr. Lamarca, if I can add before we start to questions, I know you've heard a couple of mentions of our Equity and Diversity Task Force, but I do want to send a huge amount of kudos and thank you to our task force, because it is a collective body that is honest and upfront and intentional about conversation, and they are always providing guidance and feedback. So I just want to give them a special thank you to our Equity and Diversity Task Force.
Thank you very much to all of our staff. Again, I know this is a big lift. It's a heavy lift, but it's also an important lift for our district to take on. I see you, Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. I've got about the same length of comments as Trustee Thigpen made. The story is told of a middle school student named Amy. She had a get-together with a number of her friends. Afterwards, the father commented on the wonderful diversity of the group of her friends. The daughter looked at him as only a middle-aged daughter can do, and I've been there, and said, "Dad, what are you talking about?" And the dad said, "Well, the diversity." And he pointed out some of the people that were at the get-together. And she still looked at him and said, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Now, I kind of have to ask, was Dad being a racist? A constituent suggested to me that when we ID people, when we identify people by skin color or any other factor, we perhaps have become the racists. Like Amy, perhaps we need to see beyond that. That anyone would look at a person and prejudge them in any way, including saying they're marginalized, based on any physical appearance, is repulsive to me. The Civil Rights Act and state law identify protected classes, quote, race, religious, creed, color, age, sex, disability, sexual orientation, national origin, ancestry, gender identity, or expression. Now, I'm mixed Latino, but over 50% of my DNA is Jewish. I didn't find the word Jewish anywhere in the presentation. Jewish, by declaration, is a protected race. A definition is, quote, Jews or Jewish people are an ethno-religious group and a nation. Jewish ethnicity, nationhood, and religion are strongly interrelated. 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, perhaps some of them my relatives. Daily in the USA and worldwide, Jews are attacked in places of religious worship, and they're vandalized and worse. I'm offended that the Jewish race is being ignored. Further, there's about 547 Native tribes in the U.S. How are we going to teach Native American culture when there's so many different tribes, all different? The next concern I have is if parents and staff, remember staff too, can refuse this training. Can they opt out? The answer I get is no. The NRS you quoted says may offer, not require. Come back to me when you have something that's 100% optional, not required. What are we going to do when a staff member or a parent or a student refuses to attend the training? Are we going to kick them out of school? Are we going to terminate the employee? We have to think this through before we act. You mentioned that the participating multicultural task force led by NDE, quote, the work of this group should be completed next year. I say let's wait. Let's not put the cart before the horse. My father, Lieutenant Colonel Sheldon Church, a World War II vet, part of the greatest generation, never, ever would have tolerated any racist comments in our household. But we grew up Army Green, Air Force Blue. Yet I see it as an insult to him and his generation that we perceive them as racist. Also importantly, this takes away from the 3 R's. It takes away time. We're already last in the nation, and now we're going to take away more time to teach this as opposed to the essentials that we need to make students college ready or career ready. And then I also have trouble with the quote from the handout, continue our commitment to hiring more teachers and administrators of color. I support diversity 100%. I teach diversity nationwide. But what I'm hearing here is that we're going to discriminate against others on the basis of that they're not part of that class. And that would seem to be a violation of their civil rights. We already have policies on bullying, equality, and we have a resolution that was recently passed. I just believe that teaching these disputed concepts as a requirement are not appropriate nor affordable. And I want to close with a comment that was given to us by staff on where we're going to get the money. As with most of the central services departments that have been reduced over the years, staffing will continue to be a concern and will be something the board will need to engage with. We're broke. So who are we going to cut to fund this? So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church. And before I ask staff to reply, I would be remiss if I didn't begin with this. Honestly, I'm going to say part of the comments that you said this is one trustee talking, are the absolute reason why we have to do what we're doing. The thing that I would say is, as an African-American female, to deny the African-American part of me or the female part of me is to deny a part of me. So it isn't to bring something to attention of someone. People know when I show up. that I'm an African American female. So it isn't putting me on the margins because we say she's an African American female. That's a part of who I am. A part of responding to the challenge. The part of responding to the challenges, well-known, well-documented, and well-researched that people have when they are not a part of the majority. It doesn't mean that it's one versus the other. There was nothing in the presentation that was presented that said exclude anybody. That's an old way of looking at it. When you say inclusion, when you say all, when you say everyone, it absolutely means everyone. And so to take a look and say, well, this group is left out, there's nothing a part of it that says that whatsoever. Research also shows this. When a person, staff member, student, or family member knows that they can show up and be accepted and welcome for all of who they are, they show up better. They learn better. They work better. They do better. So this absolutely is an important part of our mission as a school district, is to create an environment, just like the resolution says, where everybody can show up and do their best work. And part of the challenge is when you're not from an underrepresented, an underserved, an underachieving, or a marginalized group, you don't see the impact of being in an underrepresented, an underserved, or a marginalized group. So what you may hear as we're leaving somebody out is not what's said in writing, it's not what has been said in presentation. And the reason this is so much of a conversation across the country is because more and more and more this has been brought to the forefront. And so certainly, at some point as a board, we're going to take a vote. And certainly, Trustee Church, you have to vote the way that you think is appropriate to vote. But what I would challenge you to do is to look beyond what your perception of it may be, because that's not your lived experience. And if you had a conversation with someone with a lived experience and saw the research, you might be able to look at this differently. But to deny a part of me is to deny me. And that's something I cannot be supportive of in the Washoe County School District.
Hello,
yes,
President
I'm going to go to staff for a response. So Tiffany, we'll start with you, Ms. Young.
For the record again, Tiffany Young, Director of Equity and Diversity. And one of the powerful opportunities that we have here in Washoe County School District is what is happening right now. If we are not at the forefront of having these conversations and being intentional about what we experience, then we cannot grow. And I support President Taylor's comment. And I would also add, Trustee Church, while I have not had the opportunity to meet you, I too have a father who was in World War II, who was a veteran. And I can tell you that it was a very different experience that he shared. And what I love about what you said is, while your father's experience was his experience, my father's experience was his as well. And so in this work and opportunity, there was no intention to leave out anyone. And the conversation that we had around capacity building actually lacked what we needed to say. And what we need to say is that we have a misuse of language. And so the word diversity is not relegated to a shade of brown. When we have two people in a room, it's diverse. And so we have to be intentional to add in conversations about our Black, Indigenous, people of color, our people of different languages, religions, varying levels of abilities and skills. But we don't have enough time to put all that on a slide. But I need you to know and hear that there was no intention to leave anyone out. So when we speak about inclusion, it is more than just saying my door is open, but it is also about saying that you can bring all of who you are into this space. This work is long, it is deep, it is wide, and it will take a great deal of time. If we wait, my question would be, is what are we waiting for? Because if we get to next year and we are dissatisfied with what the state says, will we continue to wait again? As my charge to lead this work around equity, it is not easy. And we are not here to say anyone is better or less than, but if we're going to be a whole system that is about whole children and whole staff, we need to talk about all of who everyone is. And so that's the hope and goal of this action plan. And your other statement about what's mandatory and what's not. We did not have an option about what's being mandatorily provided now. So if we can't opt out of curriculum that's in place presently, and we have opportunity to expand and enhance curriculum that we have, I suggest that we take the steps to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I'm looking at Dr. LaMarca, and I know there are other comments from the table, but I want to give staff an opportunity to respond.
I
Dr.
would like
LaMarca.
to address Mr. Church's comment just briefly, just to add on. Again, and I think that both Dr. Taylor and Ms. Young noted this, Mr. Rombardo talked about race and religion within what he was discussing. There was no intention to leave any particular group out, certainly. I do think, and I don't know that you've had this opportunity, I do think that if you're able to review the data that we have shared with the board regularly, that we will share with you in the future, you're going to see that outcomes have been disproportionate, and this is not a new thing. When I say that, what I'm saying is that our African American students, our Native American students, our Pacific Islander students, our special education students, our EL students, other groups of students have historically performed much lower than some of our other groups. And this cannot be attributed to their status. It has something to do with teaching. You mentioned the 3 R's. And I assume you're talking about reading, writing, and arithmetic. You know, this is not something separate from instructional practice. This is part of instructional practice. When we talk about good instructional practice, we talk about ability to differentiate instruction. We talk about an ability to include all students. We talk about an ability to make learning relevant to all students. These things can only happen if we know one another. So I hear you. Budget is a concern, but it's a concern across the board. We could do with more resource, and so it is a matter of priorities, what makes most sense at a particular time. Last comment. When we talked about waiting for a year, that was only for one action step in this entire document. That was the curriculum audit. There is a whole heck of a lot of work that has gone on that needs to continue to go on, but that particular piece is something that ought to wait until the State Department of Education has had a chance to finish its alignment work.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I saw Dr. Nicolette, and then Vice President Cotto, and then Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. This is forever work, and it's been going on long before I think any of us were even born here. This is forever work, and it's part of the human evolution, and it is extremely important, and it is it brings up, Tiffany said it best, it brings up very difficult conversations, and as long as we can continue to have the conversations, be honest and kind, because we're all human beings and everyone deserves respect, then we will continue to get somewhere. And by the way, our students are watching, and that's who we really do it for. Having said that, I do want to bring something up very quickly, and I know we're not here to review the resolution, but I do want to say that in phrase 5, it's where we try and list, we try and make a list. And it's impossible to list everyone. And that's why we ended up with other marginalized. And a colleague, a very intelligent, insightful colleague, had me watch the October 27th, 2020 board meeting, where you had just beautiful conversation around this topic about the list. And former trustee Katie Simon Holland through a friendly amendment, asked to have Asian American included, and that was approved. It's not in here. I don't know why. That's not my point. I worry about making the list because by nature, it's exclusive. Having said that, I want to talk about inclusion for the draft action plan. I think this is well developed, and again, it is lifelong endeavor. I don't know what the plans are. We didn't really talk about them. This was a 30,000-foot view, but I have every faith that students and families are going to be involved with this along the way. Families are the expert on their children. Students are the experts on, what fills their soul and what they need. Sometimes, maybe not, but usually. And then I just want to make sure that we do continue to have presentations on this very important subject. This is evolution at its most beautiful. Thank you. And thanks for your hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. On slide 19, we talk about build-out data review cycle. One thing that I think would be helpful for us is for the board to consistently see the numbers on essentially the demographics of specialized programs such as GT, IB, other specialized programs, our specialized diplomas, AP credits, grad rates, so that we can see, is this work offering more opportunity for all of our students? We've seen it before. I don't think we see it enough. And I think consistently putting that in front of us is very helpful, because if we're seeing issues, then it can be addressed specifically. You all can help guide on showing us the numbers and what they mean. But I do think that this work, the point of it is to progress the district and making sure all students have the same opportunities. And that seems easy until you really dig into the details and you realize, man, I'm not so sure that's the case yet for us. And I do think that we have to get there. And it's hard for us as a board to really see that unless we see the data. And I know it's not going to be every single meeting, but quarterly even, things that change at least, that we can continue to see updates. And then if we identify issues, we can have those conversations with the superintendent on what do we need to do to offer those opportunities. It doesn't mean a student take advantage of them, but are we offering the opportunity? Do they have the same equal access? Yes or no? And if it's no, why? And then how do we address that? So I think that, I don't know if that was part of the data review cycle, but it would be great if it could be. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. If I remember correctly, was that the equity access task force, I believe, that Trustee Caldwell, that Vice President Caldwell might be referring to, because he's talking about opportunities that marginalized students have to participate in some of these. Am I putting words in your mouth, Trustee Caldwell? They have to participate in some of the programming that they may not have been involved in and so on. Is that part of the work of the Access Task Force?
I actually think it's bigger than that. So I do think that the task force could be a relevant piece of information to bring to you, some of what they've done, and then looking at the impact of that over time. We're with you on sharing with you, at least on a quarterly basis, data that would be reflective of this work. We definitely want to continue to report out relative to the bridge document, the strategic plan. But in the interim, I think there's other relevant data that can be provided that's more timely. Some of the information you can only report once a year, or unless you want to look at it 4 times a year. But graduation rate, for example, is only going to change 1 time per year. Probably enrollment in GT, it's going to be 1 time per year. So with your permission or your direction, with Dr. McNeil's direction, what I'd like to do is work with Tiffany and the task force on defining data elements, then work with Mr. Hayes, the Chief Accountability Officer, on a real proper cycle of data review, and then we can hopefully present that to you on a very regular basis.
And if I may, Madam President?
Yeah, please.
That sounds great. I don't know, I'll try to put this so it makes sense. basically anything that is considered specialized in our district, specialized programs, results such as the diplomas, type of diplomas, continuously seeing that data, because we always hear achievement gaps, and I think we hear it so much, it's just like achievement gaps, and you just kind of move on from it. But I do think that a renewed focus, and as a board member, it's hard for me to focus on it if I don't see numbers, and even historical numbers. Is it getting better? It might not be where we want it to be. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? And if it is, why? Because I think as a board, we're tasked with those things with our community. And I think for us, if we aren't aware or we don't have that information or where we can express that to community members, it looks like we just aren't aware. And then we almost look out of touch. And that's a danger, I think, for us. So that's where I was getting at. How you all put it together, I'm sure you would do it the way that it needs to be done. It's great, but that's just something that I wanted to offer.
No, thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I would just add this before I go to the superintendent, and just to respond is, in that, also talk about, and you mentioned this earlier in the presentation, what barriers may be inherent that are identified as well, because I know that was part of what was shared, and I think we as a board would want to know that. If there are things that are in place that are barriers, or if we just have people, if we have a lot of activities, there are no opportunities, no barriers, but people just aren't getting involved, why? I mean, I think that's part of our decision-making as well.
Sorry, one more thing that's came up. The conversation I remember, it was probably my first year, was around fees for athletics. And I remember that conversation very specific, that the fee itself was eliminating and was making it very difficult for a major part of our population. So that's not an academic metric, so maybe not be as relevant to what I was talking about before, but it comes to mind that that was a barrier, and the district worked out a solution for that to get us where we wanted to be.
Thank you. That's the kind of barrier as well. I think
Can I say one quick thing?
Sure.
It actually is an academic thing. So if kids are engaged in sports, they're going to be more engaged in their school. They're going to feel like they belong. They're going to learn. If we put a barrier up that prevents a kid from playing volleyball or football or something like that, they may check out. So that's part of the bigger argument that we've been trying to make for a long period of time, is oftentimes these sorts of things get relegated to non-academic. These are the conditions that allow academics to take place. So sorry, that's a soapbox, but I just need to say.
Well, no, that's certainly the indirect relationship. Ms. Young?
And what I would add to that, to Dr. Lamarca's comment, and also to Trustee Cotto's statement, is that, you know, my plug for reminding our board our opportunity for engaging in this annual training, you know, for equity, diversity, cultural competency, where we can look at things around disproportionality and systemic factors. This work is system-wide work. And to Dr. Lamarca's comment, the academics aren't separate from all of the other pieces that make our children whole and the tools that our staff need to be successful. And so we have opportunity then to lean further into it for training for our board as well.
Which we talked about before you went out for surgery. Superintendent McNeil, and then we'll finally get over to Clerk Minetto. Clerk Minetto?
Oh, okay. I feel like I'm going to digress. I totally agree with Trustee Nicolet's that we need to involve the community, of course. But I have to tell you that when I was a teacher, I took the equity workshop, and I'll tell you, it was very interesting to me, because as a Western European American, I felt like part of my identity had been stripped away. But looking back, I'm thinking, no, I was feeling how other people were perhaps feeling. And, you know, the 3 R's of yesteryear are gone. I mean, reading, writing, arithmetic are the same. But we've got to give the kids more for them to buy in. It's like you were saying. I finished school because there was the choir to go to and the band to go to. That's why I went to college. The kids don't go to school because they go to school because they're in their group. And if we can make the inclusion better,
which is what the goal is, I think more kids will finish, and more kids will push through, and more kids will become better than we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manello. The thing that I think we're all talking about is you recognize that if children can't eat, they can't learn, which is why we're in the nutrition services business. I mean, there are other things that may not seem like they're have a direct academic impact, but they really do. And that's why we have to have gone beyond the 3 R's, because there are other things, whether they're barriers, whether they're conditions that are outside the control of the student, that prevent them from fully learning and growing in the environment where there's a 3 R's. So I think that's pretty much what we're talking about. Superintendent McNeil, then we'll go back to Trustee Church.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Well, I could not be more proud of our district and as a superintendent. And Tiffany talks about this all the time. But this is hard work. And our task force, our equity task force and our equitable access task force, we've been doing this work for a long time. But if you're not in the schools, and if you're not able to see what our students and our families and our staff would deal every time, with all due respect, it's very difficult to respect statements such as you have made, Trustee Church. And I say that as the superintendent of a district that is doing the hard work every day for our students. And so I stand by my staff, I stand by my students, I stand by our board and decisions that have been made in the past for our board and the work around equity and diversity and inclusion. And until our staff mirrors the population of our majority minority district, this work will be intentional. And it is actually within our strategic plan around hiring practices. And Tiffany speaks and her department speaks about carrying the work on their shoulders. And it has been my charge as the superintendent since I was appointed that it will not lie on one department's shoulders, that it will lie within all of us, because that is the work that must be done. So I feel very, very strongly about this. But we will get this done because our district rises to challenges every day for our students and our teachers and our principals and our staff. And you know why we do it? We do it because we love our children, and we know because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I meet people every day from all kinds of different backgrounds, and sometimes they may have an accent or an appearance, and sometimes you say, oh, what's your heritage? And sometimes they get offended and they say, I'm American. And again, my concern is that we're not respecting those people that identify themselves not by the color of their skin or their Latino background or their Jewish background or whatever, but because of another factor. Now, I think we've had some great discussion today. It is great discussion. I'm not afraid to voice my opinion. You can play the R word or whatever you want, but I'm not afraid to voice my opinion on this and on the budget and everything else that goes with it. I think what I'm hearing is we've given staff a lot of questions to be answered that we probably don't need to address tonight. However, I have one question, and again, I say you have to think these things through. So my question for staff is very simple. Is this going to be mandatory? And what happens if a parent or student or staff member refuses? Would the staff member be terminated? Would the kid be kicked out of school? I mean, let's think this through. What will happen if and when that happens? And it probably will. So is it mandatory, or is this going to be some kind of an opt-out elective? And if it's mandatory, then what's going to happen when somebody refuses? Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Church, I want to make sure that I'm clear. So what you're asking, you're saying that you're asking if the training that is in the strategic plan at this moment for all staff members to have cultural competency training, you're asking, is that mandatory? Because it's in the strategic plan, so I'm going to go ahead and call that a yes.
And students, I mean, this is.
Okay, so you aren't asking about staff, you're asking about students. Okay, you're asking about, I just want to clarify your question.
My question was staff and students.
Okay. So
What's going to happen when a student or parent?
Okay, hold on, I got you. I just wanted to clarify, you don't have to repeat it, I appreciate it. It is mandatory for all staff to undergo cultural competency training, okay? And mandatory means you gotta do it. And so I think that the superintendent will do whatever they traditionally do whenever that may be a concern. I don't think this organization is any different than many organizations that have trainings that they think will be helpful for the person to be able to do their job and have an expectation that they complete that training. The board put that in the strategic plan because the board at that time thought that was really important. Okay, and so that's that piece. In terms of students, we aren't talking about a student is going to a diversity class. That's actually not what's happening at all. That's not what's happening at all. What's happening is this is primarily about the capacity building of our teachers to be able to deliver a culturally relevant, academically relevant, where I'm putting academics on the back burner, culturally relevant, academically relevant curriculum to our students in their instruction. So it isn't, hey, parent, sign this thing if you want your kid to not have a lesson. That's not the way it goes. So please understand, this isn't a recommendation from the staff saying we want to put this whole big. That's not what's. It's not from the NDE. That's not. It's about how do we make the curriculum, what's being taught, and how it's being taught relevant in such a way that it can do a better job of reaching all. Okay, students. So understand, it isn't a one-off that here's this class on this Tuesday. And every parent, you cannot, that's not the way it goes. This is a part of updating the curriculum and the way that the curriculum is being taught. So that's what it's about. You can't just pull out this thing.
So I'm not quite sure I understand. You're saying that it's not going to be a class on Ethnic 101. It's going to be.
There may be. It may be. You saw something there. There's one of the unfunded mandates right now from the Nevada State Legislature has to do with multicultural education. Okay, that it being offered. It's not a funded mandate. There may be a class. That's not what we're dealing with or voting on right now. Okay, there may be a class, but it's not what we're dealing with or voting on right now.
Okay, I'm not positive I understand, but I'll move on.
Is there a better way to answer than what?
Well, I think, Kendra, do you want to talk a little bit about curriculum and how, very, very briefly, as far as adopted curriculum, and that just as in a math curriculum that we've adopted, or in a math English language curriculum that we've adopted, these are embedded.
So in terms of the ethnic studies class, that would be an elective course at the high school level. And it would just be an option that students could choose to take in addition to baking or what are some of, some of the other electives we have as offer. In terms of requirements, though, we do have math and English language arts and social studies and science and PE and music and fine arts as requirements to graduate from high school. And then that rolls down to middle school where there's some requirements there, and then elementary school has a number of minutes that each subject area is required to be offered.
And what is required is every child has to have access to any of those courses.
And those requirements, Trustee Church, they're state mandates, what's required so that you can, continue to matriculate up to graduation. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you, sir. I see our student trustee has a comment, and then we'll go to Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say that the importance of the word mandatory, it's really important because teachers become teachers because they want to teach students, and they should be inclusive, and because students should feel like they're being included in their classes. And I just think that word mandatory is really important because teachers should not have teachers should not just choose a group and want to teach them. They should be open to wanting to be open to everyone and learn about everyone. So I think your action is really important. I just want to thank all of you because this action is going to be not just be more inclusive, but educate other students that don't know about all of these different things that you want to include in this action. I just want to say thank you. I've seen how Ms. Young and Mr. Tony have, since I was in 6th grade, I was in that equity and diversity program with the green pads and talking about those inadequacies throughout the playground. And in middle school, we had that training. And I just want to say thank you because as I've been able to see, you continue to grow and create those different ways to educate students and be able to show them that they have a voice. And all the students here tonight, they're here to show that voice. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for being able to want to create this district and grow it as a whole and making sure all of our students are being heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Victoria. Trustee Calvert.
I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you too. Tony, you know my family and you guys have always been good. And I've grown up here in Reno, Nevada and gone to school here. And I just think it's really, really awesome and important. And Tiffany, I've attended your classes when you've attended those and I've really enjoyed them. Myself, I've been reading up on equity and I think it's just something that it's not just a phrase. It means a lot. There's a lot of equity within each of us that we don't know about. And so I so appreciate that we are finally at a point in Washoe County where we are recognizing that there is diversity, that there is inclusion, and that we're willing to teach our students about that. So thank you for all the good work and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Do we have any more questions from the table? I think there's been really good comments. Really good questions. Really good questions, I think, for staff to continue to consider. And then I will also say this, regardless whether it's the majority view or the minority view, so to speak, this is good to be able to have the conversation. And I think we need to be able to have the conversation and demonstrate the very thing that we want to be able to happen in our classrooms, is having the conversation and doing it in such a way that is a way that's civic, and a way that's respectful, and learning how to do that in a way that's respectful, that continues to keep the dialogue open. I mean, that's how you taught us, Tiffany. Did I say it right?
You did a good job.
Thank you very much. I'm a good student. Thank you very much. But that's really important, and I think it's important that we continue to work on this. Is hard work, and this is uncomfortable work. Everybody during that conversation at some point should have felt a little uncomfortable, and that's just part of what happens, right? But that means we're willing to lean in, right, and do the uncomfortable work because it makes us all better individually, and most importantly, makes us better as a board. So that being said, I am willing to entertain a motion if there is one. Oh, we have public comment. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Big yellow card. I missed it. Thank you.
Aiden Oster, then Kristen DeHaan, Maya Talley. The board also received emails from Bruce Foster, Valerie Wade, Phyllis Westrup, and Zane Taylor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Austin?
Oh, sorry, it's Oster.
Oster,
Yes.
Mr. Oster. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. Okay. Hello, I'm Aiden Oster. I'm a junior at Reno High School, and I'm here with the Washoe County Students for Change in support for the adoption of the draft action plan in relation to Board Resolution 20-011. This resolution was adopted on October 27, 2020, and it ensures anti-racism would be adopted in the Washoe County School District. This action would be beneficial to students, teachers, and the district at large. As evidence has shown, the main problem isn't about verbal explicit racism, but instead internal implicit bias. Actions such as more staff representation and bias training would be a step in the right direction, as evidence has shown that education and awareness about implicit bias can help people not act upon them. A political agenda has nothing to do with this resolution, as respect and empathy do not correlate with a political ideology. In fact, the main purpose of school is to teach positive social skills in addition to the 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic. If we want a better future for future generations, we have to act now. This is because inaction leads to stagnation, and stagnation leads to problems being unresolved. I understand change is intimidating to some, but change is a step closer to understanding. And if I can help a child that looks like myself grow up in a more empathetic and understanding society, then that is worth fighting for. A step that we can take right now is eliminate an us versus them mentality and only focus on the us portion instead. This is because we only have each other, and together we can make some positive change in the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ulster.
Kristen DeHaan, Maya Talley, Beth Martin. The board also received emails from Yvonne Allen, Farrell Vaughn, Krista Wainfried, Becky Collette, Rachel Fisher, Kaylin Evans, Susan Villasenser, Miguel Martinez, Elena De La Paz.
Welcome, Ms. DeHaan. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kristen DeHaan, and I'm a special education teacher and mom of an AACT graduate and a current senior at AACT. I want to state that I stand with the board and our students and my own children in supporting the Board Resolution 20011. It states discrimination and harassment will not be tolerated. I read this several times. I can't understand why anyone in 2021 would disagree with this statement. Then I read system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, anti-racist society through education. Yeah, that's what we want. We want that. Inclusion in curriculum is important. Our Black, Brown, Indigenous, Asian, and other students of color and religions must see themselves in every textbook: history, literature, nonfiction texts, science, and art. Every single curriculum needs to show that. When students can see themselves reflected in their classrooms, they can imagine themselves making history. And if they can imagine it, they can achieve it. And I'd also like to say that when we refuse to see color, then we lose too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeHaan.
Maya Talley, Beth Martin, Hannah Branch. The board also received emails from Michelle Roney, Stevie Yarborough, Katie McPherson, Tara Hartman, Ashley Wade, Deanna Fine, Anna Inuke, Darla Lee.
Thank you, Ms. Talley, I believe, right? Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. So good evening. My name is Maya, and I'm a junior in Reno High School's Red House Project.
And I'm Allie. I'm also a junior at Reno High. We stand in solidarity with the Washoe County Students for Change in supporting 502.
A quick Google search of the words Washoe County School District Mission Statement will lead you to the District About Us page. The first line reads, "The Washoe County School District is focused on creating an education system where all students achieve academic success, develop personal and civic responsibility, and achieve career and college readiness for the 21st century."
Personal and civic responsibility. The responsibility of each citizen to act in accordance with the democratic values outlined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights in order to protect the civil liberties of all.
Part of this responsibility is being correctly educated on injustices against marginalized communities in the past. This education is essential to making sure students are prepared to take on and fulfill their civic responsibility. The most preventative action we can take against future discrimination is to understand the role it played in our country's past.
Teaching students the most accurate and inclusive curriculum is not forcing them to side with any political ideologies or beliefs. The historical events that have happened in our country and across the world are not politically swayed, nor should they be. It is simply what happened.
As our curriculum stands now, it doesn't tell the full story. Continuing to neglect, ignore, and minimize the events that impacted millions of people invalidates not only the struggles those people went through, but also the struggles they continue to face.
By telling the whole story, we are respecting the lives and experiences of everyone, independent of race, gender, and identity. This is not political. Showing empathy and respect for communities that have been hurt and celebrating with them the victories that they have accomplished will not only unify our community, but will fulfill the promise made to help each student develop their own personal and civic responsibility.
This goes beyond what's in our textbooks, as it has the potential to prepare Washoe County students to be active and responsible citizens as they enter the real world. The power is in our hands. As a school district, we need to choose to educate our students on history as it truly was. Every single one of us in this room right now has a choice to make. We must decide whether we'll perpetuate the issue out of convenience or to be a part of the solution. To the Washoe County School Board, we strongly urge you to make the right choice and be the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to both Maya and Allie for being here. Thank you.
Beth Martin, Hannah Branch, Zach Hooker. The board also received emails from Amy Nguyen, Adam Jackson, Chantal Ibonia, Angeline Lumbeo, Kyla Long, and Vanessa Medina.
Welcome, Ms. Martin. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Beth Martin, parent and employee for the record. I've thrown out most of my speech today because I feel that the district and the team did a pretty good presentation covering all my thoughts pretty well. So I just wanted to take a second to state that it's really important to me as a mother of 3 young children and as an employee that we continue to move forward with and develop curriculum that can be used to educate children of all ages about the past and the present sufferings and accomplishments of all people. They need to understand the importance of acceptance and have the ability to be empathetic to one another. And one way to do this is by having access to culturally relevant and inclusive curriculum. The hard work that my district is putting forth must continue to provide safe and respectful environments for our students, one in which no children feel harassed or discriminated based on who they are. And Mr. Church, I'd like to address you in stating that you can teach this during and through reading and writing across all grade levels. As Dr. Nicolette said, that this is forever work and we must continue. We must not stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. And thank you for your service to the district.
Hannah Branch, Zach Hooker, Drew Tilbrook.
Thank you, Ms. Ranch.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Branch. I'm a senior at Worcester and a member of Washoe County Students for Change. I'm here in support of 5.2. My team is proud and enthusiastic to support this plan of action as a reflection of a leadership and community commitment to a range of goals that we know everyone in this room shares, including the safety and growth of our students. We support this action because it's the smart thing to do. We also support it because it's the right thing to do. Because a 2016 study found gains in attendance, GPA, and course enrollment of at-risk high school students as a result of the incorporation of culturally relevant pedagogy. Because Education Northwest reported in 2019 that students of color who have at least one teacher of color may do better on tests and be less likely to have disciplinary issues. Because research also suggests that white students showed improvement in problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity when they had diverse teachers. We know that our students are struggling, our test scores and national rankings are down, and most importantly, we know that our district is doing everything possible to ensure the circumstantial and financial setbacks we face do not define the great potential of our students, faculty, and leaders. We know this plan is an important step to unlocking the scores and achievement that we are capable of, but perhaps more importantly, we know this is the right thing to do. Through my work with Washoe County for Change, I've heard from students who have been followed by racial slurs in the hallways and plagued by racially motivated bullying and harassment in classrooms, something that's been normalized, as they and I will add. I've spoken to students who feel both painfully spotlighted and horribly unseen in schools. And if you're wondering why more of those students couldn't be here today, almost invariably, those students whose stories I share in board meetings are those who tell me they don't feel safe speaking about their experience in the social climate our district is currently experiencing. Today, you have the power to change this atmosphere. I don't tell you this to attack our district. I tell you because this district is my home. And when you care about your home, you're willing to take the time to improve it. I tell you because I know we can do better. And we have the opportunity to take an important step in the right direction. So today, let's value evidence and student voice and student lives. We look forward to the passage of these actions and a continued collaboration with the district on the issues of equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Branch.
Zach Hooker, Drew Tilbrook, Philip Kaiser.
Welcome, Mr. Hooker. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Zach Hooker, and I'm a senior at Reno High School, and I stand in solidarity with the Washoe County Students for Change in support of the policies outlined in 5.2, and I urge you all to do the same as well. Your commitment to anti-racism and inclusivity is encouraging, and I hope that you continue on making even more steps to ensure that every student at Washoe County can feel safe and seen. As a gay student, I felt invisible for a large part of my school life, largely due to how little of myself is represented there and being in some environments in which I didn't feel like I belonged. In a weights class I took last year, there were some students who used to make homophobic jokes and tease one another by calling each other faggot. I had to make sure that none of this behavior would be directed at me, so I tried to make myself as invisible as possible. I kept my distance from everyone else, spent as little time as possible in the changing room, and only spoke when I had to. In addition, there are no mentions of queer history or in textbooks or discussions of LGBTQ+ topics in the classroom, and to not feel seen in some of these aspects is greatly disheartening. After experiencing this type of erasure, I want to emphasize the intersectionality of these issues and how many students of color feel that they are under or misrepresented in schools, both by the curriculum and staff. In 2017, the Suicide Prevention Resource Center reported that almost 20% of Indigenous students seriously considered suicide, and that Black and Hispanic and Latinx students had the highest rates of attempted suicide at 10% and 8% respectively. Also, 29.4% of LGB students attempted suicide, and that number jumps to 40.1% for transgender people. These aren't statistics. These aren't politics. These are people, young kids that feel like they have no one to turn to. However, there is a way that you can help. The Trevor Project reports that if a student has an accepting adult in their life, they're 40% less likely to attempt suicide. Having positive role models to look up to is imperative to many of these kids' lives and can help in ways that I'm sure some of you can't imagine possible. And I'm so fortunate and thankful to have found people that I can trust. I firmly believe these policies and promises will help create an environment in which marginalized students can feel represented and heard and have adults that they can connect with and find a little bit of themselves in. Representation is so extremely important and allows other students to be more educated and empathetic to their peers and hopefully carry themselves in a way that doesn't force others to be invisible. I know that I certainly would have appreciated these policies when I was younger, but we have the opportunity now to let other students who feel invisible know that they are valued. I can't wait to see what further steps you guys take to ensure equitable, inclusive practices and curriculum. Respect, empathy, and visibility aren't political topics and can mean the world to some students, and we look forward to continued collaboration with the Washoe County School District to support equity progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hooker.
Drew Tilbrook, Philip, Kaiser, Mia, Albright.
Welcome, Mr. Tilbrook.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having me.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Drew Tilbrook, and I'm a junior at Reno High School. In solidarity with WCSD Students for Change, I support the Board of Trustees' adoption of the policies outlined in 5.2. From kindergarten to today, I've learned very little about people of color in school. I took too long to learn how much whitewashing and erasure was present in our classrooms. It was difficult to notice as a straight white guy who always saw himself represented in that curriculum, whether it was through content or teachers. I remember someone asking me, "Have you ever had a black teacher?" And I had to think really hard about that. It's been since preschool. I never learned about the Tulsa Massacre, the brutality of Jim Crow, or the Birmingham bombing in the classroom. All of these topics are critical to the history of marginalized communities, yet I was never taught them. It's a similar case with many of my fellow peers, whether they're here or not. We can make a change tonight. I can only imagine how painful it can be to go to school and not see yourself in anything or anyone, with a whitewashing of history that frequently leaves out many historical figures of color that are just as foundational as others, if not more. This negativity is only built upon by trauma that BIPOC often experience, from microaggressions to blunt and unfettered discrimination, or even seeing another person of color killed by police. Meanwhile, teachers, whether they're of color or not, can't show their support for these human beings and the broader Black Lives Matter movement because it's deemed political. We all know that education is important. Inclusion is a foundational facet of education, and it helps put forward an environment that is both safe and honest. We can make a change tonight. Encouraging empathy and respect in the classroom should never be considered political. It's basic human decency. We should be a community that values its diversity and uplifts those that are so often forgotten or even shunned under the current status quo. A vast majority of high school students already deal with mental health issues, and that's not to mention those that may stem from their identity. The least we could do is further inclusion and let students know that their lives do matter and have value, fostering a safer space for all. We have the power to create a better environment, one that's equitable and one that instills respect and kindness. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Washoe County School District to support equity progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tilbrook.
Philip, Kaiser, Mia, Albright, Erica, Esquivera.
Welcome, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the board, Superintendent McNeil. My name is Phil Kaiser. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. I'm also a national board certified social studies teacher with 20 years experience in the district. I rise today to support the action plan that has been put forth, the one against discrimination and harassment, committing the district to create an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education, to commit to identifying biases that negatively influence student learning, including implicit and explicit prejudice that affects student achievement, should be encouraged, to ensure that decisions are made with the awareness of the impediments to learning faced by students of color or diverse cultural, linguistic, gender, or non-gender conforming varying abilities should be the norm. As we seek to create a safe learning environment with respect for everyone, we will create a more comprehensive learning environment. By calling out prejudice, we can expand our sense of America's past and reach a deeper understanding of how we arrived at this point and how we can successfully move forward. Our American political culture includes the dramatic language of the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. This inspiring phrase is an ideal that has clearly not been fully realized. Laws and policies that limited the rights of women, blacks, Hispanics, Japanese Americans, Native Americans, LGBTQ, and others are also part of American history. To reflect on discrimination and vow to end it can help us create a more perfect union. It allows us to augment the education we provide. Our historical understanding should not be set in stone. We should look not only at what has happened, but why it happened, who made it happen, what motivated their actions, and how did people oppose those actions. Education should not be the memorization of facts, but an analysis and reflection on questions such as these. The greatest generation, including my grandfather, achieved a great military success against Nazism and fascism. But our military was segregated by race. Gays were dishonorably discharged. Women faced discrimination. 100,000 Japanese Americans were put in camps without due process. And our Supreme Allied Commander, Dwight D. Eisenhower, when he was president, implemented Operation Wetback to deport Mexican Americans without due process. An educational system dedicated to creating unbiased, inclusive, anti-racist society should be uncontroversial. Please approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Mia Albright, Erica Escoveira, John Eppolito.
Welcome, Ms. Albright. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I am Natalie Mastick, and I am speaking on behalf of Mia Albright, who is unable to be here today. I am a junior at Reno High School. I'm a member of the student group Washoe County Students for Change, and I implore the Board of Trustees to adopt the draft action plan and next steps related to Resolution 20-011, as adopted on October 27, 2020. As elected officials whose job it is to equip the students of today with the tools they need to be successful and happy individuals, it is your duty to provide Washoe County students with teachers with the tools they need to dismantle racist ideology and ignorance. Educators are not only in classrooms to teach students English, history, math, and science. They are teaching students life lessons and critical skills such as accountability, pragmatism, and empathy. The evidence reveals that this will be an action that will benefit WCSD in addition to its students. From a financial standpoint, companies that reported above average diversity in their management teams also reported 19% higher innovation revenue. I, like many of my peers, have been the subject of racist and insensitive jokes. I have heard Washoe County students casually utter racial slurs, make misinformed comments, and circulate whitewash narratives. When I open a history textbook, it's often difficult to find someone who looks like me or who comes from the same background. It's time to start telling everyone's stories and to hear everyone's voices and contributions. In the past couple of months, WCSD has made major progress in equity and inclusion. Don't stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mastick.
Erica Escoveira, John Eppolito, Donald Gallimore.
Welcome, Ms. Escoveira. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Erica Esguerra, and I am a junior at Coral Academy High School. I am here today with a Washoe County Student for Change with full support regarding the Board of Trustees' proposed adoption of the draft action plan and the next steps being taken regarding the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011. It is vital that students remain educated in regards to the current issues taking place in our country. Respect and recognition towards those who have fought for decades should not be something that students are shielded away from. These days, racism is something thought to be normalized. Oftentimes, prejudiced comments towards people of color will be made, and it will be concealed with the reasoning that it is a joke. I experienced racism at an early age. I would enter school grounds afraid of the comments that would be made towards me and the culture that I grew up with. As a young girl, this was something I considered normal, which is never something that a child, or anyone for the matter, should ever consider. I ask that we acknowledge the issues roaming our country today and use the platform being given to schools to improve these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra.
John Eppolito, Donald Gallimore, Felipe Escamilla.
Welcome back, Mr. Ippolito.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. My name is John Ippolito. I'm a former teacher, and I still have 2 kids in Washoe County School District. On behalf of Protect and Vetted Children, I'd like to speak. There's a lot of students here right now, and I don't quite understand how many kids realize everything they did starting in kindergarten was recorded in Infinite Campus. Teachers entered it, counselors entered it, several people at the school entered it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ippolito. These are for...
Don't stop my time, please.
Yeah, I'll make sure you get time, but these are for comments related to agenda item 5.02 only. We've had general public comment, but now these are comments directly related to the agenda items. You're certainly welcome to comment again when we get to a technology strategic plan or when we get to the end of the meeting, but you can't
When all the
interject.
kids are gone?
Well, you just can't interject during this agenda item unless your comments are directly related to this agenda item, sir. You know that.
Everything in this place should be related to the kids.
Okay,
And this is one of the problems
appreciate
is you
that.
guys want to hide everything from everybody.
I appreciate that.
The kids deserve
Mr.
to know
Ippolito,
what's happening.
Mr. Ippolito?
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
for public comments directly related to agenda item 5.02, sir.
Okay, so forget about that. They can figure it out on their own. My kids know what to do. Now I'm not, you didn't restart it.
She stopped it and then she stopped it and restarted it. She did.
You wasted everything up, though. Can you get it back to where it was, please? It kind of messed up the whole trend of
We're going to
thought.
give him 10 more seconds. Count to 10 and start them, JJ. There you go, Mr. Ippolito.
Now,
Let's
there
go.
I don't go.
Well, she's going to give you 10. It doesn't go backwards. She'll hold it.
Okay, not on behalf of Protect Nevada Children. All of this stuff in the presentation sounds good, but I'm confused. There was a lot of discussion and public comments, and many of these people were here at a school board meeting maybe 6 to 8 months ago. And as I recall, a big part of that meeting was about teachers being able to work on and post their affiliation to BLM and LGBTQ issues.
Mr. Ippolito, I'm sorry, that's not this agenda item either.
That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, that explains your confusion, sir. That's
Okay.
when we speak about Board Policy 1310 or Board Policy 4500. That's not related to this agenda item either.
People were talking about Policy 1310.
In the context of 5.02, though. Tell you what, we're gonna go to Mr. Gallimore since he's next, and
So,
if you can find a way to connect, then you can come on
Can
back
I
up.
finish my comments or no?
Sure.
Okay.
If it's related,
So
if they're
here's-
related to 5.02, sir.
Well, it's related to all this stuff that they were just talking about.
If it's related to 5.02, sir.
So an incident at Incline High School back in 2017 during Spirit Week.
Is this related to 5.02, sir?
It's related to what everybody was talking
Okay,
about.
I'll tell you what, why don't you make sure that's it. I'm going to go to Mr. Gallimore since he's next. I'll come back to you so that you can figure out I know you're going to figure out how to connect it. You're a smart man until you can figure out how to do that, okay? I appreciate that. JG, let's have Mr. Gallimore. I think he's next. Awesome. Welcome back, Mr. Gallimore.
Hello again. I think Don Gallimore Sr. And board member of Protect Nevada Children, of course. Just he'll get his information together. But in terms of this 5.02, this is the law I was talking about that Harvey Mumford, put together, along with Michelle Fiore. So if that picks up some of the interest for some of the people. But two things, AB 234 was meant to be not necessarily a curriculum itself, it is a part of the curriculum. Embedded is, you guys must be using that term, but it is embedded in the curriculum. We were asking for probably 1 to 2 days a week in the social studies curriculum to explore the multicultural curriculum items or curriculum agendas. And so that's something that I might have to maybe able to clarify for Trustee Church and maybe a couple others on the board. But in terms of SEL, that's a Margaret Sanger thing. You know that I cannot agree with that. Social emotional learning is a part of the whole concept of Planned Parenthood, which is to categorize people, in this case children, keep them again to that education to prison pipeline, also who is favored for things like death, denying or objecting to taking vaccines, things like that. But one of the things that I want to be able to ask the board is to consider, and I know this is impossible, but I might as well, I've already laid the foundation, to consider something else other than SEL. SEL is destructive to the children unbeknownst to them, and the teachers, because of the subjective nature of determining not just grading, but conduct. That is where it is most destructive. Also, I'd like the board to approve the educational budget in whatever form it is, because it really is terrible. It sucks. Because right now we've got two formulas and nobody knows how to figure it out. So we need to approve the budget at the end of this legislature and this session so that we can move on and try to put this formula together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore. Mr. Eppolito, you want to come back up and give it a shot? Just keep us in the neighborhood of 5.02 and you have 3 whole minutes all over again.
Thank you very much. Harassment, anti-racism, unbiased, education. This has to do with all of those issues. And it was a while ago, back in 2017, an incident at Incline High School. During Spirit Week, there was a theme day that was 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. During that day, 3 kids wore MAGA or Trump hats. Hats are okay during that week at Incline High School. During first period, all 3 of those kids were asked to remove their hats because those hats offended someone. At least one of the teachers at Incline High has had a photo of President Obama on her wall for several years. That's acceptable. People who enter the main office are met with a rainbow flag. That's acceptable. At least one teacher has had a rainbow flag on his wall for at least 2 years. That's acceptable. But when 3 students attempt to support our then president, the principal says you can't do that.
Mr. Eppolito, I'm sorry.
Who decides?
You're on policy 1310, sir.
It's anti-racist, it's harassment. These kids were harassed. It's bias, it's inclusive. I don't think you should stop me, attorney. Can I speak?
Well, let's ask him.
I'm asking the attorney if I can speak.
No, you don't get to ask him.
Oh, okay.
We've paused but I will ask him. We've paused your time. I will ask him.
I've got more to say.
I'm sure you do.
I've still got kids in the school, and I need to know what they can and can't do.
Mr. Eppolito, this is public comment time, so you know we aren't going to have this dialogue. But hang on, and I'll make sure that I'm within the bounds. I just need to maintain some consistency. Mr. Ippolito, you can finish your time, sir.
Thank you very much. But you shouldn't be interrupting me like that, President Taylor. I wouldn't do that to you. And you let all these other people speak and talk about all these other things. Okay, so who decides what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable? I have twins in 10th grade. One is very liberal, one is very conservative. Is only my liberal daughter now allowed to express her views at Incline High School? I think the whole thing is to the left. I don't like it, and I think Jeff Church was onto something. Andrew has shown times of hope. A couple others up there, but I don't think it's like that, and I think it's very far to the other side right now, and I think everybody should get to say, just like the attorney said at that meeting in Galena, if you allow all the stuff from the BLM, LGBTQ, you got to allow the Trump stuff and everything. You don't just get to pick and choose what's acceptable, and that's the problem, and that's the point I'm trying to get across. And the last thing, this Castle was brought up in the presentation. Castle is the one who is responsible for the Devereaux Student Strengths Assessment. That was the psychological assessment that you guys gave to kids in 4 schools without parental consent, and that's not okay either. So I don't mind all the stuff that's happening. I don't like the psychological stuff going outside of the district, and that's not okay. SEL.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. And what I will say on that part in the middle that I thought was a little fuzzy, watch the agenda, and when Board Policy 1310 comes back up, that will be more in line with those things that you were chatting about right there in the middle. Okay, any more public comment?
Felipe Escamilla.
Escamillo? Almost.
It's Escamilla, like tortilla.
Escamilla. Welcome, Mr. Escamilla.
Thank you. Thank you for the
here.
opportunity. I didn't prepare anything. I just want to introduce myself also to this community and to this board of trustees. I'm a recent San Francisco Bay Area transplant, and I understand just my presence here alone does some things to the community, and I want to make sure that everyone knows that I intend to be engaged. I'm the video manager at Khan Academy, which is an online education platform. I'm more than happy to speak to you all on how we can help support your teachers and students through this time. But I just want to say I moved here from San Francisco to be closer to my 3-year-old daughter, and to hear that this sort of work is being done right now really encourages me. To know that there will be inclusion, to know that the public school system will be going through this education is important. I talk to students and teachers on a daily basis, and just to see what the impact this sort of education has in the space for students to feel safe and to know that diversity is actually a strength, it's a wonderful thing. So I encourage you all to vote to include this, and looking forward to getting to know you all further and being engaged in this public school system.
Thank you, Mr. Escamilla.
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Thank you all for the public comment. We'll bring it back to the table and see the desire of the board as it pertains to agenda item 5.02. Well, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a little presidential privilege here, and I'm going to make the motion. The Board of Trustees provides direction on the draft action plan and next steps as discussed, to include quarterly reports, as well as community input for curriculum as they relate to the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-011 as adopted on October 27th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by myself, seconded by Trustee Thigpen. I think I see a couple lights going on. Vice President Caldwell, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that the board would, or the curriculum, K-5 ELA curriculum would be brought back to the board so that we can take a look. Is that
I'm sorry, the
slide 17, bullet point 1? Because the curriculum is not available yet. We had talked in discussion, or I had brought up in discussion about having that brought back to the board. I don't know if that's a friendly or if it's not, but.
I I'm the maker of the motion, so I'm not going to accept that as a friendly, but that's something certainly you can make an emotion, make a motion afterwards. Okay?
Can I make the motion now to make an amendment, or it's got to pass first?
No, I think it's got a, what's the?
So what would happen here is you would put that motion forward. If that motion gets a second, then you would vote on just that portion to add it to the existing motion. Now, that those who have made the existing motion, it no longer becomes
Doesn't matter.
yours.
It's not
It
a friendly.
doesn't matter. Then it's all of that motion. Now,
It's-
you can choose to vote no, because a lot of times it's seen as inappropriate to make a motion and then vote no, but at that point, you might say, I don't want to vote for it that
Yeah,
way.
sure, sure. So it isn't a friendly, but you want to propose an amendment?
Yes.
Yes, Vice President
Yes.
Cottle?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, how about, let them make it first, okay, and then you can absolutely second it.
I move that an amendment be added that the K-5 ELA social justice lessons and curriculum guide notes be brought back to the board for review and community review when available.
Trustee Church will second that amendment.
Okay, there's a proposed amendment, and then there is a second, and there's discussion on the amendment. I'll have a little discussion. My intent was, when I said in community input for curriculum, was to cover that and other curriculum that may come from that, and so maybe that wasn't enough of a direction for staff towards you. That was the intent of the original motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, so it's something that I had just mentioned. I just wanted to make sure that was clear enough. So that's why I wanted to add the amendment, if that makes sense.
Okay, any other discussion on the proposed amendment? So now we're going to vote on the amendment. And the amendment in and of itself is that the K-5 ELA social, that the original amendment be changed to include that the K-5 ELA social justice lessons and curriculum guide notes, that they help me.
Just be brought back to the board for review and then community review when available, whenever that is.
When available, okay. And then my comment on that is, anyway, it doesn't matter. So that's the amendment. So we're going to vote simply on the amendment, okay? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposition? No. Okay, because I wanted to go with the original motion, okay? All right, so the amendment passes 6-1, and so now that makes the original motion change to, let me read it again. I move that the Board of Trustees provides direction on the draft action plan and next steps, which include quarterly reports, and that the K-5 ELA social justice lessons and curriculum and guide notes receive community input, along with, could I say community input for all curriculum?
As I understand the motion, the amendment, as I understand the amendment, it was to bring back the K-5 ELA social justice lessons and curriculum guide notes to the board and the community for review.
When available.
When available.
Right, okay, so let me try this again, then the original would be the motion would be amended to say, the Board of Trustees provides direction. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the action plan, provides direction to staff and next steps, which should include quarterly reports, community input for curriculum, and that the K-5 ELA social justice lessons and curriculum guide notes come back to the board and receive community input. We get all that, so that's the original. So no, it doesn't have to be seconded because it's already a motion.
Yeah, it's
That's
already-
just, the motion was already changed to that.
Yep.
And now we're voting on that, on the amended motion.
Yep.
Okay? All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion carries 7-0. 7-0, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay, all right, so this is what we're going to take a break because we've been at this for a little bit over 3 hours. So we're going to take a recess. Let's make this the 20-minute recess so we can have, there should be dinner in back or somewhere. All right, so we're going to make this a 20-minute recess, and we will come back here, according to this clock here, we're going to come back here at 7:35. Is that enough time for a small briefing? All right, everybody. Thank you so much for the extended break. There was a meeting that had to happen, and they're just out, so we're going to go ahead and get started. And thank all of you for hanging around. We're going to go on to agenda item 5.03, discussion, update, and possible action for safe routes to schools and traffic safety with a presentation by the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission and school police, as well as possible actions to make recommendations to the superintendent. This is for presentation, discussion, and possible action. And I see who's coming forward. Are we turning it over to MJ? Okay, MJ is going to start us off, and then you can just introduce and bring in everyone else as necessary.
Good evening. I'm very honored to be here. I'm MJ Cloud, and I'm the Safe Routes to School Program Director, and I'm here with Adam Searcy. Do you want to? Chief Management.
Good evening. Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. Thank you.
We're very excited. We've put together a quick slideshow for you tonight, and there'll be plenty of time to ask questions. If I begin to talk too fast or you would like to interrupt at any moment, please stop, because that way you may be able to ask something at the time where it's relevant to what we're talking about. So the Safe Routes to School program started in 2009. In 2010 is when I took over. And the program utilizes what's called EASE. What we do is we encourage kids to make that choice to bike and walk to and from school. And then we want to use evaluation and engineering to give them a safe environment to do so. And finally, the education part of it is to make sure that they have the tools to walk to and from school safely. So one of the big pushes that Safe Routes to School has started in the past few years is to encourage the parents to find a meeting spot outside of the school zone and then teach that child the tools that they need to walk the additional block safely, keeping vehicles out of the school zone, there being a less chance of a vehicle versus a student crash. This time last year, we had 29 students involved in vehicle versus vulnerable user crashes and 1 death. So we're very happy to say that thus far we've had 1. 1 is still too many, but we have had 1. The key components of the program that are here in Washoe County are that it became policy in 2017. We don't have anybody to actually enforce that, but Safe Routes to School is working closely with the K-8 schools to try and guide them and encourage them to begin their own Safe Routes to School program. We have safety plans where we go evaluate a school zone, and we provide all of the education that the school may need, and then we implement a new safety plan specific to that school zone. The safety supplies that we have currently will be going out to 10 new schools. They include cones, vests, stop sign paddles, the tall yield to a pedestrian in a crosswalk signs, and then finally the engineering improvements that will go along with any of the evaluation recommendations or a safety plan. For example, this year it's Nancy Gomes. The engineering that will go along with that may include sign changes, it may include some parking changes, maybe striping changes, and then traffic directional changes. Safe Routes to School doesn't go in and do these changes to help vehicle management. However, if we can give the perception of organization and safety, then the parents may feel that they would like to allow their child to walk into that school zone if the vehicles are driving in a safe manner. So it's a two-prong on doing the new safety plans for the schools. Some of the other supplies besides just the safety supplies you see there on the left are our program writes grants, and we buy the helmets, we buy bike locks, bike lights, bicycles, and then we want to get those bicycles out to the schools. They can use them as they'd like as an incentive to encourage more kids to bike and walk. And then in May, during Bike Week, we hope to get those raffled off. We also allow the ability to have bicycles that can replace bicycles that were stolen, or if there's a child in need and someone reaches out, then I have the resources and the ability to direct them to different people like the Kiwanis to supply bikes to some students that may be in need. So the school zones, and this is far more on the engineering side of what many people may look at and want changed. They want protection. So to go back, take a step back and explain how school zones got there, who's in charge of them, and who decides, that's the next part of this presentation for y'all. It's in NRS, and if there are people wanting change, then just as we've done recent changes to the NRS, we've added school crossing zones. For example, Wells Avenue will have a safety crossing zone soon on Wells near Taylor. Those are for students that will be coming that walk to Veterans Elementary School. School crossing zone is a newer NRS. It does not, a school crossing zone does not abut an actual school property. A school zone is abut a school property or right next to it or parallel. Who decides on what school zone and where it's placed? It's the governing body of the local government or the Department of Transportation. The city designates zones for the local roadways within its jurisdiction. So the city of Sparks, city of Reno, Washoe County, and then they involve us, the Washoe County School District. NDOT will be the guiding jurisdiction over streets that are arterial or may be part of their highway. Even if it's labeled a highway, then NDOT is going to be having that lead on deciding where the school zone is placed. So when a school zone is placed or when a change to a school zone is made, it's made with great thought, but at the same time, it has to follow what's called MUTCD, and that's the Manual for Uniform Controls. So a driver can go from California, Nevada, Utah, the signs are the same. So they have consistency, not just amongst us across Washoe County schools, but across the United States. There's a uniform approach to all of these on where the signs are placed, how they're placed, and it does get very specific. But it still leaves some of the actual application up to the committee that gets together and meets and evaluates and then decides where the signs are placed and how they're utilized. So the flasher systems that we may see across the Washoe County they could be hardwired, they could be solar powered, they could be what's called an arm mast that goes across the roadway, or they could be just on one side and it's just flashing at eye level. Most all of the flashers that we have now, they are radio controlled and the timing is on a remote, and each jurisdiction, it'll say that, but each jurisdiction decides how long those lights flash. Many things come into account for those decisions as well. The cost of adding lights, you can see there, between $15,000 and sometimes only $8,000 for a pole. The cost of actually running the lights is an additional cost. So although we may have funds to place an arm mast light at a school, they have memo of understandings with, we have the school district memo of understandings with the traffic engineers and city planners in each jurisdiction because we don't maintain that cost for the lighting. And not only is it maintaining on the hardware, but the training that's involved has to continue evolving with all of the technology that's coming. So having one technician that's across the board for the jurisdictions is why the memo of understandings are there. So here, the NRS that specifically states about the jurisdictions is there. I'm not going to read it for you. You hopefully will have that available to you. But it does just go back to say that the jurisdictions are in charge of how long they're on. Typically, a light does run from the time of bell after school, 30 minutes. And from the time of bell before school, 30 minutes. So if a parent does complain and I'm able to address it, I always make sure to ask them, what time were you there? Because if you dropped your child off, you're exiting the school zone and now it's after bell, that's why you didn't see the lights on. So it's important to make sure that we have all of the information from the community and then we can work and go from there. The school flashers, it's not just a matter of the time before and after the bell. A lot of thought goes into each zone at each school. And the traffic engineers for the individual jurisdictions take lead on this because they do the traffic studies. If there's a arterial, then the Reno Transportation Commission may also get involved because it's their designated route. And if it's an arterial, there are some guidelines that are going to go along with it being an arterial. For example, the school zone speed may only drop down to 25, not 15, if it's an arterial road. And again, that's going to have NDOT and it's going to have RTCs weigh in on what that school zone speed limit is going to be. If the amount of vehicle traffic outside of the school timing during the normal day, if the speed limit going from a high speed to a school zone is causing vehicle accidents and a traffic study is showing that, then the governing body may make that decision to only have the lighting on before and after bell. And that could be why you see some zones have it all day and other schools only have it before or after the bell. A lot of thought goes into and decision making for the governing body. They get the traffic study, they get the evaluations and the audits, they find out how many pedestrians are walking and biking in the area, and then they're going to weigh that versus the vehicle crashes that it may be causing. Some of the alternatives, oftentimes we don't have the funding to add more lighting or extend a school zone, or it's not feasible to change. A lot of our, what's called our older schools, if we don't have the power drops in order to add the lighting, that's just one example why you can't just put lighting up, because it may be private property right up to the sidewalk, and it is not feasible to drop a power pole in that exact spot. So we do have alternatives that we try to turn to with Safe Routes to School and working with the different jurisdictions. The yield to the crosswalk, yield to the pedestrian in a crosswalk, the flag program that the city of Reno has implemented at a few schools now. And in addition, the city of Sparks has added this flag program not only to approximately 10 schools, but they have many other intersections where the students are walking and the whole community is walking, not just to and from a school. There are other community efforts that are happening. For example, last year when our numbers were catastrophically high, Renown and Nevada Energy got involved and worked with the school district and the jurisdictions. Renown funded the RRFB, which is the rapid reflecting flashing beacon that you'll see when somebody presses the button, then they're in the crosswalk and it flashes. I have those locations for the Renown-funded flashing beacons. I have the studies that took approximately 8 months to put together all the information and come up with a priorities list. So any information on any school zone that the board may want or request some additional information or history, I can always try and research and find those answers for you and have that information. So the school zone audits, when Mayor Sheeby last year said we're auditing all of our legacy schools, the older schools. The city of Reno got on it immediately. They have that report available. So I do have the status on where the city of Reno is with their audits on their schools. And the city of Sparks and Washoe County are following suit and doing the same with theirs. So with that, I did make it very brief and very umbrella encompassing for what the Safe Routes to School program does. I think any questions at this point would be a wise idea. That way we can answer in the direction that the board may want answers.
Well, thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. I see several lights on, and we'll just go. I saw yours first, Vice President Cottle, then we go to Dr. Nicolette, and then we go to Clerk Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, MJ, for your work on this. I know last year was challenging around this area, and as a school district, we were really gearing up to really dig into this, and then COVID happened. So I really appreciate you continuing this work. What determines if a school zone or any part of a school zone gets a traditional traffic signal for pedestrian crosswalks? I know we have those in a few of our sites.
So I'm going to ask you just to clarify a signal. If you mean
Like Stead Boulevard has you press the button, it actually is a red light.
Okay.
For cars.
That actual red light is outdated. Now the rapid flashing beacon is replacing that red light, because the red light is very deceiving for vehicles. They don't understand why they're stopped. And once the intersection is clear, it contradicts what NRS says about a pedestrian being in a crosswalk. So a vehicle may be stopped there at that crosswalk with no cross traffic at the red light, and it's very contradictive. So now what we as a community have gone to, and that is the rapid flashing beacon.
Okay, that makes sense. So when those lights, they burn out or they just are in disrepair, they're going to be replaced with the flashing lights where we're essentially phasing those out?
I'm gonna let the actual city of Reno traffic
Okay.
engineer, if you email me that, I will get an answer for you from Kurt Dietrich.
Okay.
He absolutely can answer whether something would be phased out or not.
I appreciate that. And then my last question might be more for Adam. If the school district is able to get the land sold to the HOA in the O'Brien project and Silver Lake's expanded, are you aware of any upgrades to that school zone? Because right now it's just a traditional sign, there's no lights, there's no anything on Silver Lake. Will that change as a part of this project?
Yeah, Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities Officer for the school district, for the record. To your initial question regarding kind of what determines the engineering solution, typically, especially in the case of a new school project, there's a formal traffic study conducted that takes all available data, takes standardized trip generation information related to this type of use using standard traffic engineering metrics, really nationwide, similar to that MUTCD that MJ mentioned, and then really measures certain intersections from what they call a level of service, and that might yield a recommendation of a stop sign or some manner of physical traffic controls or improvements. For example, with this school, construction of this school, the school district, as a part of the project, actually installed the traffic signal over at Kiley and Sparks Boulevard to mitigate the impacts associated with the opening of a new school where previously none had existed. So that's just one example. Up at O'Brien, a similar traffic study was conducted, which made recommendations around the proposed new school, when it's opened, how the traffic patterns will be adjusted, what, if any, improvements might be needed. There will be widening, turn pockets added, school zones added or adjusted in various ways. There's not a traffic signal, like a, red, yellow, green traffic signal as a part of that project. Again, it's reviewed by a traffic engineer, or composed by an engineer, submitted to the governing jurisdiction, in this case, the city of Reno, and then ultimately required or, approved as a part of the project. It's also noteworthy, we work so closely with many community partners, our families, school staff, but also these agency partners. These improvements are not on our property. So while there are examples of instances where we've funded or caused to be constructed these types of improvements, they're ultimately in the city or county's right of way, and I think with few exceptions become their responsibility from a maintenance standpoint. Of course, we coordinate on the timing and things like that, but to your comment about when this, wears out, who's responsible, in that case on Stead Boulevard, the city of Reno would likely be responsible. There's other conversations or potential solutions to Stead Boulevard, but the physical improvements associated with O'Brien are relatively limited to Silver Lake Road there and as prescribed by the city of Reno's permit requirements.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you both. And I know with the construction of Desert Skies, a ton of improvement was done in that area for pedestrian safety because of that school. And I know the community up there really appreciates that, and the students are much safer when walking to and from that school. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cobble. Dr. Nicolette?
MJ, we've worked together for quite a while, and you've worked so hard on this. Congratulations. You took it a little bit at a time, and you never gave up, and I thank you for that. I had an email from, I'm sure we all had one, from parents after the snowstorm and when the children were able to go back to school. And in particular, this was Marcy Hers. And the parent was most concerned because snow removal, which I assume the city did, pushed all the snow up on the sidewalk, so it wasn't safe for the children to walk to school anymore. So how do we tackle that? I wasn't sure what to say, and so I, of course, passed it to the experts.
I do have an answer. When there is any kind of obstruction, it could be vegetation, or it could be that it was a sign that's been vandalized. It could even be animals that may be just obstructing a path, or mud, or snow. That particular intersection, next week I'm meeting with Mitch Fink out at Arrow Creek and Thomas Creek, and Adam is the one that brought it to my attention and said, hey, that snow wasn't removed. Can you mention that? But yes, I go through Reno Direct for the city of Reno. When it comes to Mitch, I email and say, can you send a work order, your work crew out? And when it comes to the city of Sparks, I have my contacts over there as well. If it comes to me, then that's how it's done. And you bet, even that particular one, I'm going to find out if it's Washoe County or city of Reno, because those two merge right there along Arrow Creek for those her students.
Thank you, and I can use the Reno Direct as a recommendation as well. Thank you
Perfect
for that.
answer.
Okay.
Thank you, MJ. And Dr. Clerk Manello?
I think I have kind of some weird questions. I know that Sun Valley, many places in Sun Valley don't have sidewalks. Is there any hope for that? Because I taught out there forever and always thought, are the kids safe stay on that side of the street, that side of the street, and they don't. So there you are.
I do have answers for that as well. Clara Lawson was a champion for student safety from the Washoe County as a traffic engineer. She's the one who spearheaded safe routes back in 2009, 2010. We've added sidewalk all along Leon in front of Sun Valley Elementary School, and then up on Jack and Jane off of 2nd, the sidewalk has been added, and all along 2nd Street, sidewalk has been added to Sun Valley. Now, Sun Valley as an arterial is currently having a formal audit done through RTC and NDOT. And so they have a TAC committee, a technical advisory committee already started, and they've been making their way from south to north on improvements along Sun Valley. Being part of that technical advisory committee, I can sit in these meetings and bring attention to areas where they may not originally have in their mind be doing improvements for sidewalking. But then if you have someone there that's in the meeting being able to bring attention to students walking in the area, then they may very well take it one step further and make some connectivity happen between a sidewalk and where the students are getting.
That is fabulous, thank you. And then I was, at Mitchell, I had to go around the block to get lights were flashing. I was going 15, and I had to go around the block to get a parking spot. And on the back side of Mitchell, there's a sign that says 15 miles an hour when the lights on Prater are flashing. You can't see the lights on Prater at that point, and I kind of found that humorous. Do we have any plans to rearrange that?
The city of Sparks will be able to answer officially. Just like Adam said, those are the decisions made by their city planners and traffic engineers. However, the sign that says when flashing is a step forward, because before there was no sign that said when flashing. At least it's bringing awareness to the driver that you've entered into a school zone. That's one of the alternatives. We may not be able to put flashing lights back there, but we can at least put a sign that's going to bring awareness to the driver that you may not see lights, but if they're flashing on Prater, this is 15. So although that sign may seem inefficient, it is one step more to getting some lights on that back side.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Is there, just as in terms of follow-up, I haven't been there, but I do find that a little ironic. Is that something we have a conversation with the city of Sparks about? Because it certainly sounds like it's a step forward and at least shows that that's a school zone, and I do think that's important. I think that if that's the case, maybe we just put some signs back there that say it's a school zone, instead of, hey, if you're back here and there's some lights flashing on the front of the school over there, slow down. Because I don't think that's very feasible. So maybe a conversation with them to maybe switch out if we need to and use one of those alternatives if the funding is there. But I think what your point is, can we do something that just makes it can we do something to make it a little bit more sense in that? Awareness is a part of it, but maybe there's a different way to put awareness on it so it doesn't cause people to say, here, I don't know what's going on Prater. All right, thank you, MJ. Oh, no, I think you're in
Trustee Church had his light on before me.
Oh, did he? Okay, then Trustee Church.
Thank you. Just a pet peeve of mine, and you mentioned the different standards so that we're universal nationwide. For example, the approach to Worcester High School on Plum Lane, you have 2 lanes, east and westbound, I guess. Many times they're missing the speed sign on the island, on the left side. If there's a truck or something on the right side, the people in the left lane can't see the speed sign. My understanding is it's supposed to be on both sides, and if not legally, then it should be. And so I guess my only comment is if staff, our police officers, our bus drivers see where it's missing, and a bus is a perfect example when it's in the right lane, you can't see, and I'm not talking just the school zone signs, but where it's 30 miles an hour, and then it goes to 35. So that's just one of my pet peeves that I think needs to be reported, say, to Reno Direct, when there is a sign that's been knocked down or not placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I think are you talking about the street, the one on Plum, actually?
I'm talking that as an example. I'm talking anywhere in the county. You have 2 lanes going one direction. If you only have the speed sign on the right, people on the left often don't see it. Especially if there's a school bus or a truck.
I absolutely understand that, but in our case, since we can't really do anything about the rest of the county,
I know.
But in our case, you're talking about on Plum, that goes right there by Worcester High School?
I know last time, I'm pretty sure it's missing, and there's so many side streets that approach Plum. It would be west of Kitski as you approach Kitski, so you're still approaching the high school, but people still, it's 30 miles an hour and people tend to speed there. Then when you cross Kitski eastbound, again, there's 2 lanes, and I think there's a need for signage, but I haven't checked that recently.
Okay, okay. And part of it, I do know, MJ, correct me if I'm wrong, some of that is the state, right? Am I correct on there? I remember from when we had the tragedy last year with the student around, some of that so that may create some different challenges. That's the state road there. Okay.
That will go back to the MUTCD, the consistency. And yes, last year after the fatality, NDOT, along with a complete advisory committee, completed an 8-month study and an audit of Plum Lane. And we do have that report available for the board if they need it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That might be of interest to you, Trustee Church, right? And then we'll go, Trustee Thigpen is next, and then our student trustee, Victoria. Okay.
Thank you very much. Pedestrian safety for our students has been top of mind. It's one of the reasons why I even ran for office in the first place. So I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. I would like the report on Plum, since Worcester is one of my schools, so I appreciate you offering that. I do have a couple questions. The first one is, how is it decided that certain schools get allocated funds for certain things around pedestrian safety? I'm curious of how that works.
I think that it would have to be a more specific question on funding. Do you mean lighting, supplies, programming, education? There's so many different avenues of funding. And then some are the city, some are Safe Routes, some are Washoe County funding. So without being vague, there's far more. If I had more information, then I could give you a better answer.
So like street level, like who gets the blinking light crossing signs? Who gets a new crosswalk, for example, or a wired lighting setup? So I'm curious of how that works.
I can answer that. For example, the RRFB funding from Renown, the whole community came together and did a complete study and came up with a priorities list. So although our Christmas list may have had 10 schools, the top 3 for each jurisdiction, and actually it was split between Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County evenly, we came up with a priorities list.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Renown's efforts on that. And I recognize that I think I remember correctly, they treated this as a public health crisis back then, right? Which I think was necessary. My other question was, I know that, and we even ran into this with one of my schools recently that we were in contact about. I had done a lot of research around how 15 mile per hour signage was good for not just the areas in front of the school, but crosswalks where we see all of our kids commuting to school, walking or biking, and I realized that we have some challenges with regards to state law and all the other parties involved. Is there anything that you see on the horizon that might help us with some of those challenges? I just see so many cooks in the kitchen, so many barriers still to get around to just make sure that all avenues for our students are safe.
To answer, creating change is exactly what Safe Routes to School works for, and lobbying for law change is going to be where it's at. And creating a safety zone was a huge step because it's not about a school, but it does protect a crosswalk where students are using it to and from. And then other alternative options like the tall signs, we may not be able to lower the speed limit, but at least we're going to put that sign right in the middle of the crosswalk to bring awareness and have the traffic slowed down by a traffic calming alternative.
Very good. I really appreciate it. And again, I love the work that you've done here, and I know that we're only going to continue improving this as time goes on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Student Trustee Victoria, and then Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for Sun Valley Elementary. I know it's Leon, and then I think it's 5th Street, where they added that sidewalk to the left. I was wondering what was the difference between adding it to the right and the left. I know there's ditches on both sides, and that one side got covered, but not the other side.
So again, I would prefer that the official answer on why it was chosen on one side and not the other come from Washoe County traffic engineers. But the study was done, and in order to do the connectivity in front of the school was a better approach than across the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Victoria. Trustee Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. Every elementary parent's favorite topic, school drop-off and pickup. How do principals go about organizing that, and then what resources are offered to them by your team to help them configure that in a safe and organized manner?
There are two websites that are the leading guides on creating walking school buses and internal traffic patterns. And the first is the National Center for Safe Routes to School. That's the leading guide that I would direct any administration. Each principal has their own vision, and they have their own paths of decision-making. So Safe Routes can come in with some tools that will help guide them, but we don't tell any principal how to direct their traffic.
Perfect. But they can contact you if they have questions or need some help to organize it.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. I just know I have witnessed it a few times, and our principals are awesome. Put that vest on, they go out there, and they're the masters at directing traffic. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. You want to add something to that, MJ?
I do, just to keep, out of respect for the federal funding for the K through 8 Safe Routes to School. Safe Routes to Schools definitely doesn't take care of traffic patterns and vehicles. I'll be glad to help, but our scope of work is encouraging kids to bike and walk to and from school. So the way to help create that is make it safe and organized on the campus. However, our scope of work is not traffic pattern and regulations.
Thank you so much. Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much, MJ and Adam. And I'll just add, as a former principal, with the former motor officer who is now our chief of police, our school police do a tremendous job when there is an issue with traffic and drop-off and pickup. They really work with our communities, and they work with our parents to have trainings and pre-COVID to bring in families and, let's work this out. So it really is a combination with our school principals and our school police, and then obviously Safe Routes to School.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Do we have any public comment on this, JJ?
I do not.
We do not have any public comment on it. Is there any, you've gotten, I saw staff in a couple of cases take some notes, so thank you for a couple of things to follow up on. Vice President Carlo?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please.
You ready? I move the Board of Trustees supports the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission in their work to improve safe routes to schools in partnership with the Washoe County School District and all other local entities.
Second, Diane.
Thank you, Vice President Carlos. Moved by Vice President Carlos, seconded by Dr. Nicolette. Any discussion? Further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. MJ, thank you. I think you can tell that we really appreciate the work that you've done, and a lot of concern from us and that we get from our constituents, so thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item 5.04. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District Strategic Technology Plan, Phase 2, to identify technology renewal and sustainability. This was tabled from the last meeting, so thank you for your patience. Gentlemen, as you come forward, and I believe I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Turner? Or is it Dr. Parks? Who will begin, Dr. Turner? Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, President Taylor, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. Thank you for the opportunity to finally present on our 18-month-long strategic technology planning effort. I'm Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer, and I'm pleased to be serving alongside Dr. Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, and Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. Next slide, please. Or two. Oh, I have it. Never mind. I'm so presumptuous. As you can see from the outline and from the introduction, tonight's presentation will involve my input along with that from academics and finance. We seek to define the sustainable objectives of Washoe County School District instructional technology and discuss key ideas related to technology integration in the classroom, as well as presenting a predictable device renewal schedule, and importantly, how to sustainably pay for it. So, what brought us to this point? 2 years ago, there was a recognition that the Washoe County School District required a comprehensive plan for how technology was used in the district, what our current status was, and what our desired future state of teaching and learning with technology may look like. And it's important to note that the district hasn't had a technology renewal plan in anyone's recent memory. Soon after taking this position back in July and in consultation with the leadership team, we collectively realized that a critical component of our strategic tech plan that was presented in August was still absent. In order to make technology accessible to our students and teachers, we needed to identify ongoing centralized resources of funding. So we split our board presentations. The first on August 25th provided a development summary of the plan, what types of internal and external feedback we solicited and received, the mission and vision that resulted from that feedback, and we concluded the presentation around a discussion of some specific goals. Moving forward, our proposed funding model was presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee on December 3rd, the body that oversees and advises on capital expenditures. While our presentation was for discussion only, there was an acknowledgement of need and a consensus of support. Which brings us to tonight, February 9th, in our discussion around proposed renewal schedules and funding solutions. So, let me advance. I think it's important to begin presentations with an objective. And I know I'm on slide 5. I'm far into this. I'm far into my beginning. My slides aren't usually this wordy. I believe it's critical, though, to have these whys a part of the written public record. Therefore, our goals for tonight and for our sustainability proposal is to achieve the following. An idea of fairness. We seek to centralize student and teacher computer purchasing district-wide, which we feel provides equitable technology opportunities for all of our students, all of our schools, all of our teachers. Coherence. We feel that providing a predictable plan for renewing our tech inventory instills more confidence for our teachers who are seeking to integrate 21st century skills in the classroom. And that's in concert with the presentation by the Worcester students earlier tonight. Cost. We know that there are pricing opportunities that are available to us as a district when we make large-scale acquisitions, as opposed to individual school purchases. These larger purchases can help us leverage this advantaged pricing. And finally and importantly, we would argue that removing the burden from school principals for identifying devices and vendors, soliciting for quotes, and making purchases frees them to serve in their primary role as school leaders, which is working with students, teachers, and parents. And with that, I turn it over to Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees. I'm here to talk about the impacts that technology can have on education. Important distinction as we talk about the future in Washoe County School District. You've heard of some of our schools opening in a one-to-one computer fashion. That is where the actual number of students has a designated laptop that they would take or desktop. We want to become a tech-rich district, and this would be a situation where, yes, we are striving to have the number of laptops available that would match our student population. And yes, the important thing is that we would encourage those to be taken home and used as tools in the learning process. Next slide, Dr. Turner. Thanks. All right, so some of these benefits are going to be very obvious, but worth mentioning nonetheless. We heard a lot of conversation around equity this evening, and our technology can be a way to get at equity. And the reason that it can is because it is a very valuable tool if we can professional learn. Our teachers and our students and their parents can take advantage of that tool. Obviously, when we have that laptop, we can send it home with students and they can practice at home. Many different types of software, web-based curriculum. It also gives our students an opportunity to collaborate with each other outside of the school setting. We know that students are very good at collaborating over the internet, and in this case, with technology, we want them to be able to collaborate and produce, not just consume. Next slide, please. We know prior to the pandemic, we had inequity issues, and when the pandemic hit, I think many of us educators felt like it really exposed some opportunities that we have. I'm really excited to be a part of this and look into the future and say, what are the silver linings that we can take from going through a pandemic? And the fact that, as we've talked about in the past, we've had a lot of laptops come in. We've had a lot of business community rally behind us. We have the state who is also making this push. So in the future, we have a definite obligation to provide the professional learning to our educators to make sure that that laptop tool is used to improve learning. We've all heard of schools needing more laptops because they can't get through their testing. We really got to work hard in the future at creating mandatory and ongoing professional learning, again, to address our equity issues, that this tool for our teachers, they know how to use it, they know when to use it, and they know how to appropriately expect students to use it as well. Some of the professional learning will be around our Microsoft Teams, Office 365. Currently, we do provide digital training for our students that is around safety on the internet and how to appropriately use the internet, how to research. And we also must acknowledge that as we work on connectivity, we have to address the family as well and be able to make sure we provide them the supports and resources to help their students at home with the use of the laptop. So as we talk about and think about what it means to be a Washoe County School District graduate, we all want it to mean more than a piece of paper. And when we look at the skills of a 21st century learner, we could all agree on several things that we know in order for us to say that we are guaranteeing our students are going to graduate with ready for highly skilled careers or ready to go to college, they're going to need to be able to collaborate. They're going to need to be able to create, and they're going to have to be exceptional communicators. So it'll be crucially important as we talk further about strategic plans and what we want our graduates to have, that we really use 21st century learning opportunities. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. So when we began the IT strategic planning process, there was a recognition that we can have the greatest plan in the world, but if it's not fundable, if it doesn't come with a sustainable funding package, financial resources, it's not really a plan at all. And so we as a leadership team recognize that, and that is one of the bounds to what we put together. We didn't want to give you a wish list document. We wanted to give you a document that has a realistically sustainable funding source behind it, so that we can achieve everything we've kind of laid out to you. So this is a little bit of a role reversal for me. I'm not coming to you for cuts or proposals for reductions. We were charged with, in the Office of Business and Finance, to identify solutions to the problem, to come up with possible funding sources to fund this incredibly important need. And so I'm happy to report we've done that. And this gets fairly technical. I'll try to go through it. But as you can see on the slide, we first started kind of with an analysis that we would not use WC1 sales tax revenues to fund device replacement. And I guess I should say, again, we're focused on device replacement more than device acquisition, although they go hand in hand, right? But one of our challenges are that we have received many grant funds in the past and certainly in the last year, as well as private donations, as Dr. Parks expressed, for acquisition of devices. But then the problem is they get aged, they get old, they need a replacement. We've had in this district no source for the cyclical, systematic replacement of devices and refresh of those devices. So again, part of our charge was to come to you and present those financial options, funding options that we could identify to, for the first time in this district, provide a sustainable funding source for a systematic PC refresh or cyclical replacement of devices for students and teaching staff. And so, again, I'm happy to report we've come up with options here that we think are very viable, that get us to a place where we can actually do this. So again, sorry to go backwards a little bit, but kind of the first analysis we did, we looked at WC1 sales tax revenues, and we are not recommending that funding source. So what we are recommending to you tonight are 3 funding sources, 2 of which are property tax sources, and then the last one is cell tower lease revenues, and I'll talk about each. But just as background, for those who may not know, you know, the district has 2 property tax sources. There's a 75-cent per $100 valuation property tax rate for our school district operations. That's set at a statewide level. We're not talking about that funding source. That funding source goes into the general fund and is an operating revenue. And as you know, the general fund is stretched completely and is inadequate to fund all of our needs. So we're not looking at the 75-cent operating rate, but what we are looking at is the 38.85-cent debt rate that we collect. And those tax revenues go to support our rollover bond program. To be clear, the 38.85 cents can be used per NRS 387-335 for not just facilities, but also for furniture and equipment. That is an expressed, explicit, allowable use of these funds. And so Bond Counsel has confirmed that these monies can be used for the acquisition and replacement of computers, laptops, and other electronic devices for students and staff because they constitute equipment. And then, as I said, the third funding source will be cell tower lease revenue that we'll get into. So within the property tax monies that we collect, we obviously invest those monies and earn interest on those monies based on our portfolio of investments. We have never chosen to budget those interest earnings and appropriate those interest earnings on an annual basis in our property tax debt service fund. We've been very conservative, never done that, and until the last few years, interest rates were so low that those monies were pretty minimal. But as you can see in this chart, in fiscal year 18, we generated just shy of $800,000 in investment earnings. Then it went up to $1 million in fiscal year 19, all the way up to $1.66 million in 20. Unfortunately, the Fed has lowered interest rates since that time significantly, so we only expect $400,000 in interest earnings. But those interest earnings are legally available to transfer into a capital projects fund out of the debt service fund for pay-as-you-go projects. That was a new law, a relatively new law in 2015 that was passed that allows us to do that, to utilize the debt rate for pay-as-you-go capital projects, which include equipment. So that's the first revenue that we identified that could go towards device replacement. It is not pulling funding from any other component of the capital improvement program because, again, we did not budget this revenue. The district chose to always budget $0 in interest earnings, and then whatever it received kind of went into fund balance. So this is kind of a new revenue source we've identified, again, that's available for device replacement. The second revenue source we identified, and the most significant one, comes from the fact that when we issue rollover bonds, we need a coverage factor. And those familiar with debt, like Vice President Cotto, who was on the Debt Management Commission, know this, that whenever you issue bonds, you want a little bit extra to cover yourself in case there's an unexpected drop in that revenue. And so, again, the district has always had a little bit of buffer between what it collects out of that 38.85 cent debt rate and what it actually spends on debt service on those rollover bonds. And you can see that difference, again, for the same fiscal years. It has run between $4.7 million and $6.5 million of funding over and above our current debt service. And that's, again, intentional. We don't ever want to be real close in terms of where our debt service is versus where our projected property tax revenues are. We want a little bit of buffer in case, there is a deep recession like the Great Recession and where we might see housing values fall precipitously. So again, the district has never appropriated that extra buffer. It has simply chosen to let those monies roll over into fund balance, and we've built up a very significant reserve, which is a good thing. But we're now at a place where we can access that funding, again, due to that 2015 legal change, and we can use it for pay-as-you-go projects like device replacement. So this is our second recommendation for a funding source for device replacement, and again, it's the most significant. We are recommending a very conservative $4 million a year from this funding source. That transfer to that pay-as-you-go capital project fund would only be done after we've assured ourselves we've had enough revenues in this fiscal year to cover debt service. So it's over and above what we need for debt service. Any excess, if you will, would then be transferred into that capital projects fund for device replacement. And then the third and last revenue source we identified were cell tower revenues. These are lease revenues the district earns from having AT&T or Verizon locate cell towers on school district property. Currently, we receive roughly $135,000 or so a year from those revenues, and we split those revenues between the schools, the host schools where those cell towers are located, and then the other non-host schools. This comes out of board discussions in 2011 and 2014, in which that kind of was informally decided. There was no real board policy on it, but that was the discussion to split revenues that way. What we are proposing is going forward on a going forward basis, reallocating, repurposing all of those cell tower revenues, $135,000 to $150,000, towards device replacement versus sharing it with schools. That's been communicated with the schools. There's a little bit of concern that current projects might not be funded. We reassured those schools anything in the works will be funded. It's just on a go-forward basis. This would now go, again, to be transferred into that capital projects fund for device replacement. So this provides a summary of those three funding sources. These are estimated annual revenues, debt service fund interest earnings. We actually are estimating maybe $250,000 this year. Hopefully it'll be higher, but minimally $250,000 a year in interest earnings from our rollover fund, debt service fund. Second source, as I said, were property tax revenues in excess of our annual debt service. We've estimated $2 to $4 million. So again, this might be a slightly fluctuating number depending on what that actual coverage was in any particular year. And again, debt service is going to have a first lien on those revenues. We'll never choose to transfer any monies out of the debt service fund until debt service fund for that current year is paid. In a worst case scenario, that might mean no money would be transferred out of that fund to the capital projects fund for device replacement. But we don't think that's likely at all. And then again, we talked about the third revenue source of cell tower lease revenue, which we've estimated to be $150,000. So in total, this would provide funding minimally maybe $2.25 million a year, more likely somewhere in the neighborhood of $4.35 to $4.5 million a year in annual, predictable, sustainable funding for device replacement.
So based on the feedback we received during the strategic planning process, aligned with discussions we've had with the leadership team, and as Dr. Parks articulated, and part of the August strategic technology plan presentation were ideas around the future-oriented technology solution for students and teachers, which emphasizes the ideas of adaptability and mobility. As Vice President Cottle reminded me in a conversation earlier, I got to bring show and tell visual aids. This is an example of a laptop. This is what we most recently received. We received 11,000 of these devices over the holiday season and processed them and got them out to schools. But this is what we're talking about in terms of mobility and a hardware choice. Laptops provide our students and teachers with the 21st century technology solutions and with computing advantages over static workstations. These mobility ideas have only been confirmed, of course, through the pandemic as we transitioned to remote teaching and learning. Laptops have proven to be more adaptable. They allow our faculty to teach and our students to learn in any environment. With the ubiquity of Wi-Fi in schools and in homes and in businesses, laptops have unwired connectivity options. And finally, because of the integrated tools that laptops have, like a web camera and a microphone, a laptop's features provide a compact, all-in-one solution. That's why we're advocating for the device choice of laptops. So now into the complexity of the renewal schedule, and I need to take you back just a moment to remind you where we were. How did we develop our renewal schedule? So going back to the outset of the pandemic, the district had several separate, discrete inventory tools. And some of them were central to us in the IT department, and others were specific and administered by schools and inaccessible to any sort of single central dashboard. So our department's challenge at the pandemic start was, how do we discover the technology in our possession as a district? What and how much did we actually own? What was its age? How long had we owned it? And whether it was a student or teacher device. So we set out to create an inventory manager, and we've finally rolled that out. The access to that inventory tool has been released to all the schools so they can see what their own technology inventory is. But with the creation of the inventory manager and the view into those raw numbers, the next step has to be taken where we develop a means for identifying whether the laptops in a particular building are
a teacher or a student device. That will help us in our renewal, in developing our renewal schedule. This is a task that we're still working on. We anticipate that by the school year's conclusion. What we will do is we'll send out a survey to teachers to self-identify whether, what device they're using, what the asset tag is. And we think the incentive for them returning and responding to the survey is this will help in our planning, our strategic planning for the renewal. So we're looking forward to those responses. Our developers that created the inventory tool they've integrated adjustable refresh costs by device into the tool itself. And that helps support our cost estimating and strategic renewal planning. And as you can see from the slide, we've estimated, we've provided 3 different renewal cycles, a 4-year, a 5-year, and a 6-year cycle. So for the purposes of this presentation, just as an example for the slide, we averaged device costs at $500. We've been purchasing devices like this as low as $350, $360, and sometimes with a larger screen for teacher devices, they might be $650. That's why we landed on $500. And this is where the complexity comes in. Our proposed inventory levels going forward are, we seek to supply elementary schools with 1 device for every 2 students. That's why you see it says 50%. And our device to middle and high school student ratio would be 8 to 10 or 80%. Using those inventory ratios and the estimated average device costs and a 5-year renewal schedule, we have a yearly $4.4 million renewal expenditure. So, as I prepare the presentation, I try and think like an attorney, and I try and anticipate what are the challenges of the plan, with my hat off to Neil as he acknowledges. What are the anticipated drawbacks to this proposal? First off, we're talking about laptops only. There's a wealth of other instructional technology that's in use in schools and in classrooms, and that includes the tablets that students are using at the K2 level and also sprinkled throughout the rest of the district. It's the interactive whiteboards that are installed in classrooms. It's the sound fields, the sound magnification systems that teachers use so they don't have to raise their voice all day as they instruct. And it's also furnishings like device storage, like laptop carts or iPad cabinets. Another challenge that we're facing is, and it's a significant one, is the human capital element of support costs. Do we have the personnel to support this tremendous investment in technology? And I think tonight our opportunity is to discuss laptops only, and for the board to act on that, on our proposal, up or down, and then we can have discussions. If successful, we'll have those discussions about support costs at some other time. We see that as a real challenge moving forward. But I don't like to end on a negative, so I don't want to discuss just potential challenges. I'd rather talk about the opportunities. The pandemic, as significant of an emergency as it was to school districts as we transition to remote and distance learning and hybrid learning, we need to remember that the pandemic also brought us what Dr. Parks talked about, was the tremendous influence of our business and volunteer communities, all of the donations that we received, all the cooperation from the other organizations that shared in the grant funding, and the acquisition in terms of the IT department, the acquisition of over 17,000 laptops for the use of our students just since July, and that's been tremendous. And so we're very pleased with the response of the community in that respect. So, per the superintendent's recommendation on the agenda item, we ask that you approve this second installment of the strategic technology plan that relates to sustainability. Are there any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's scary to think about in the days that we live in now that we haven't had a plan. Because if we didn't know we needed one before now, we certainly know that we need it, and based upon the times that we're in. So we'll have Just some questions here from our trustees, and we'll see if there's any public comment. Okay, Vice President Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a few questions, and thank you for the presentation. With the sustainability plan, I don't know how many of the 56,000 laptops we purchased within the last year, but I would say a lot of them. And so obviously going forward, when every 5 years you're purchasing, or it's every year you're purchasing another percentage of that, it'll take time to kind of get that on a rotation that makes sense, because when you buy them all at once. Are we concerned that in the tail end of that, we're going to have devices that are 8, 9, 10 years? Have we thought about that part of the sustainability?
Yeah, so the inventory tool that we've developed, while it doesn't identify whether it's a student or a staff device, it does indicate the age of the device, what purchase order was used to acquire it in the first place. So we will be targeting those pockets of devices that would be the oldest. When the Worcester students, I'm sorry, I have to pronounce that correctly. I'm out west here. When the Worcester students discussed laptops that were anywhere from 7 to 12 years old, those would be the devices that we would be targeting. We recognize that a lot of the schools have performed the investing in a more recent sense for their staff and students, and so we'll be looking at the older devices.
I appreciate that. And this is only concerning devices the school district purchases. So if schools go out of their way with PTOs to buy laptops, spoke to a principal recently that her goal is in the next year or two to have that school one-to-one through their PTO, then their PTO is going to be ultimately then responsible to replace those, or do those somehow get looped into our rotation?
Well, that's an excellent question. We would never dissuade school leadership from trying to acquire extra devices for their staff or their students. I think those would be discussions with the finance department, so we could determine whether we could support, the programs and the technology that a school decided to, the path that they decided to choose.
I appreciate that. That might be like one of the next steps with this, because we do have schools that have PTOs that are getting them devices, and that changes our process a little bit. And the last thing I'll say is, in this plan, as we go forward past this point, I do think it's important for us to take a look at sustainability for technology within our schools, the technology boards that are in classrooms. We have some schools that those are really out of date. There was one school I was at where if the bulb goes out, that's it. You can't even buy a bulb anymore for that device. And you talked about how you're banking on $500 costs, but if we can get many of these laptops for $350, it might be a point where we take a look at how do we invest into this other technology, because if the classroom technology is not up to speed what the laptops are we really in the best place that we want to be? So that may be another point going forward as we become more tech savvy, to make sure we're kind of keeping up with all of it, which I know is going to be a challenge. So I appreciate the presentation.
So if I can respond to that, there's been a tremendous amount of feedback that involves devices over and above laptops, and that's why I brought up the installed technology that's in classrooms. I recognize the need. We want to get a base level of equity in terms of the device that's most used, and then I plan to be here a long time. I'll tackle those on my next. We'll identify resources. Mark has been tremendously supportive, and we'll try and attempt to tackle that too.
No, I appreciate that. I understand the age of COVID devices, but being in this school and seeing the technology that these schools have, I think we just have to be mindful of the equity part. And I know you are. The challenge is the man to your right. We got to pay for it somehow, and I know that you guys will all work hard to give us some solutions, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Trustee Thigpen, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. As you know, I'm a huge nerd, so you're speaking my language. And then I did get a chance to help with imaging a few weeks ago in the IT department at some of the laptops that went to some of our distance learning students, so that was really fun. I got to learn something new. So I have full faith in your staff that you will figure out how to get these dispersed no matter what. I guess my question would be around security and all of that with the laptops once they go out. Can you just explain the security measures we have in place installed automatically on the laptops so that when they're given to a student, that no matter where they go, they are hopefully prevented from getting access to things they shouldn't be?
Yes, so to make us Children's Internet Protection Act compliant, SEPA compliant, there is a content filter that's installed on all district devices, not only on the device, but also on our network. So when students are using devices here in school, they're sort of doubly protected. And when they're remotely learning, we're still compliant with the federal legislation. We also have some security protocols and some policies in place that identify potential harmful behavior that might be taking place with the laptop, whether it identifies, too many password entries or whether a login is being attempted from some foreign state. And then, of course, all the email threats that can take place with phishing schemes. So all of those are part of the operations of not only our enterprise team in the IT department, but also our security team. So, I mean, that's just, it's a piece of what we do operationally every day, all day. And thankfully, we have a dedicated team of 3 in the security division that's all they do.
Fantastic, and I think I agree with Vice President Cottle. If we can find some savings, and I know we, Superintendent McNeil and I got to do a tour of Worcester last week and saw how teachers are using iPads with their smart boards to do instruction along with Microsoft Teams. I was just blown away at this one math teacher. I was like, I wish I had this when I was in math class. So if there are savings that we can find to allocate to some of these other things, I'm all for it.
I'm happy to do that. I consider it, just a more enjoyable component of my job where I get to negotiate with vendors and extract as best price as I can.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Turner and Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, President Taylor. So many things are running through my mind with this. I'm feeling like, I guess, old, I guess. So I do think a lot about security, and I think not only for the student, but I think for how we help teachers and how we help parents/families, because we're going to need everybody on board with this. We can't expect students to manage that for many reasons. I wonder about then too the teacher support, and I'm not necessarily looking for answers now, I'm just sharing my thoughts. Teacher support in the use of all these devices that the students will have, and how do we manage that and support the teachers and the families and of course the students. And then back to the money-saving measures, what crosses my mind is this an opportunity? Don't get me wrong, I like books. I like to hold a book. But can this be a money-saving measure so that we can maybe shift the cost of purchasing books to being able to download the books, etc., on the devices? And then my other question is when I think of growing this, I think of your staff, and I can only imagine that you would need more technicians and IT people to support this massive adventure. So those are just a few things that run through my mind.
So let me respond to the last. I'll try and do this in reverse order if I can recall. Obviously, I think technology support is critical to the success of our proposal. It's something that I articulated on our challenge slide. It's something that was identified in the survey feedback that we presented in the Part 1 presentation on August 25th. We think this can only be as successful as the devices are being used and supported in schools. So we do think that that's a significant challenge. only have a handful of user services support. So we're looking to make that division much more efficient, and I think they do a tremendous job. So I don't know what else we can squeeze out of them. So perhaps the only, let's get past this presentation piece and perhaps the successful passage of it, and then we can have those discussions about personnel and support and identifying those critical needs. Working our way backwards through your questions, you mentioned books and perhaps opportunities to transition to electronic textbooks, I think, and a measure of cost savings that we might find in that space. And I'm like you, I'm a degreed librarian. I like the feel of paper and leather-bound books, but I recognize that the future might not involve that. So those are conversations that I'm the technology delivery person, and I think the academic question that you're asking about electronic textbooks would be something that we would work on. I'm not going to delegate it strictly to academics and school leadership, but I'd certainly like to take part in those conversations. And the first part of your question was, now I've already lost it.
Well, why don't you, as you
family and family support and teacher support. Sorry. So the teacher support piece is ongoing with our 21st century department under academics, and they do a tremendous job of training and keeping teachers informed on the tools that they have available to them, most notably Office 365 and our learning management system, Teams. But I would like to announce that we have hired a family support technician who's working full-time just outside of my office, supporting families with technology questions in the use of Teams, in the use of Office 365, even as simple as password issues. Those telephone calls land on her desk, Christy, and I've already seen her taking a wealth of calls. We've made the announcements. The word is out for her position, and she's already providing support. We're very pleased for that.
Just the nod to the security, just give me a little more on this. If Dr. Parks would hit that book thing.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nicolette, and thank you, Dr. Turner. We, with all of our current curriculum adoptions, they do come with a digital component, so our teachers do have access to all the new textbooks online. And what we're finding is whether we choose to go hardback or digital, those costs are about the same. And what the companies are doing now is giving you a package deal where you're buying the hardback, but you also have access to the digital components as well. So I've heard that too as well, that we might be one day reading straight from the screen. But yes, we're hearing that and seeing that the cost is about the same to go pure digital.
Well, thank you to you both. Trustee Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. Is there anything in place for recovery of lost or misplaced devices, or am I asking the wrong people?
No, that's a question that gets asked, and it floats to us quite often. It not only involves laptops, but the connectivity piece where we're loaning hotspots to families too. They're getting lost and damaged. We ask that families sign a borrower's agreement that recognizes that there's a certain level of care that goes into the use of this borrowed and limited resource, and there's identified replacement costs that are outlined on the form, and then we leave it up. And then, unfortunately, we have a centralized sort of system for acquiring and processing and distributing the laptops, but then ultimately devices that are loaned out to schools and from the schools to the families themselves, whether it's in use in the building or at home, it's up to them, because they're the actual loaners of the device to provide like the collections method. So when a student checks out of the building and separates from the district, you know, just like we're collecting textbooks, we're also attempting to collect, you know, the device that we know that they've borrowed. So it's not a perfect system, and I think we could probably discuss something that's more unified, but that's what we're working with now.
Okay, thank you.
If I may follow up on just that piece. So if a family or a child now, they're doing some distance learning, maybe they're hybrid, whatever, and they lose or damage, right? They break it or something like that. It's up to the school, and I'm sure they signed an agreement, right? So it's up to the school to determine how that is replaced or repaired, or is that basically what you're?
Right, so we acquire the devices. I talked about the 17,000 that we've acquired since July. And then we distribute them out to schools, and they essentially become part of the school's inventory. It's part of our global inventory system, but it's allocated to that particular school. So because the schools have relationships with those families, they know those parents, they know those students, we think it best that those borrowers agreements are administered from the school, and all of the care and use guidelines would be communicated from the school. And then, of course, the other piece, the negative piece of the replacement costs or the repair costs.
So does the borrower agreement require my child lost their laptop, or my child dropped their laptop or something like that? So does the borrower agreement say that myself, as I'm the parent, now I have to replace that, or I have to, can you tell me a little bit about what the borrow agreement says about replacement or repair?
It's goal-oriented rather than having any sort of teeth to it, I think. Like, I took part in the authorship of the borrower's agreement because I was asked to, because people just needed something to use in order to exchange the inventory. But I think it lacks authority. I don't think we can exclude anybody from instruction just because they damaged the laptop.
Sure.
That's what I would land on.
Understandable, but what does it call for?
Well, the parent agrees to the terms that are outlined on the agreement, which include the repair or the replacement,
Okay.
if it's due to misuse.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much. I have a couple, let's go to our student trustee, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. As you said, that students would get sent home with these laptops. Would this come with like Wi-Fi or like a hotspot with those laptops, or would it just be the laptop by itself?
So the laptops, we distribute the laptops out to schools, and then the schools make the decisions on the student request, based on student request, that they need a laptop for their distance learning needs. And then if there is a connectivity issue in the home as well, they can also request that from the school.
So the schools will have that in stock, let's say, for students to receive it?
Actually, so we distribute the laptops to schools, but the inventory of hotspots is administered by the IT department. Principals email me, and I approve it, and I always approve it. And then on the next delivery to that school, that hotspot or those hotspots are sent to that particular school.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Victoria. Some of it is just some of the questions I have are just for clarification. So these are, and this may be for you, first, Mr. CFO. These capital funds these are funds that could not be used for operations.
That is correct.
Okay, I thought so. And then I remember, Dr. Turner, you mentioned, although it wasn't for approval or not approval to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, even though their charge is the funds from WC1, we run all of our capital expenditures through them, and you found that they were supportive.
That's correct. They were supportive, and I don't know how to qualify the outcome of the meeting. They provided their support.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no action item, but they expressed support.
Yep, understand. And then I guess what I'm hearing, what I'm really hearing is, first of all, is really great stuff that we can actually put something like this in place, because certainly it's necessary. Love the family support technician, something different to help families that may struggle through that. So thank you for that addition. Then I'm also just hearing that there's some growth opportunities though that we still have. 50% elementary, 80% middle school and high school. I mean, in the ideal world, we're 100%, right? So we land in, a COVID situation again, everyone has a device. I mean, we'll be much better positioned to deal with it. There's no question about that. But to me, that's just, we can't do everything all at one time. And so I certainly understand that and really grateful for putting this plan together that can help us move in that direction. Also, I'm going to concur with my colleague, Vice President Caldo, as well as Trustee Thigpen, in that the other technology equity, I know that's something that has to come, again, just growth opportunities for us, because that becomes an equity issue, for the schools that are newer versus those that are older. But I know it's on the radar. Certainly, I know that there's going to be a greater need down the road for some support on the IT end because of all these projects, because of all of the devices, and then certainly continuing support for teacher training. Those are the growth opportunities that I see. I know the 21st century folks do a great job, but as everybody has all of these, there's just more opportunities, right? More opportunities for that. Okay, that was my kind of wrap, if you will. We'll go to Dr. McNeil, and then we'll go to any public comment.
Well, just thank you, Chris and Troy and Mark. This has been a long time coming as far as a district technology plan, and I would urge the trustees, and it's been a while since our first technology plan came forward, so if you hadn't had an opportunity to review that, to dig into the details on that, because that was a lot of work to put that technology plan together. The sustainability plan is something that our district has never had as far as providing a sustainable source for technology. And technology is not going to be going away. Technology is part of our present and our future. And as devices become the generations of devices, we anticipate that the prices will be dropping as devices change. And then also, to your question, Trustee Nicolette, as far as data security. So we wanted to talk about sustainability tonight and funding. And then on the March 9th board meeting, we actually have a technology data security presentation with the IT security team coming forward.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. That's good information, because that's also a big part of the sustainability and providing these opportunities is security. On that note, I know we have Mr. Eppolito for public comment, and do we have other than that? So just one. Okay. Mr. Eppolito, you're up, sir.
You're practically psychic. My name is John Eppolito. You can find over 1,000 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. After another one of these staff presentations a few years ago, one of the board members, possibly Trustee Nicolette, asked something like this: are we ever going to get the research showing screens and ed tech products actually improve student performance? The former CIO had no reports to provide, only his opinion. Good thing I was there, because I happen to have 2 or 3 reports showing technology in schools actually harms student performance, especially in the younger grades. I provided them to the board. I have seen reports that show technology does help high-achieving students in high school. Many .com executives who understand the issues with screen time and the free ed tech products severely limit their own children's use of technology. These products are for our children, not theirs. Here's a couple articles. The Washington Post, August 2017, title, Melinda Gates, I spent my career in technology and I wasn't prepared for its effect on my kids. Entrepreneur, October 2017, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs raised their kids tech-free and it should have been a red flag. January 2018, The Guardian, children are tech addicts and schools are the pushers. When Silicon Valley bosses send their children to screen-free schools, why do we believe the claims of the ed tech industry? The New York Times, October 2018, a dark consensus about screens and kids begins to emerge in Silicon Valley. None of these things you guys talk about, and it's very frustrating. Business Insider, March 5th, 2020, 6 tech executives who raised their kids tech-free or seriously limited their screen times. When these kids take these devices home, we all know they're not just using them for schoolwork. School-issued devices are being used for inappropriate YouTube and TikTok videos. We all know that. And probably other things. I don't know if it's true what he said or not, but after the fourth data security incident or whatever you want to call them, it's hard to trust what you guys say. Question, do we know how many of our students have become addicted to screens because of district-issued devices? Remember, the screen has the same effect on a child's brain as drugs does. We had a mom come in here a couple years ago and tell you guys. Has the district educated parents on the downside of screen time and free ed tech vendors? I haven't seen anything, and I have 2 kids still in high school. I'm glad my kids only have 2 years left in the district. You can find 1,000 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. That's all the public comment, right, JJ? Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring this back here to my colleagues here at the board. The staff is asking for approval of the strategic, of the school district strategic technology plan. This is phase 2, right? We already had phase 1, and this is phase 2, and it includes the sustainability as renewal and sustainability as presented tonight. I see Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I motion that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Strategic Technology Plan Phase 2 to identify technology renewal and sustainability.
There's a motion by Trustee Thigpen, second by Vice President Caldwell. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? There is further discussion. Dr. Nicolette?
You know, that just really sunk into me, thank you.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yes,
sorry, your
I
voice-
am.
yeah.
Thank you for helping me. The motion just kind of solidified. I'm going to be honest, I have some struggle with the devices, and whether it's a phone, a television, I worry about our children. But the motion, I believe, clarified it for me, and I'm understanding this correctly. It's to bless moving forward for you to continue your research. Is that right? Would you repeat the motion, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the motion as written is the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Strategic Technology Plan Phase 2 to identify technology renewal and sustainability. My understanding is that that is identify needs to renew outdated technology and put in place a sustainability model for continued renewal.
And which includes the funding sources.
Which includes the funding sources?
As outlined tonight. The part of the plan, part of the renewal and sustainability plan, first of all, was identification of the need and so on as outlined. And then we as trustees would say, hey, that's fantastic, how are we gonna pay for it? And so they came and made that a part of the presentation that yes, the devices would be renewed as described for students and for teachers, for educators, I should say. And this is how they will be sustained, and they're recommending a 5-year model, and this is where the funding source can come from. So that's the entirety of what they presented, and the motion is to approve what they've presented. Does that help, Trustee Nicolette?
It helps me a lot, and thank you. And I guess my struggle now is the funding part of it and the true sustainability part of it. I don't know if this is an appropriate question. I'm going to ask it anyway of our CFO, Mr. Mathers. You see a clear vision for at least 5 years on this?
So Mark Mathers, CFO, I do. I think this is very doable. From here, if you approve this plan, if this motion passes, we will incorporate those funding recommendations in the annual budget that you will see, first with our tentative budget in April and then the final budget later, and in the capital improvement program that'll go to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and then back to the Board of Trustees. So we'll implement these recommendations in our budget, in our capital improvement program. And yes, I do think these are absolutely sustainable options for the systematic replacement of devices.
Okay, Dr. McNeil? Thank you, Mr. Mathers.
Thank you for your
Mark,
time.
just for
Yes.
clarification, that this is on a 5-year, so for the 5-year, it's a 5-year cyclical replacement model, which we are recommending for approval, is a 5-year cycle of renewal.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, this would be in a 5-year replacement cycle.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, again, we have a motion on the floor to accept the plan as outlined for renewal and sustainability of technology, part 2 of the technology strategic plan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you for the work. Really important work. It's exciting to at least have a plan in place, a way to fund it, and then I appreciate that you outlined there's some more opportunities for us in this as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 5.05. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve proposed changes to services for students receiving English language development services, including continued transition to the English language site facilitator model and proposed changes to the English language development ELD department. This is for possible action. And I believe we're going to turn it over to Dr. Parks, and Janine Kelly, our Director of ELD, is here as well. And it looks like Mr. Mathers just can't go home.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good afternoon again. Good evening again. For the record, Troy Parks, and yes, Mark is going to be joining us. So there's a element. Last time we spoke to you, we talked a little bit about the weighted funding formula. So we have incorporated more succinct information for your consideration. So yes, our presentation tonight is with Janine Kelly, our Director of English Language Development. She's worked incredibly hard in looking at what practices are going to address improving student learning outcomes for our ELs. And within that, we also have a presentation tonight, as I said, around the new pupil-centered funding formula. So as we get started, I'm going to dive right in, and you're going to hear a little bit about, excuse me. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the laws that govern our ELs. We have some information on you exactly who our EL population is. We're going to go over our current EL programming. Again, hit on the pupil-centered funding weighted formula. And then our proposed changes. I want to pause right here and just remind us that this EL site facilitator model, it is not new to us. It is a model we have engaged in the last couple of years. As you're going to hear from Janine, this is a model that, regardless of the funding we receive, as educators, we truly embrace this model because its philosophy is that all teachers should be able to meet the needs of our EL students. And so when we talk about equity, that type of approach where we are all teachers of our EL students is a much more consistent and practical approach to, as we talk about equity and all students achieving at high levels. That's something as an educator, personally, I signed up for. And when we look at this model, it is exactly what it asks, is that all teachers become teachers of their EL students, which, interestingly, based on the research, is also best practices for their students who are struggling with academic language and language acquisition. And then we will get to our superintendent's recommendation and question and answer period. And with that, I'll turn it over to Janine.
I can't read the pictures, I'm sorry.
Thank you for having us here tonight, Superintendent and the esteemed board. We would like to present to you some ideas, and I know we have many new members of our board, so I'm going to do a little background building, which is a strategy we do use with our EL students to help them make connections for them to learn. By federal law, we are required to have a system by which we identify and screen possible second language students for our EL services. A system for notification to parents and programming that provides equitable opportunities for student achievement. Thank you. I'm short. Families fill out a home language survey when they first register in our district. This alerts the school and our department that a student may speak a language other than English. We screen the students, and if they receive a score of 5, they do not qualify for our services. If they receive a score of 4.9 or less, they qualify. Parents are notified through a letter that the child has qualified for EL services at the school. We also notify parents after schools have taken the English Language Proficiency Assessment, and if they receive an overall 4.5 on the annual language assessment, they are exited from our services, but monitored for 4 years within their classes for success. We inform the parents of this status yearly. Our board policy states that the academic success of EL students is a shared responsibility. We believe our current EL teachers and ELD site facilitators are specially trained and have expertise, but we also believe that every teacher is a teacher of EL. Our proposal of increasing our ELD site facilitator model to more schools will provide the support for all teachers to have the tools that will enable them to scaffold and support ELs in content. We want our students to have the same opportunities to meet grade level standards as their English-speaking peers and achieve both academically and linguistically. Let me tell you who our students are. We have 9,267 Washoe County School students, although 3 just moved in last week, so we now have 9,270 identified EL students. When we look at our students, we have been declining in numbers, and we attribute this to a couple of factors. We are exiting our students at a rate of 9 to 12% every year. Many of our second language learners are attending pre-K and receiving language services there, so when they enter kindergarten, they're coming to our school with more English and do not qualify. 86% of our students were born in America. They are second or third generation second language speakers. Our largest population, of course, is Spanish, followed by Tagalog, Filipino, Vietnamese, Bengali, and Marshallese. And somewhere in all this mix is one Swede. We just had 2 Korean children enter our district 2 weeks ago. Our program facilitator was so impressed when she went into the classroom to assist the teacher with how the teacher was helping the student and giving them a peer by which they could help them through the day. They were involved in the class. Every effort was made to help them understand what was going on. And when the children left the school that day, they skipped out to their mother to get into the car. We also have our refugee families that are supported by our family liaison in partnership with the Northern Nevada International Center. We have approximately 76 refugee students who have come from the Congo, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan,
and the family that just moved in last week have come from Tanzania. We want to provide high-quality language development, instruction, assessment, and outreach to our families. Through the 15 essential actions that guide our work in our schools and in our district. I want to direct your attention to Action 15. An essential action for academic success for ELs is a shared responsibility so that all teachers are language teachers and support one another in their language practices. It is important to emphasize that language takes approximately 5 to 7 years to become proficient. Our students do need to be given the extra time and support to learn the language, and it's essential that teachers understand and honor what students are bringing to the classroom and build on that knowledge and skill. We want to accelerate the language and provide multiple opportunities for ELs to produce language necessary to show their learning. This also takes time for teachers, administrators, and other staff members to be given the training, the coaching, and the opportunity to increase their knowledge of language development, as well as designing language-rich lessons. We are required by state law to provide high-quality language development and instruction. The state provides a variety of programming, and the district selects programs to best suit the needs of our students. In elementary school, we provide instruction for our language learners through English immersion. The site facilitator model provides the support for teachers through coaching, professional learning, co-teaching, push-in, modeling explicit language instruction through content, and support through PLCs. English immersion through the EL teacher is also accomplished with push-in or pull-out for small group instruction, and sometimes co-teaching, and they attend PLC meetings with their grade levels as they can. We also provide dual language opportunities at 2 of our elementary schools. This model is designed to have 50% of the students English speakers and 50% of the students are second language learners. They learn the content simultaneously in English and Spanish. Our secondary program is designed around courses to meet the unique needs of our ELs. The courses are designed to teach English students so that they can be successful in their content classes. We have newcomers, which are new to the country. We have short-term ELs that have been here 5 years or less, and we have long-term ELs that have been here 6 years or more. Each of these types of language learners has specific needs that the courses address. My department also provides professional learning opportunities. This is a list of the different opportunities for professional learning that we provide. One of our most popular is Guided Language Acquisition and Design, or better known as GLAD. The sole purpose of GLAD is to provide teachers with a framework for designing language-rich opportunities for learners through specific strategies that increase a student's productive language. We provide the training for our EL teachers or our ELD site facilitators, and then specific professional learning as requested by a school site. The law asks us to identify and assess our ELs, as well as provide family support. We do so through our identification and assessment protocols, and we partner with family school partnerships. I also have a family liaison in my office, and we also provide all the interpretation services for schools and translation services for the district. So what does the model look like? Where have we been, and where would we like to go? In 2017, we approached the board with our recommendation. When it was accepted, we started with 23 schools and 1 middle school. We hired 10 site facilitators. Each facilitator serves 2, possibly 3 schools, depending on the number of ELs at those schools. The first year, we had extensive training for our facilitators in language development, coaching, data decision-making, presentation skills, professional learning communities, elevation, and other such programs. In 2019, we added 10 new elementary sites and 5 new ELD site facilitators. We differentiated our training for our new site facilitators and for our seasoned site facilitators. We also started the seasoned site facilitators to start taking a lead in the training. In 2020, we added 2 schools, which was an elementary and a middle school, and we added 1.5 site facilitators. We redesigned some of our training to meet distance learning, hybrid, face-to-face models, and the seasoned site facilitators took on most of the training with support from my team. Who are these ELD site facilitators? They're strong instructional teachers. They're all endorsed or have a master's degree in TESOL. They go through a rigorous interview process and rigorous professional learning. They coach teachers, they observe and provide feedback, they attend professional learning communities, they attend MTSS meetings where ELs are as the discussion, they help to develop the language development within a classroom, standards, and the WIDA framework. We work on presentation skills with them, and we also teach them that when they're coaching a teacher to use the plan, do, study, act cycle. What does a day look like for an ELD site facilitator? At 8:30, she might be meeting, or he might be meeting with the teacher for planning a unit that they're going to be co-teaching. At 9:15, they attend a first grade PLC, a professional learning community. They're bringing language data with them, and they discuss how the student has met the goals, which students have not met the goals and what they want to do, which students have exceeded the goals and what they're going to do, and then what is the impact on language within the instruction and for the learner. 10 o'clock, they go and co-teach in a 5th grade classroom. It's a math lesson. They're responsible for modeling what language looks like through the classroom and the teacher the content. At 11, they take a 4th and 5th grade newcomer group to help them accelerate their language so that they're able to begin participating in class. Around 11:30, they meet with the administrator to discuss progress and what the next professional learning is going to be like. 12:15, they do lunch duty. 12:45, they meet with the 3rd grade on a professional learning community. Then they get lunch about 1:30, but which probably includes doing some planning, doing some emails, doing some phone calls, getting resources for teacher, just like other teachers do also during their lunch hour. At 2 o'clock, they pull a 2nd, 3rd grade newcomer group. At 2:30, they screen a new student for possible services. At 3:30, they meet with the teacher that they've finished a unit of co-teaching, and they're moving on and reflecting on what has worked and where they need to go, asking the questions, which students have learned, which ones have not, which ones have exceeded, and what is the language demands that we need. And then at 4:15, they attend an ELD chat where they meet with their colleagues and peers to discuss different topics that have been generated through the year. As we were to present the proposal on January 26th with a PowerPoint, and it was just a proposal bringing the information to you for discussion. There has been a lot of investigation of the PowerPoint, and a lot of teachers have made calls and received emails from my different team members. I think it's important to know that this is a proposal, that we are working to increase the availability of ELD site facilitators in our schools, but to also look at the needs of our students, the needs of our ELs, particularly in a secondary school, and how they might differ than our elementary schools. So when we think about what the philosophy is behind our ELD model, when we took the model to our schools, we explained this philosophy to the administrators and to the leadership team that we wanted to provide high-quality language instruction through content. We always begin with the language data and build the need of the school's EL population into their school improvement plan. Then we design the type of professional learning that will occur, the follow-up coaching for that professional learning, and next steps. The site facilitator provides the support for the data dive during the professional learning communities. Teachers are coached through the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle to meet the needs of language demands within their content, as well as a selection of strategies that increase a student's development of language in reading, writing, speaking, and listening. We align our English language development standards to the Nevada Academic Content Standards and are working now at various schools to support essential standards at each grade level with the ELD standards. The collaboration amongst EL experts and general education teachers will increase student outcomes across all content areas. As we've been at this since 2018, we just have 2 years of data to show you. It is the EL exit rate data for our schools that are in the ELD model and those that are in non-ELD models. I truly believe in our philosophy and feel we are making a difference. And now I will turn the time back to Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Janine. And we do have Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, here to update us on the pupil-centered funding plan and how that will impact funding for our EL population.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. The purpose of this section of the PowerPoint really is to, I think, clarify some of the funding issues related to English learners. We'll do this again with gifted and talented when it comes back to you, because I do think there's some misconceptions about the funding streams that go into these programs. But just to start, we went over the pupil-centered funding plan in great depth in December. I won't go back over it. But specifically with regards to English learners, the pupil-centered funding plan will collapse categorical funding that has gone towards the English language program, so that primarily is Zoom funding, a program created in 2013. That program is more school-based, and so that will be eliminated with the adoption of the pupil-centered funding plan, and even in the governor's phased-in proposal for implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. Zoom funding will cease as a separate categorical grant program, and instead we will have a weighted funding category for English learners. And so again, we go away from kind of a school-based allocation of funding that the Zoom program brought to a pupil-centered funding follows the student philosophy, where again, the intent is that every English language learner student in the district receives roughly the same amount of supports and funding on a per pupil basis wherever they go to school. So this is, certainly a significant change in terms of philosophy and funding. Next slide. This is kind of a busy chart, but I think this is really important for you to see. And this was the case with gifted and talented too. I think there's a misunderstanding that the state funds all of the costs of the English language program, and it does not. And so this chart shows, going back to just fiscal year 20, kind of more or less pre-COVID, where our English language learner programs were funded out of. So you can see received some portion of SB 178 funding from the state, Zoom funding. So the state's portion of our English learner costs were $9 million, and the general fund portion of our costs was more than $12 million. So that, in fact, the school district has the majority of costs that it funds through its general fund for the EL program. And so even if the state continues its funding of weighted funding for English learners, that still leaves a significant portion of costs that the general fund would have to pick up. And as we'll talk about at our next budget work session, the school district is facing reductions to its general fund funding. So it's not simply a matter of comparing Zoom fund, EL funding, pre-pupil centered funding plan to what's proposed in the governor's budget, but there's also a significant general fund component to the EL program. And so basically Washoe County school districts, along with other school districts, have subsidized the EL program. Over time, we hope that the state will more adequately fund EL, but that's the situation that we have today. Oh, I wish I could blow up this chart a little bit more so that I could, thank you, Janine. Well, that doesn't help. Well, let me get my reading glasses out. This is in 3-point font. Thank you, Janine. So just as a data point, we wanted to share with you the funding amounts of Washoe County School District compared to Clark County School District. So we're the two obviously large urban districts in the state. And so, in the first column, you can see the number of EL students, 9,000 approximately for Washoe versus 47,000 for Clark. That's kind of the typical ratios we see, right? Roughly 5 to 6 times the number of students generally in Clark than Washoe. But you can see our general fund support is more than 50% more than Clark. So again, we provide a little bit more than 12 million of our own general fund resources for our EL program versus Clark that spends 8.8 million. And Clark has verified these numbers if that's a question. And so overall, our general fund spending per pupil, general fund spending per EL pupil is $1,375 in Washoe versus $186 in Clark. Total funding is virtually double in Washoe for every EL student versus Clark. So again, just trying to provide some data points to you as we kind of go through these issues.
So we also brought this slide with you for you as well. These are our exit rates compared with Clark. And as Mark pointed out, arguably we are spending twice the amount of funds, but as you can see from the data, we would say it's pretty even match as we compare ourselves against the South. And so as we look for efficiencies and ways to better meet the needs of our English learners, we have to look at the ELD site facilitator model as an opportunity to both save costs and better meet the needs of our English language learners.
So our 3-year proposal, we're proposing for a 3-year plan to move all of our elementary and our middle schools into the ELD model and begin moving some of our high schools into the model. I do want to emphasize that the ELD model in secondary is going to look a bit different than in elementary. The reason being is research indicates we need to have explicitly designed EL courses that meet the 3 types of unique language learners in secondary: the newcomers, short-term, and long-term learners. These specifically designed EL courses can accelerate their language development. They are designed to help them learn and acquire English to a level of proficiency that maximizes that capacity to engage successfully in academic studies taught in English. Because our secondary students are older and may have entered our system later in school or may have had interrupted education, the content they are required to learn as they are learning a new language is more complex. Thus, the ELD site facilitator provides content teachers with the tools and strategies to increase the language production in the content classes, as well as meeting the language needs within that content. One aspect of the proposal for all schools will be a required professional learning for administration, leadership teams, and staff. We will be providing explicit intensive professional learning for the first year, and then plan with the school for what is needed in year 2 and 3 based on the data. We also want to explore improving our current newcomer programs and then implement those changes in the second year and refine them in the third year. Our goal is to have ELs have excellence every day, that we expect to have that excellence, that we engage them, that we observe, that we support, that we reflect, but most of all, that we value the assets that they bring to our schools.
Okay. I was waiting for a closing comment, but that was a good closing comment, Jenny. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the information. Obviously, there's been a lot of interest in this topic that we've all received from constituents and so on. I'm going to open up the floor for questions from trustees as a starter, and then we do want to see if we have any in-person public comment, and I want to allow time at that time. I'm saying this out loud so you can help remember if I remind me if I forget. For us to review, we have gotten some more public comment on this topic during the meeting, and so I want to make sure I allow time for board members to review those as well. So as for a starter, Clerk Minetto and then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, excuse me, I could not agree more that every single teacher is an EL teacher. I totally agree with that. I have some issues with facilitating positions. In my 31 years of teaching, I've seen in several different schools facilitators who sometimes did a fabulous job, but sometimes didn't. And you gave us an example of a schedule, which is great. Who's going to check on this schedule? I honestly have seen a facilitator at their desk asleep. And this was years ago, but still, that stays with me. And I was thinking, they're not helping our kids. So,
may I answer the question? We have, thank you, Trustee Minetto. We have put in place systems where staff within my department are in contact with our ELD site facilitators, and they mentor them. We set goals with them and target goals for their achievement, not only with their students, but the work they do. We ask them to, they submit a calendar to us. I haven't done as many school visits this year because of the situation we're in, but in the last 2 years and some this year, I'm in the schools with my program facilitators, visiting with the principals and with the ELD site facilitators. They also meet as a group virtually to not only have training, but to discuss issues that they may be having with testing or something like that. So they are monitored. They are expected to provide a newsletter or communication with their teachers weekly. They also work with their mentor monthly.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. And I imagine that they are in touch with the parents too. I imagine that's part of the deal.
Yes, they're always in touch with the parents. Thank you for bringing that up.
I do have another question. We have government mandated testing. Who's going to do the testing?
Well, they are doing the testing now at their schools. My staff is also out testing because we have many teachers on distance learning. And then some of our schools will train to test grade level teachers, and they will take the kids to do the testing at that time. So we have quite a good system in place. This year, we are out doing a lot of the testing simply because a lot of our teachers are on distance learning, and then to also just provide additional support to the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. As I'm sure you have, we've received a lot from the community, so I have many questions and concerns to pass along. One of the first things that I am wondering is if, since this ELD model has existed, have we seen teachers say that it's just too much? I mean, I know that teachers have been under a lot of pressure over the last year dealing with the situation that we're in, but I worry that if we change the format over the next year plus, that it may put more pressure on gen ed teachers, and then also for the student side, that they may feel overwhelmed in gen ed classes. We've heard from some students that went through the EL program saying, you know, how they were in a gen ed class and didn't know anything about what was going on and how terrifying that was. I'd love your input on that.
This year has been different for us. When everything happened, we sat down and really thought about how does the service need to look. And we were very intentional in the teachers that we would be coaching and working with. The ELD site facilitators are handling it very differently at each school as it is needed. We have, some of them pull distance learning groups that are distance learning students, or they join the distance learning teacher and help do breakout rooms. In the schools, they are working in the classrooms side by side with the teachers, and then they may take a small group to help the teacher with that group of students. So we made our priority this year to truly work side by side with the teachers, and also to help with small group instruction that was language rich. Not that we weren't doing it before, but it was very intentional. And they're not at the school every day of the week. And so there has to be creative planning on how they work with that teacher and have the teacher observe and conference with them. I have one ELD site facilitator that needed to be on distance learning, and she has about 7 groups she works with that she pulled from all the different schools that had maybe more kids, and they actually meet with her 3 to 4 times a week at their proficiency level or around their proficiency levels.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Trustee Thigpen. I'd like to add to that as well, because you ask a very important question, and we don't want to overwhelm our classroom teachers who arguably we're putting more and more on their plates. I think it's really important to consider the professional learning that's proposed and look at how we're phasing this in over 3 years. And with Janine's department, we're very deliberate in looking at it, that with the amount of professional learning and support that we need to provide, we couldn't possibly move everyone all at once. So we're very strategic at looking at it over 3 years. And then what I want to add is, as we spoke earlier about equity, and we spoke about achievement gaps that have been in existence long before I thought about being an educator, we, as a school system, have to hold ourselves accountable for student learning outcomes. And those student learning outcomes are based on the regular grade level classroom expectations. So anytime we take any student out of general education and believe that by pulling them out of grade level, course level work, we're going to intervene and provide them something better, we've often missed the mark with that. So that's an important piece of this, in that our English language learners will be learning their academic language and acquiring English skills based on the content of that class. So they're getting their English language skills improved as well as learning content at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then from the student angle, I'm curious, are we completely doing away with EL-specific classes in lieu of small groups? And then also, I've heard lots of concerns from students if we go in this direction that, there may be less likely to engage in class, that they may feel self-conscious about not knowing the language just yet, and less likely to raise their hand and talk and communicate in class. Is that something you've noticed in this model?
I think the concern is more at secondary, because the needs and the types of learners we have that are learning a language. And so we'll need to structure that differently than we do elementary. But we could still have a site facilitator who is working with those content teachers that understands how to help them design lessons that are more comprehensible for our students, and exactly what a proficiency level means for a student that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and what they can produce. And when we know what they can do, then how we can guide our instruction to help them progress. Elementary is pretty inclusive anyway. Newcomers are the only ones we poll because of the need for them to learn the language, to be able to navigate school easily, or start to navigate school easily. So in elementary school, they're the ones that our site facilitators do work with every time they're at the school, and then the rest of the time they're in classes with teachers, modeling and showing them strategies that do make their lessons more comprehensible and produce the language necessary for our students to show that learning.
Thank you. And I have one last thing. I'm trying to cover a lot in such a short amount of time, but one concern I had, and I've heard this from students, is that they developed really great relationships with their EL teachers. Like, they love their EL teachers, and that these are teachers that are, as you mentioned, highly skilled in what they do. I'm really concerned about losing that talent and those relationships, those potential relationships later on as well, especially since it sounds like the site facilitators won't be there every day. I know from hearing from these students that they say, when I came to this country, I had this one person, this one EL teacher every day that I knew I could depend on. And I'm just really worried about losing that for our students and what that could mean for them.
And I appreciate that concern, and I do hear you. At our schools, that the population of EL students is quite high, 100, 200, 300 students. We would look at having not only the site facilitator working with our content teachers, but we would probably need to have EL teachers at that school also that are being able to make those relationships and be there every day to help the students progress. So one size doesn't fit all in this. We know there are higher populations, higher impacted students, not just with language, but other things. So we need to take in consideration some of those relationships that need to be built and that support system.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, President Taylor. This is a tough one for me. I think deconstructing, I understand you have some things in place. I would prefer to have more of the mechanisms that you believe to be supportive in place before we make these changes. I have a question. I have a whole bunch too. So first off, is what we're doing, money aside, is what we're doing now not working for our students?
I think we can take the successes we've had with our students and move this into a broader scheme where every teacher understands how they can guide the instruction within their classroom to be more meaningful and more productive for our ELs.
So it is working.
Yes.
And I agree with you. I think every teacher, I think every front office expert, I think every principal every janitor should be capable of helping every student, not just EL students. So I like the philosophy of every teacher being able to help every student. Having said that, I see the biggest problem as this. I think our class sizes are too large. And if our class sizes were smaller, I think we'd be in a good position to make this work. Having said that, we haven't talked yet about, there's intentionality here for quality, and I get that. That doesn't elude me. What I don't understand is the quantitative aspect, and so for that, I'm going to ask our CFO, Mr. Mathers, what do the monies look like here? I mean, are we really saving money?
So Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, yes, there would be cost efficiencies. We have a slide that shows that phased staffing over time. And so I think there's a net reduction of 14 positions over those 3 years. So yes, there would be actual savings.
So those, I counted, I believe, 12 people, 13 people at the end of the 3 years. Those 13 people would be terminated? So we're not saving money. We're just shifting personnel.
No, to clarify, and you're right, it's minus 13. I think I said 15. It's minus 13. We're reducing positions, but those staff in those positions would be overaged into another teaching position.
Thank you. I'm having trouble weighing the cost benefit here and the qualitative benefit. Again, I think our classrooms, I believe that the majority of our teachers are good teachers. It's not a statement of their expertise or ability. It's a statement of the readiness. And I believe that there's a readiness component that is not in place yet to make this work. Number one, for the students, every student, because I'm all for the immersion of, in the content with your fellow kiddos, and you learn more from your kiddos, technically, when it comes to language. I don't think that our teachers are quite ready for this shift yet. I think they can be, I know they can be, but I don't know if they're ready.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. I have similar concerns have been mentioned. I'm still also trying to get my head wrapped around this. Based on the slides you showed us, I understand the results are there for the ELD program. My concern is that it's still fairly new. It's 2 years. Is that enough for us to commit to an entire shift? That makes me a little nervous because I believe recently we had a strategic plan update that we're doing much better with our EL exit rates. So something's working, and maybe it is the ELD program, but I'm nervous that we don't have a large enough sample size. I understand the funding aspect. I think what I'm a little fuzzy on is the requirements of the new funding formula of the funding follows the student. So regardless if you're a student in a school that has 300 EL students, or if you're an EL student in a school with 1 and you're the only one, the new funding formula says all of those students receive the same services. And so I understand how this may benefit that new type of funding formula. That's maybe something that you can help me clarify. I'm a little nervous about what a regular school day would look like for these students, because we also have to remember that we're coming out of COVID. And so we're going to have learning loss, and we're still getting our heads around how much. And we're talking about a 2-year recovery plan and learning loss. I'm nervous that this isn't the best time for such a significant shift in programming, because we don't have our hands around the learning loss that we are going to see, and I think we're starting to see now as we've had more consistent school days. So I'm hoping that you can help with the changing of a program coming out of COVID, and then the funding formula. And I'm also trying to wrap my head around what's the main driver of this? Is it the funding formula? Is it the ELD performance over the last 2 years? I'm having a hard time understanding what's the main driver of it, and I just get nervous about the impact this is going to have with so many other unknowns around us as just a school district. So you can help with those items. Thank you.
Janine Kelly, for the record, Director of English Language Development. You asked a lot of questions.
I'm sorry.
And something that resonated with me is language is not taught in isolation. We, for many, many years, were doing pullouts with our students, and they were missing intensive instruction that was happening in the classroom. When they returned to the classroom and the teachers were working on a unit on volcanoes, let's say, they had missed all of the background building, all of the vocabulary, and all of the knowledge for that. Several years ago, we've really been working towards this model for a while because we wanted the students to not miss out on the education that was happening with their peers. That didn't make it equitable for them, and it did not provide them with the opportunities for them to learn the content and the language simultaneously. And so we really wanted a more inclusive practice, to be pulled out for 30 minutes a day to work on language, other than a newcomer who does need to have the language and the functions of the language taught so they can begin to navigate the schools. They need to be in the classrooms, and all teachers need to understand the strategies that need to be in place in their classrooms to reach their students. And these strategies are good for all students. They make it much more comprehensible for them, and students are able to show the learning in a much more productive way when it's done with constructivism.
Great. Mark, hoping you can help address with the funding formula on the impact of a new formula on this funding.
Yes, Vice President Cotto, Mark Mathers, CFO. It's complicated, is the short answer. And at the Commission on School Funding, I raised some of the questions you're asking. And I got kind of back from NDE. Those are really good questions, Mark. This is really complicated. Those are worthy of a research project, Mark. Well, that doesn't help us in terms of implementation. I think what the new model was trying to get away from, again, was an exclusively school-based approach where if you had enough EL students in that school, you got a fair amount of money, right? I'm not going to say a lot of money, but you got some money to help that school with those EL students at that school. If you were below that threshold of EL students, you might get nothing, at least in terms of state funding. And so some of the critics of the current approach, and largely they have, Clark County to look at, felt like that was incredibly inequitable. And so the pupil-centered funding plan, came about. Some of the background to it and the philosophy behind it is every EL student, again, should receive roughly the same amount of funding. That's a great line, right? And that's a great philosophy. In terms of implementation, it is very complicated. And if we think we're going to nail exactly the same amount of funding per student at each school, that's not realistic. Janine's talked about the different levels of EL skills and newcomers and so forth. And so there has to be acknowledgement that some of our students are going to need more intensive help and supports, and that's going to come at a greater cost. There just has to be a recognition of that. So it's very complicated in terms of implementation, and like I said, the Commission on School Funding, when these questions were raised, there weren't a lot of answers. So we will have to design the programs to meet our legal obligations, but attempt to provide supports for every EL student versus, again, being exclusively school-based. And I know we didn't do that with our general fund support, but in terms of Zoom funding, it's school-based. So that's a long answer, probably not a very satisfactory one, I'm sorry, but it will be a great effort to implement the pupil-centered funding plan on the ground.
No, I appreciate that, and it's just a continuation of there's so many questions, we don't have any answers, but we're trying to make decisions. The last question I have, I'm really centered around, I just get nervous when we have so many teachers telling us this isn't the way to go, and we're in the middle, and it's hard for us to kind of pick a direction. With coming out of COVID, we're still trying to get the funding formula set. What would the impact be if we said, give it one more year? One more year of ELD numbers. We get through the first year of the new funding formula. We get into the post-COVID, hopefully post-COVID atmosphere. We revisit this in 1 year, and then have maybe more information to decide on a permanent path. What impact does that have, if any? Either on the academic side and the fiscal side, I guess, is fine.
I was having a problem a moment ago as well.
Is there some way we can, well, we don't necessarily want you sharing mics, so. We don't.
Oh, can you turn yours off? Yeah.
There we
Okay.
are.
Yep. So I'll start with the fiscal side. If we were to delay, a fuller implementation of the new model for 1 year, that would mean we'd have to cover that additional cost out of the general fund when general fund resources are declining, or we have federal stimulus dollars that can help potentially cover us for that period of time. And again, I truly don't believe the financial criteria is driving this conversation. It's really kind of what's the best model for students. A benefit here is cost efficiency, certainly, but that's what we would come back to you if you wanted to delay it a year. It means either additional general fund support for their program, or again, the use of federal stimulus dollars to kind of phase that over a slower period of time.
And thank you for the thoughtful question, Trustee Cottle, Vice President Cottle. And I would agree with Mark that the main driver here is the philosophy of this model. Again, as we look to the future, currently we don't have a lot of student achievement metrics because of the pandemic and not being able to take assessments and compare ourselves. But as an educator, and especially as a chief academic officer, we have to have philosophy and alignment of systems that are going to lead to outcomes for all students. And as an educator, this model allows us to really emphasize that every student should be in the regular classroom learning the grade level standards, the course level standards, and that within that there are going to be essential standards that we are going to be able to say every student will learn these standards. And so as we provide support to our English language learners in this model, we maintain that very high level of expectations by expecting them to master and learn grade level standards, but also provide the extra support through the form of the English learner site facilitator. And as Janine mentioned, in some cases that will be an English language teacher, but the idea that we can just keep pulling students out and spending more dollars, we have to be more thoughtful about what's going to be best and set the highest expectations for our students. And looking at our model of the site facilitator model, it definitely does that, sets much higher expectation for all students.
Okay, I'll turn it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Before I go back for second runs, if you will, I'm going to make some comments. One thing to know, we can't have more than 5 mics on at a time. So I see the 3 of you, so if you wouldn't mind turning your microphones off, that would help, and then I'll jump back over there. Thank you. I got a message from the AV team over there. Otherwise, we'll blame Mark, but that's what JJ said, so we'll go with that. A couple of things. I appreciate the work in it. I mean, I think, unfortunately, a lot of that what came out around this was, hey, the district's cutting to save money. And so the student outcome piece of it wasn't elevated to the point where it is that the conversation that we've had tonight has been, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all most concerned about. Not that outcomes don't cost money, they do. But it's what's the best outcome for our students. And so I appreciate it, Mark, when you said, that I can get, but really the focus is on that. One of the things, I do have a couple of questions. One is, however, that being said, I would like to know, just in the 3-year phase, we look at positions, but we don't look at numbers. What kind of savings is that for each of the 3? That would I know that isn't our goal, but that helps as we have this conversation about maybe if we do delay it a year, what does that mean? What are we looking at, from my standpoint? Another part of it is in this, because of outcomes, and you've done you have so much credibility with me, and because I know how much you care about English language learners. Since I've been on this board, and probably since before then, I know that's who you care about. And the fact that you're supportive of this change is valuable to me, because I know how much, not that I don't everyone does care about the children, but these are the kids that you work with, and have worked with. And so in that vein, and that matters to me, right? And in that vein, though, why do you think we're getting so much pushback from the ELL teachers at this point, if it's really about outcomes? Because those ELL teachers, really want the kids to do well as well, right? Because I understand least restrictive environment. That makes sense to me. I was on the board when we did the pilot, and we had a lot of discussion around that when we voted, and it was not really about money. It's about, look at the outcomes they're getting in Clark with a different model that we aren't getting, and why are they getting better outcomes? Not why are they spending less money, or why are we spending more money, but why are they getting better outcomes? And that should have been the nature of the conversation, and it was. And I remember our wrestling with that, because you don't want to feel like you're taking away resources from a really important, vulnerable population, right? I always talk about the least, the last, and the lost, and they fall into that category. But that being the case, because all of the, I guess on the one hand, I get it, right? But why do you think we're getting so much pushback from the ELL teachers that care so much about this population and this population doing so well?
Jenny and Kelly, for the record. I think there probably is a lot of pushback with the secondary ELD teachers at this time, because it's the things I have read, they think we're getting rid of all the programs and all of the support that's there, and that is not true. We aren't getting rid of programs or support. And when I think about these students who are coming back, we cannot waste any time. We do need to provide them with opportunities that are going to increase their language as well as the content. They have to have that opportunity to access, and we have to start now. We can't wait another year. They're already, many of them, not attending the classes as they need to. Some are. So we cannot waste that opportunity for them. We really need to think about, change is hard for people. The EL teachers have not had a lot of exposure to what the ELD site facilitators are at the secondary level. The EL teachers at the elementary have been in on meetings and chats with our ELD site facilitators and asking for help for working with their teachers. I already have schools reaching out to me that want to have this model. They feel it is a more inclusive practice in their schools, and that language should be happening all day in every classroom with every teacher. Did I answer your question?
You did, you did.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll relinquish the floor at this point. We'll go with Trustee Thigpen, Clerk Bonetto, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess one of the things that comes to mind is, and you kind of touched on this, Madam President, is that we talked about in our last meeting that, when we discussed our survey, for example, that, we don't really hear from these communities as much as we'd like. Well, now we are, because they've become aware of these changes and they have their concerns from families and, who have kids in this, from teachers and all of that. I guess what I'm wondering is if we don't delay this for a year, can we at least delay this until such a time to where we can take what we've learned from you today, which some of which has been very reassuring, and go back to our communities and say, this is what this actually means? Because I think when this did come out, it was, we're cutting money because we have to, and this is a very vulnerable population, one of the most vulnerable populations. So I think if we as trustees can go out, talk to the community about what these changes mean, try and get some buy-in and come back and regroup, I think that might be beneficial.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Clerk Bonetto?
Sorry, I keep doing that. I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do we have any academic data comparing the two models?
Yes, it's in the slide that we showed you.
Oh, that's, okay. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. So that's the exit rate, so that's considered academic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Bonetto. Dr. Nicolette?
I love how you speak so calmly. It puts a lot of trust in me for the serious nature of this and how you believe strongly, and I trust that. I would like to see our teachers, not only our classroom teachers, our EL teachers, our principals, our support staffs, our facilitators, I'd like to give them a year before we start shifting things, because I believe Trustee Caudill made an excellent point. We're going to be coming back, I'm hoping before August, but we're going to be returning to our classrooms, and it's almost going to be like beginning from scratch. There's just going to be an element that is going to be strange and exciting. And so rather than have this change at that same time, I would like to see it, you work your miracle, and I'm saying that sincerely, and in bringing everyone that needs to come along, including parents, with this program shift or extension, growing of what I believe can be a very good thing, but I would like to see us slow down just a little bit, especially given what we've gone through this last year. And I appreciate your passion and this program, and I know that we're doing good things, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I will add this. There's so much good conversation and so many layers, I guess you will, to a decision that we're making like this on tonight. I guess I want to throw out for consideration to my colleagues, just trying to pull together just a lot of the comments that we've gotten. I have a big concern, and I think it was voiced and shared, that we have teachers, we have family members that just feel like they just weren't involved in this at all. And of course, they're reaching out and sharing that and want to know that they have a voice in this. And I do trust the numbers that you've shown, right? Because I know it was a big decision when we made it 4 years ago, right? It's always difficult. Someone said this earlier, and I say this to the superintendent all the time. I'd much rather do something with people than to people. And so I'm wondering if we can certainly slow down a little bit, but not to delay it forever, because I hear you that we don't have time to waste with these children. And I think it's also a balance in that whenever we do get back to full-time in-person instruction, that there is a people connection that matters, just as much as an academic connection that matters in this. And so if we, and as I say this, I don't know what this necessarily means as the planning for next year comes, but I would rather slow this a little bit to give some time to do a couple of things. One, allow an opportunity for some input from the EL teachers that don't know about the program, or the principals or the administrators that don't, and having some dialogue perhaps with those that do and that want it and that understand it. That's an important piece of this, because the students and the parents only know about this because it's come from the teachers. Because the teachers most parents aren't, they aren't stalking the trustee agenda to kind of see what's going on, right? And so it gives a chance for at least some dialogue in that, to take a look at what would it look like, and how many schools will be interested in doing it now. That might be the 7 we need for at this level, or the 5 at the 10 at elementary. I mean, I don't think, to gather some more of that, and then so maybe there's a half step or something that might make sense. I don't know. But there are just some things in here that I think are missing that I would feel better about. And this is a trustee that voted for it 4 years ago as a pilot, or 3 years ago, whenever it was, right? As a pilot, and I remember struggling through it then. But I would like a little more of that. It would, and my concern is, as I said before, is the COVID year makes things a little different, because it's going to be all about that connection whenever kids get a chance to be in their normal environment. It doesn't mean their academic progress stops, but just maybe with just more of a balance in terms of that as well. And so I'm willing to say, if it makes sense, based upon next year's planning, which I know I don't have to do, is let's push this forward as we did, like with GT, for an example, to close in some of these holes, if you will. Look at what might this look like now that you see how we're kind of struggling through some things, and then come back to us with maybe a different recommendation, and it might be the same recommendation with some more of those things that filled in, and considering we'll have a much better idea on if we're going to be able to get back into in-person full-time instruction again. Sometime in this next week or so, I think we're going to hear from the governor again, and we'll begin to see what numbers are looking like and so on. I would feel much more comfortable making that decision then, because I don't want to turn my back on those students in 2 ways. One, the outcomes were better 3 years ago and projected, and it turned out to be true, and they need that. But I also don't want to turn my back on those that feel like they don't have a voice, they aren't a part of this thing, and then there's that thing in the middle called COVID that makes me look at things just a little bit different, because the people piece of it, the qualitative piece of it, stands up a little bit higher because we've had the year that we've had. So that's kind of where I am at this point. I'd love to hear some feedback from my colleagues.
I agree, Madam President. I think you better emphasize what I was trying to say earlier. And I think if we can hear more from these stakeholders on what this would mean, and see more of the success stories behind this, to be able to share with community and then engage with these communities who are now engaging with us for sometimes, some of these people for the first time ever, right? And this is brand new to them. I got a message during the meeting say, hey, I'm part of this one Latino group that we just heard about this tonight. And I think if we allow this time to work with these communities to feel things out, digest it a little bit, and then regroup, I think that would be a great thing.
I think what it does is it leaves the door open, but still an opportunity to answer some of these and hear from teachers and answer some of the questions about the site facilitators, the site coordinators, and so on, that I think are legitimate. Trustee Cabo? Thank you, Trustee Pickman. Vice President Cabo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with what you said. And we may end up in the same position we would be tonight, where the recommendation's approved, but it will feel like we're in a much better place because there would be more buy-in, dialogue, and I get nervous when things can be pushed onto the community, because as good as it could be, maybe there was just never that buy-in, because it was, you just did this without us. Regardless of that's true or not, if the perception's there, we're already down in the count before we even started. And then I do think that the academic numbers are there. I do think there was some misinformation that really pushed this in a direction that maybe we weren't intending to go. But that's something we have to address and realize and accept. But we can still make it better and end up being in the same place. So I think you explained that very well, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Other comments? So at that point, I'm going to look to Vice President Cottle to make that motion. Oh, public comment, right. And we just talked about that, and I just put my note here. Sorry, JJ. How about we have public comment before we have council? What do you think about that? That was to make sure Neil wasn't asleep, quite honestly. Let's have public comment for those who may be here, and then as we've done, JJ, we know we've gotten quite a few emails before tonight, and there are also several have come in tonight. So if you were caught up before the meeting, like I know most of us try to get caught up before we get to the meeting, several have come. So in between speakers, if we can catch ourselves up and read those as well. JJ, thank you.
Edgar Cruz. I don't know who's here anymore, so. Melanie Reeves.
So looking as she comes, let's read those public comments that have come in. Ms. Reeves, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for patiently waiting, or impatiently waiting. I'm not sure which one you did, but you did wait, so thank you.
Hey, it was an education. I'm all about that.
All right.
Dr. Taylor, I got to tell you, whenever you are talking, I just can't. I'm just so impressed. I'm sorry. I haven't been.
I told her to say that, just so you guys know. Is that on the record, JJ? No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Melanie Reeves. I'm from Sparks High School. I've been teaching EL there for 16 years. Education has changed a lot, but we don't want to go back to the 1920s when they brought the students in and just set them in a classroom and they had to learn. They didn't care about education back then. They didn't care about it until the 1960s, and I really think that we don't want to go back that far. We've made a lot of improvements, and we can still keep doing it with our students. I became an EL teacher because of a child that sat in my lap and cried during recess 30 years ago because she went from green to red and couldn't go out because she couldn't understand and follow the directions of a teacher. It was an elementary school. I know pull-out is not the right way. In-class instruction is helpful. Without EL classes for our newcomers, all the teachers will have the additional requirement to teach all the students, even newcomers who don't understand the language, the same material at the same level of instruction, obtain results. Teaching classes that contain 35 students, and in our small school we have Spanish, Tagalog, Vietnamese, Dari, Swahili, and we're at Sparks High School. Those are the different languages. These teachers would have to help translate that information into chewable bites when they have so many other kids that need so much information. Please, our students matter. They all matter. Special education students, EL students, GT students, and lower income students that come here for an education in Washoe County to make their lives better. We can't just deny them that because of budget. I know that it's important. I know money is important to us, but our lives, our future, are our children. And that's why we teachers are here teaching. Please, don't deny this education to our newcomers, because I know in high school they need a special place. Come into our school, come in at lunch, come in before school, and see the kids that are in our classrooms. please, don't just, it's not numbers, it's their lives, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greaves.
Karina Black. Dana Olivas.
No Dr. Black, and then we do, okay.
Jonathan Getner. Delilah Estrada. Nancy Galt and Jocelyn Esquivilla.
Thank you. So again, please state your name, please.
I'm Dana Olivas.
Dana Albidas. Thank you, Ms. Albidas, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dana Olivas. I'm a senior at MCQ High School. I'm a daughter of immigrants. In fact, I'm an immigrant myself. I arrived to the U.S. 5 years ago. My life changed the first day I stepped into a school ground. I came with the idea that this country is a place of opportunity, where you could be whoever you want to be and dream as high as you want. But I realized it wasn't that easy. Arriving to a country where everything is unknown is already hard as it is. And on top of that is a language barrier. I was sure many people thought that I would drop off halfway of high school. The EL program helped me tremendously. I will never have the words to thank them enough for their support through this program. The English construction was essential to me, as it is to many people. It helps you in every way you can think of, from forming sentences and grammar to understand concepts about culture and feel integrated in other classes. I was able to be successful in my other classes because I was acquiring vocabulary and confidence in this program. In addition, this class helped me to become more social. The students in that class are going through the same learning process and really make you feel like a family, because this is a classroom where you can feel safe and supported. I remember how I always wanted to be with my Yale teachers back in middle school, and that was because it was a free space of judgment, and I could express myself freely in my first language. Then no one would make fun of me if I mispronounced a word or a sentence. They were there for me to teach, support, and guide me, and I'll always be extremely grateful for that. I'm hoping that more kids like me can have the support in this program and get help the same way it helped me. Now that I'm about to conclude my secondary school, I'm confident that I'm prepared to go to college, thanks to the basis that I acquired in the EL program. I'm advocating today because I want more students to have the same opportunity of God. And I would like to leave you with a quote. Education doesn't change the world, it changes the people who will change the world. In your power, you have the decision, and I hope you consider my thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Albidas.
Delilah Estrada.
Are there other names to read, JJ?
The board also received emails from Michelle Mason, Victoria Jensen, Will Harper, a group of foreign parents, Tessa Gregory, Billy Adamson, America Medina Martinez, Anthony Perez, Jose Pacino Ramirez, and Nahi Velasquez.
Welcome, Ms. Estrada. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Delilah Estrada, and I'm here to speak for hundreds of immigrant families that can be here today themselves to advocate. I can tell you that it's not because they don't care about the matter. It's because in our culture, it's very hard to stand up because it could be very intimidating. Actually, a lot of them were here today, but it's late, and then we have to understand that they have to leave. First, I'm sure you already noticed my accent, and you might have a hard time understanding what I say. And I'm not ashamed of this accent because it connects with my identity. That's the main reason why we're here. Because the EL instruction, we want to add it, not minimize it. I came to the US when I was 16 years old, and my family decided to leave everything to provide me and my siblings a better future and bigger opportunities. As a newcomer, I came to tell and how much I struggle in many different aspects, especially socialization. Just like any other teenager, I was trying to figure out the world, and I was having a hard time with the school culture, and especially language. My first week of the school in the United States was not in the Washoe County, but I had a terrible experience. No one seemed to notice that I was recently arrived to the country, and I was placed in a mainstream classroom where everybody was normal students to me back then. Today I know that there were EL students that had different needs, but different than my own. But imagine counting down for 55 minutes to pass the period in order to go to the bathroom because I was afraid to raise my hand and make a mistake in front of my classmates. My first week, I cried every day before and after school, thinking that school was not for me. And then I felt so lost that I used to pray in my government class not to be called upon, and even I avoid eye contact with my teachers when I was glad to be ignored by them. After that, then I came to the Washoe County. Then I received the English instruction at the level that I needed until I graduated from high school. 10 years have passed, and I am convinced that the EL instruction was the most important foundation that I could ever have in my career. In fact, that's where my passion started for education. Today, I can tell you that this is the way that we can help more immigrants than any other way. My EL teacher was the person to go to anytime that I had a question, anytime I had any question, even about immigration. She was the person to answer many questions for other classes, and she was the person that sit down with me to repeat at least 20 times the same word for me to walk down.
I'm so sorry, but you're out of time. You only get 3 minutes. Your time is up, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I think I just want to say, the last thing that I want to say is to urge you guys to hold on the decision until we can actually get a committee together and think about this decision, because a lot of people and a lot of students are going to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And thank you for waiting to speak to us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And we understood you just fine, by the way.
Nancy Galt and Jocelyn Esquivilla. The board also received emails from Bara Youssef, Brandon Gonzalez, Cristal Martinez, Daniela Serrano.
Thank you very much. Ms. Galt and Ms. Estravilla?
Esquivel.
Esquivel. Okay, much easier than I made it. Well, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having us, Board of Trustees. Thank you, Madam President and Superintendent McNeil. My name is Nancy Galt. I've been an ESL teacher, short-term ESL teacher for 15 years at Worcester High School. And I'm all about building relationships. This young lady came in to my ESL classroom as an intermediate student. She'd been with Mr. Martino, my colleague, that's also been at Worcester for 15 years, from Guatemala as a newcomer. And she's been in my life since then. She graduated, first ESL student to graduate through the IB program. And I believe that it's because of the relationship. The relationships that ELD teachers hold with their ESL students are of paramount value, and we cannot undermine that at any level of education. I'm going to let Jocelyn tell her story. We were interviewed in a Channel 2 news segment at Worcester High School when she was a student. And Landon Miller, who was also an IB graduate from Worcester, did a whole segment on the short-term ESL program and highlighted Jocelyn as a graduate from the IBCC program and the ESL program that afforded her the opportunities and that have given her a future and a hope and has carried that not only into America, but has gone into her home country of Guatemala and is now teaching in the government municipalities of her home country. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my dear friend and my former ESL student from Worcester High School, Jocelyn Esquivel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galt, and Ms. Estreville. Thank you for being here. This is a new public comment, so we want to make sure we have a public comment card from each of you so that she can have 3 minutes and have the full 3-minute time for public comment.
That's fine.
Thank you so much.
My name is Jocelyn Esquivel. I am a student at TMCC and plan on transferring to UNR to pursue my double major in psychology and international affairs. I graduated from Worcester High School with an IBCC diploma, making me the first short-term ESL student to ever graduate from the IB program, the class of 2016. The ESL program was the most important thing to me during my 4 years of high school. It is what allowed me to succeed in life. The ESL English and reading classes I had during my 3 years helped me learn new skills and strategies that I needed in order to navigate a new school, culture, and language. From beginning level and advanced level, these classes were a safe environment where I could ask questions and not be bullied for my accent or for not knowing English. These classes assisted me as a newcomer and helped me adjust socially, emotionally, and academically while transitioning to living in the United States. I was born in Los Angeles, California. When I was 5 years old, I moved to Guatemala with my parents. At the age of 15, I moved back to America. My first day at Worcester High School was really scary and frustrating because I did not know where my classes were, and I was wandering around class to class full of anxiety and fear. Finally, I found my way to ESL classes, where I felt welcome and confident that I would learn English and everything will be okay with hard work, dedication, and support of those classes and my ESL teachers. Because of these classes and all of the support I gained from ESL, I was able to pursue an IB certificate. As a college student and previous ESL and IB student, I am raising my voice now for future students like me that come from all over the world to America aspiring a better future. The ESL teachers did not only guide me and help me during my 4 years of high school, but continue to support me to this day in my college career to ensure that one day I get my next diploma. It is very disturbing that a room full of people who recognize the importance of taking steps towards an anti-racist district will even consider cutting funding to a program that is a lifeline to so many students of color. I wouldn't be able to speak in front of you right now if it wasn't for the ESL classes and instructors. It is a testament to the necessity of the program and the everlasting impact it has on the lives of students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Estreville. And congratulations for being that first short-term ESL grad IB program, quite an accomplishment.
The board, I have just the list of email names down.
Okay.
The board also received emails from Lennis Lopez, Marilyn Mendez, Rashidi Juma, Zayana Charez, Juan Escobar, Elicio Cruz Batista, Armando Lepe, Cynthia Uribe Rico, Abril Diana, Ivana Pereda Santana, Cindy Barrios, Rebecca Truk, Stacy Gillish, John Helmrich, Emma Palmer, Amy Guevara Lopez, Cindy Gallimore, Tele Rack, Lisbeth Garcia, Ava Asfiard, Nancy Ritchie, Nima Zai, Shayla Palmer, Donald Abbott, Roxana Noguera, Taylor Doobie, Gina Galvin, Randy Bogan, Bianca Betrano, Sam Limerick, Bailey Volmir, Emily Grable, Laridian Sanchez, Alex Arcinega, Ben Tucker, Ivelez Hernandez, Anastasia Nekrasova, Asma Amimi, Tai Tran, Paul Nolan, Jonathan Getner, Rolf Barbosa, Betsy Rosas, Zach Peterson, Charles Meredith, Brandon Heinen, Jamie Matthews, Alyssa Serrano, Marjorie Jordan, Otto Noack, Armando Chang, Yuridi Ibarra, Taylor Sawyer, Anonymous, M. Grafal Sabo, Molly Moser, Erica Carpio, Ricard Berquist, Elena Urin, Diana Rivera, Jenny Nelson, Sharon Bosserma, Karen Chavez, Marco Real Zapata, Jesse Segoviano, Regina Valencia, Katie McDowell, Kyla Ganchin Romero, Vicky Linares, Jan Bishop, Eco Secon, John Martino, Jose Manuel Cruz, Tina Wu, Liana Gonzalez, Jana Marie Fry, Maria Racinos, Michael Astria, Rain Fernandez, Marcy Villacorta, Adriana Navas, Daniela Reyes, Katie Stanton, Leila Ray Espina, Joan Ring, Allison Records, Isabel Peralta, Sydney Keys, Ryan Falk, Janet McGrath, Joseph Garton, Abraham Meza, Rosalie Mahler, Robert Del Carlo, Kimber Lloyd, Yvette Contreras, Samantha Ham, Nicole Davis, Luz Estrada, Kelsey Sabo, Alex Gavain, Billy Law, Carla Guzman, Leslie Iscaverdo, Lisbeth Lopez, Marinella Espina, and Leticia Ocha.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, we'll bring the discussion back here to the board. Trustee Church?
Thank you. In view of all the comments, I did want to speak a little bit. I sat here for the most part, just listened, because my number one inclination is to always defer to the expertise of the staff and superintendent, which I think is appropriate. But then we got these overwhelming emails and the very passionate speakers that are just incredible. So I think we definitely need to revisit this in its entirety. And I wanted to say a little further to those of you that understand que yo entiendo que es muy difícil para aprender una lengua nueva. También es muy difícil para leer y escribir, más difícil. Y quiero que ustedes saben que estoy aquí para escuchar y para ayudar. Soy nuevo, pero soy aquí para ustedes. Gracias. I just explained that I'm here to listen, and I understand how hard it is to learn a language.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments from the board? Vice President Cottle, thank you. I think you're leading us to a motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, sir.
I move the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to bring this item back to the Board of Trustees with additional or same recommendations, taking into account all of the discussion and feedback.
Second.
Is that enough detail on that? Just bring it back at a future meeting?
Bring it back at a future meeting.
Is that enough detail, council? Okay, thank you. A motion by Vice President Cottle to ask the superintendent to bring this back and keep it to a future meeting of the board with an updated recommendation taking into consideration all the discussion that we've had tonight. And there was a second over here. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Trustee Thigpen, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay. Yes, Superintendent McNeil, you want to have some comments?
No, absolutely. And I just want to thank Dr. Parks and Janine Kelly and Mark Mathers and the staff. And, you know, as the superintendent, it's my responsibility to make sure that we bring appropriate data and information back to our Board of Trustees. And in this instance, you know, that falls on me as the superintendent. I've never shied away from taking responsibility, and so I take responsibility. And so we will bring back appropriate data and do a better job on communication to all of our stakeholders. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. And thank all of you that came and stayed tonight for your, to share your public comments and share your stories. We appreciate it. Thank you. Be safe. All right, we are going to go on to agenda item 5.06, and this is an update to strategic plan, to the bridge strategic plan you're reporting. These are metrics on goal 3 to engage family, staff, trustees, and community members in strong relationships, provide meaningful opportunities to increase their educational expertise and trust, and to share responsibility for student success. This is presentation and discussion, possible action if necessary. I'll turn it over to the superintendent or to Dr. Lamarck.
So I believe it's going to be Megan Downs, and then Dr. Lamarca, did you have a point on this presentation? Okay, so
No,
there's
that's
Megan.
okay. All right, it's the Megan Downs show.
Just me today. I'll keep it snappy. I know you're tired, so.
Okay, no, we appreciate it. And by the way, we didn't take another break, trustees, as you can tell. So just if you need to do what you need to do, it's boot camp. So, all right, Ms. Downs, thank you.
Great. Okay. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties as I walked over here. All right. So, Megan Downs, Interim Chief of Communications and Community Engagement. Thank you, trustees, President Taylor, and Superintendent McNeil. So, we're talking today about Goal 3. That's to engage families, staff, and trustees, and community members in strong relationships, provide meaningful opportunities to increase their educational expertise and trust, and to share responsibility for student success. So very apropos timing with what we just discussed. So going to one of the, let me go back really quickly. So looking at the goals that we had when we discussed the bridge plan, for those trustees who were here when we had that last meeting regarding the bridge, we had talked about increasing our view rate across all media platforms to 5%. It previously was 3%. So that was one of the goals we had. We wanted to include in that metric virtual events. And as you know, most of what we've done over the last year has been virtual. And then we also talked about including numbers for media response to communication promotions. So as we look into this next slide, you'll see that the gain was pretty astronomical, and that is an anomaly, likely, because of how communications had to shift to the virtual world and what that looked like under, COVID precautions. So you'll see here in this slide, the board YouTube channel, for example, had an increase of 397%. Pretty incredible, from 28,000 views the previous year to 139,000. The WCSD YouTube, so there's the board one that runs primarily the meetings, and then the YouTube channel that promotes a lot of our promotional videos that we're including. That also increased by 54%. So families, teachers, everyone looking for a spot to learn about the district, to learn about our initiatives. There were a lot of questions this year about how to use new technology, how, COVID response and mitigation was landing. So that's where they were going to look for that information. Also, our Facebook pages, up 23%. Tons of engagement, especially at the start of the pandemic when folks were really just wondering, community as a whole, what are we doing, where are we going, how is this going to work? So just looking there constantly for information. So all those combined together had an increase of 57%. I hesitate to be able to replicate that in future years, but it's really good numbers this year. I pulled this slide just so you could see board meetings and how that's gone. Again, I said from 28,000 to 139,000. You'll see that, the big spike. In the middle there, that was the July 28th board meeting where we discussed what was going to be happening for the upcoming school year. So there was thousands and thousands of viewers for that one, everyone really interested in decisions that you were making. Moving on, so again, I've talked about some of these, but metrics around video views, really huge gains. Our YouTube subscribers even had a 200% gain for our YouTube channels. And people are watching longer. They're watching more combined hours. So, previously you may be on something for 30 seconds to a minute. They're with us longer. They're interested in our content, which is great. We've greatly increased engagement across all digital platforms as the community has transitioned away from in-person events to virtual engagement. We got into Zoom, we got into Teams, we enabled our staff and family to engage directly with our experts and leaders. We did a lot of forums like our Back to School Expo, employee forums. We partnered with all sorts of different departments, so this just is not communications metrics alone, but our family school partnerships, for example, we did Tech Thursdays with them, doing live Facebook events to allow our families, get their questions answered about how tech was working for our classrooms. Additionally, did a lot in Spanish this year as well. We have our WCSD Facebook, WCSD in Espanol Facebook page that continued, especially through the pandemic, to just increase organic viewership all the time. So we were really excited about that. And again, as we kind of pictured this pandemic, the story was, we're all in this together. We really leaned on honest and positive portrayals of our leadership and the challenges that we've grappled with. A good example of that being State of Ed that we just pulled off recently. Again, all virtual, which was something we'd never done before, but we saw great success with those numbers. And I think really puts our leadership in a relatable tone, which is something we strive for. And then again, we said we would measure the media. So since February of 2020, we've issued more than 160 advisory statements or news releases. About 75% of these result in coverage. Additionally, this year we launched the weekly press briefings with Dr. McNeil, and Dr. Taylor has now joined those weekly. We're getting great coverage out of those, and it's really a wonderful opportunity to explain to our media partners some of the more difficult initiatives or maybe controversial items, or to really just clear up any confusion that may be out there within the press. So that's been a huge win for us. As we go into barriers, User behaviors and habits are continuing to change drastically over the pandemic. And again, as I mentioned, this year may represent an outlier in gains as technology becomes a larger part of people's lives. So we'll be always striving to get to the next, whatever platform that might be. Again, it was, as we know, as we've talked about this even at this board meeting, it's been a year of a lot of social unrest. A lot of that we see on social media. We see politically motivated misinformation. So the district too has had to deal with a lot of those discussions on our social media pages, as well as, in board meetings. So that's something that will continue to be a challenge. Again, this meeting is great because we've addressed a lot of these issues here, but we talked about our strategic technology plan for students. We've made some great strides in getting students the accessibility that we need, but we know that there's large segments of our community that still have limited access due to economic hardship and the high cost of devices and internet services. So while we're making great strides with our students, we know that's still a community-wide issue, and that sometimes is a barrier to the communication that we need to get out to our families. Again, as I mentioned, kind of what's next, what's the next platform? Barriers, always trying to strive for where those kids are, right? The younger segments of the population, transition to new social media platforms. Facebook is not for our high school students, not where they are. So going to TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, whatever the next thing becomes, that's our challenge, to always try to meet our audiences where they're at. And then the next piece of this is the board, your specific goals. So I'm going to go on to the next slide so we can talk about where we're at with the goals that you have. So this first item is attendance at Board of Trustees meeting. This is actually Vanjie's item, but in the interest of time, just going to present that for you. So Board of Trustees attendance is currently at 96% at the meeting specifically. Another metric that you look at is school visits, which again has had its share of challenges in COVID times. Currently, 48% of the high schools are visited this school year, with 84% of them scheduled. Middle schools, 72% visited, 94% of those scheduled, and elementary schools, 73% visited, and 81% of those scheduled. We continue to work on getting those scheduled for you so that every school gets a visit by a trustee, and that is the goal for every year. Again, in the bridge planning, I know earlier we had goals of getting to constituent concerns within 48 hours. We increased that up to 72 hours. Just to, for those trustees who weren't there, the discussion was we need a little more time because the questions were becoming so robust that a lot of staff time was needed to go and get the appropriate answers that constituents were looking for, to make sure that those were thorough. So we did up that to 72 hours, and we do, Colleen DeLong does track those, and we have a 93% success rate of responding within those 72 hours. Trustee attendance at school and community events is currently at 88%. And then at district or board sponsors event, 75%. Another goal was to recognize the contributions of volunteers. That one has been a little bit of a challenge this year, also because volunteerism doesn't look the same in our schools. Volunteers are not coming into schools because of COVID precautions. So that's something we're still working on, and I'll discuss this here in the next slide. Again, oops, excuse me. Yeah. Areas of success for the community, strengthening these community partnerships. Many events have moved to a virtual format, which actually has been a success for trustee engagement. You're just able to be virtually more places than it is to physically get somewhere. So there's been high attendance at those. Again, we're working on these school visits for the semester, especially for our new trustees who haven't had a chance to get out as much as they would like, working to get these completed as quickly as possible. Public engagement in online trustee meetings and online public comment, as you can tell, at an all-time high, sort of unprecedented. And we think it'll continue that way. It's been a great year of engagement. And it's just allowed so much opportunity to clarify issues, address constituent concerns. We think it's a really good trend to be able to follow for years to come. Barriers, COVID, of course, also is a barrier when you talk about attending events. A lot of those events that we look forward to, March, April, June of 2020, were canceled. So we're looking forward to hopefully some of those being able to occur in the next year. School visits, of course, impacted by COVID, just allowing our administrators and teachers to get familiarized with the COVID precautions, with distance learning, with everything that our schools have had to deal with this year. So we were sort of pumping the brakes on trustee visits, but now we can ramp that up a bit. I addressed the constituent response issue, and then for our new trustees, we had in previous years had an event called Bright Stars, and this was a great event that we held quarterly. It was an opportunity to honor faculty, staff, students, and volunteers. Volunteerism was a huge piece of that. So that's something my office is looking at. Okay, what can we do for next steps? How can we reinvigorate these events? Perhaps even we talked today about all the volunteers involved in the pod and what is in the pods for vaccinations and what a success that's been. And that could be a great opportunity to kind of kick us off maybe as everybody who's helped us with vaccination efforts. So that's really my presentation. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Thank you very much, Megan. I'm glad there is absolutely nothing going on in your area. Clearly, you guys are sitting around with nothing to do. I mean, we've had some amazing, like I said, engagement and numbers and so on, but I sure like the excitement and enthusiasm about how we move forward. So, so thank you so much, and thank you for the job that your team has done.
Great.
Trustee Thigpen?
Just a quick kudos. I mean, these stats are certainly through the roof. It's every marketer's dream to have
Right.
stats like that in a normal time. So kudos to you for mainly, I think, making everything district related accessible. And that's what we strive for. And I think despite the situation we've been in the last year, we've been insanely accessible as trustees, as a district, as information has come out, and I think that's a great thing. And I know that your team has done a great job, and that you've had to turn things around on a dime rapidly, constantly over the last year. So kudos to you and your team, and thank you so much for your continued service.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Anything else, questions, comments for Megan? Okay. Well, I don't think there's a motion at all, but certainly thank you for your work. Thank you for all you've done. And thank you for what's coming in, because we don't know what it is, but I certainly feel like we're ready for it.
Yeah.
We will find out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay. And last but certainly not least, agenda item 5.07, in terms of our presentations and discussion. This is we did not have this last meeting. This is our COVID-19 community risk update. In addition, I'm going to share updates on those 3 areas: testing, guest teachers, and what else is it? Contact tracing, very important. Thank you very much. Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca. Thank you for this opportunity. So you have our presentation up in front of you. The TMRPA risk meter is in the red region, which is high in terms of risk. I can tell you that we received a message earlier today. This is in the lower region of the red and is actually about to be in yellow, or at least I'm hoping, I'm predicting that. If we look at sort of the trend Over time, we've had several days in a row right at that verge between yellow and orange. And if we continue to see the progress that's been made with all of the indicators, we look forward to that being down into the yellow region, which we'd really like it down in the green region, but it's going to be a while for that. Here's our dashboard. The latest dashboard that was updated was on the 4th. Actually, I think we updated one earlier this week, but this is as of the time when we posted the presentation for your viewing. Again, you see the risk meter. You see average cases per 100,000 is down around 24 per 100,000. Test positivity is down to 11.4. Please remember that we need that to be around 5%. Cases 0 to 4, 5 to 10, 11 to 18, all down. Schools impacted, that's school-specific data. I know when we posted this agenda, this slide was not available, but we went ahead and put this together today, in part because there was a newspaper article which seemed to suggest that maybe there was more spread in our schools than we would expect. So what we try to do with this particular slide is, as best we can, this is estimates, this is not precise. But we look at the rates per 100,000 within our schools based on students and our staff that were infectious while in our schools versus that of the general community. So as you can see, and the top panel, I put the bottom panel there because this was presented to the board in November. If you look at the top panel, the way you read this is among 5 to 10-year-old kids. 71 were positive for the virus in the last 16 days. That population size is 34,000, so that roughly is a positivity rate of about 91.23 during that period of time, or if you look on an average daily basis, 13.0. And if you go over to the right and you look at cases that actually happened within our schools, there were 26 events within our elementary schools. The population is about 19,000, and so the cases per 100,000 is closer to 60 or so per 100,000, or 8.6 on an average daily basis. Same if you look for our 11 to 18-year-olds, the case rate per 100,000 among the community as a whole is around 133 for the 16-day period, or about 19 on an average daily basis, whereas if you look within our schools, it's down to 58.5 or 8.34. The point of this is to point out that there's too many cases within schools and within the community, but there are fewer cases within our schools than in the community as a whole. So any suggestion that the schools are a source of super spreading, I don't think that there's any evidence that supports that. Okay. Hospitalizations, there are hospitalizations. We continue to see some, although it hasn't changed much in the last couple of weeks, but there have been 82 youth that have been hospitalized since the onset of the virus. 5 students were admitted as of this past Friday. This graph, which looks really interesting on screen, this is just another breakdown of cases per 100,000 for those different age groups. And again, what you see is among our school-age children, and that's really primarily the orange bar and the green bar. The yellow bar is very young children, but we do have some of these children within our pre-K programs. Those case rates per 100,000 are significantly lower than the case rates among the population 19 and above. This is another way to look at that. That just breaks it down on a weekly basis. And I'll give you quick updates with respect, and Dr. McNeil may want to add in, but with respect to these areas, Emily Ellison has already gone home for the evening, but she gave me some information. So since Since November, when we were talking to you about this particular need, there have been 240 applicants for these sort of emergency substitute licenses. We have added 90 guest teachers to sort of our group of people who are actively going in and substituting, and that's an increase of, I think it's around 11%. So our fill rates right now for, the need for substitutes is just above 80%, whereas when she brought this to you at the end of November, we were at upper 60%, 68, 69%. So that's good. We are able to fill many more of those classrooms where we need a teacher. In terms of contact tracing, this is still a work in progress, as you know, and we've talked about. The county did dedicate some staff to this effort. These are county staff, for example, library workers, other workers. They are working with the Washoe County Health District. We are getting better at their ability to respond to our cases at the secondary level. The problem is there's still a time lag between when we identify a case and when they're able to work the case. So it is probably still putting more pressure on our principals and our school-based staff than we want it to. We are in a pandemic. It is very difficult times, and people are having to do what they can to make sure kids and teachers are safe. So our principals are working feverishly to help in this context. Testing, antigen testing. This was another one of the three pillars, one of the things the board was very concerned with. As you know, and I think you've heard before, we are offering free testing to all staff members. You can get PCR testing through the Washoe County Health District, but we're also running pods 2 times per month. Tomorrow night at Hug High School will be the second time we've done this. Teachers, staff members are able to sign up for a period of time through Sign Up Genius. They come in. It's a very smooth process. It's very safe. They can immediately get results. If they are positive, then we recommend that they get a PCR test for confirmation. So we feel like our testing ability at this point is much more robust than it was. And I believe that's all I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions. We see the trends going down. It's going in the right direction. It's still uncomfortably warm. It is higher than it was. I think we're getting closer to sort of the October level. It is higher than it was when we were making some decisions about returning in August. But we're in a far better situation than we were in November and December.
Appreciate that, Dr. LaMarca, and the trends continue to be favorable, and that's important as well. Any questions, comments for Dr. LaMarca? Yes, Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. The 3 pillars, so we kind of juggle those together, and that informs our decision for a full in-person for middle and high school. Help me understand. I mean, I listened to those meetings that went well into sometimes 1:30 in the morning, but now that I'm sitting here, I need to have a little more.
I think actually those 3 pillars really became more visible for us when the board was considering the temporary shift to full distance learning at the secondary level, not for full in-person learning at the secondary level. I think all of us, if you took a vote, I'm sure maybe that wouldn't be unanimous, but the vast majority of us want all kids back in schools. With the current restrictions at the state level, still 6 feet distancing, that's not tenable, especially in some of our large high schools. There's just not space for that. So I do believe we are in a good position to continue supporting the hybrid model. I think my understanding is that the governor would have to lessen some of the restrictions before we could return to full in-person learning. Again, we all want it, but those restrictions are just not doable at the high school level. I do understand, I believe Minogue High School was able to get some sort of a variance in order to get back in person. Minogue, as I understand it, has a very large campus. They have much more space to work with than we do on a per student basis. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. I think the stats are definitely going where we want them to go, and that's a good thing. One question I have, and it keeps coming up from constituents, from parents who are seeing these stats, and they're wondering about access to playground structures. And I think, in my mind, I think it's one of the directives of the governor's office around COVID. But I wonder if you have any information that might help clarify once and for all for our community, the restrictions around the use of playground structures in our schools.
I'll try. I don't think that the governor's restrictions specifically say you can't play on playground equipment. I think the problem is the ability for us to constantly sanitize and clean that equipment in between each opportunity for a child to play. So the reality is every time a child was on a swing, before the next child was on the swing, we would have to clean that swing. Every time a child climbed up the stairs to get on the boat to turn the little thing, we'd have to be able to clean that. And we just don't have the staff to be able to do that at this point. It's also extremely difficult to maintain some of the distancing on some of that. And yes, again, it's just an unfortunate situation for our children. They shouldn't be having to worry about that sort of a thing. So it's not specific restrictions, but it's the ability to maintain the cleanliness of the equipment on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that for us. When do we think we might feel comfortable? Because I've had a lot of parents that are very passionate about this. And maybe it happens after the governor starts lifting certain restrictions, and that's kind of a green light for other things. But in your mind, when are we looking at lifting our own restrictions on things like that?
I would defer to Dr. McNeil. I mean, my personal opinion is it does take the governor to do some of what the governor will need to do. I mean, if you look at the current restrictions at the state level, we can't play, high contact sports right now. We don't even know for sure that there'll be a fall season. We're hoping there'll be a fall sports season. So again, we want those things to occur. I don't think they're fully in our control.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lamarca. And I'll just add, we meet on a weekly basis within our COVID, and you all receive those notes as far as that for our COVID task force. And we review on a consistent basis such items as playground equipment. And there is a staffing issue, right? And it is, the ability to sanitize large structures such as that when we don't have enough custodial staff just on a good day. And then to Dr. Lamarca's comment around, capacity, so we also have the issue around transportation. And until the restrictions are reduced around social distancing on transportation, that's one of our districts and other districts across this state. That's one of the biggest issues as far as getting kids to school in large, in amounts that we've typically had. So transportation is a big issue for school districts as well.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Other questions, comments for Dr. Lamarca? Okay, is there anyone on the board decide they'd like for the board to take some action on this at this point based upon what we know? Okay, we do have public comment. Thank you, JJ.
The board received emails from Will Harper and Robert Green.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Lamarca, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging out. We appreciate it. Okay, and we're going to go down to our student trustee report. Ms. Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. Currently, we're just working on our new project. We're planning on what we would like to do. We met with different people from the district talking about town halls and how we could use that data that we received to work on our next project. So at our next meeting next Tuesday, we're going to start working on what we might be doing next. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm still impressed with the town halls. I think that's just excellent for a student voice like that. So thank you. Superintendent McNeil?
Thank you very much, and I know we want to leave. So just great school visits at Cannon, at Bennett, Tolles, Peavine, and Worcester High School with Trustees Thigpen, but all of our principals and our teachers, and it's just, one of the best parts of my job is just going into the classroom, talking with students and talking with our teachers and really kind of talking with our principals, and just a tremendous amount of effort going on in our schools every day.
Well, thank you, and we can't say enough about the work that's being done under some really, really difficult circumstances in a lot of cases in our building. So we appreciate all of that work. Okay, closing public comment. JJ, do we have any?
The board received an email from Julie Cortez.
Thank you very much. Just make sure we take a look at that as we wind down as well. Okay, that being said, we're going to call our meeting to a close. As a reminder, our next meeting is at North Valleys High School on February 23rd. But don't forget, next week we have our policy, and it's on Zoom. It's on Zoom. We will not be feeding you on Zoom. You got to figure that out. You will not get a DoorDash. We'll be done. All right, meeting's adjourned.